Hotep, 𝓈𝓔𓄿����𓏭𓀢𓀁, blessings of the day. Being it's the beginning of the new year, the appropriate term in 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝅅𝓏𝓿, or the language of ancient Egypt, would be 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓏𝓿, happy emergence. Okay, so 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓏 to everyone watching. Thank you for joining me. Forgive my late start. It seems as if I've had to relearn my platform. Yeah, here we go. Let me turn that down. Okay. Yeah, I've actually had to relearn my platform. Let's see here. I don't know. Okay, yes, there. All right, cool. Here we go. Hey, I know this person. Hotep Lauren. Blessings of the day. Here's to all of you, and to you specifically, Lauren. Thank you for being the first one to be here with me. I've been gone so long that I've had to relearn how to work all of this. It's a lot. And oh, that's very thoughtful. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Money cryptocurrency 1024. Thank you for being here with me, and thank you for that statement. I appreciate that, for that encouragement. It means a lot to me. So let's see here. Okay, my volume is down. That's why I'm like, why is everything sounding so low? Okay. So let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna read a few of the comments. I'm gonna wait for a few more people to get here to come in. I was supposed to be on at 3 p.m. I literally had to relearn how to work all of this. I've been I'm gonna try not to say because I hate when I'm watching people and they say a million times. I'm gonna try to not be that person today. I'm just getting something hot in me. Now, allow me to start off. Okay, well, let me say this. I really genuinely appreciate you, Money Cryptocurrency. Allow me to say this. You guys probably haven't really seen me for a while. And I know that the last time that you saw me was a presentation that really didn't have anything to do with Kemet, Christianity, or any of that stuff. It had more to do with slavery. And I'm sure there will be times I will revisit that topic, though not in the way that you would expect. I think there's a lot about slavery that Black people need to be taught about and need to learn about, so they can stop playing themselves. Okay. Those of you who've been watching me for some time, you know that I can't stand no dry lips, especially if they're mine. I had put some vitamin E on them previously, but it seems as if my lips really drunk it in, which is kind of strange because I'm pretty hydrated. So I'm not going to be dishonest. I'm going to tell you guys the truth. I can be honest. I'm kind of nervous about today's presentation, which ties into. I really appreciate that. That's very thoughtful. Well, you know what, Lauren? Your presence has truly been missed. Okay. Very much so. Okay. So I really, really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. It really does. Okay, absolutely. 𝓿𝓿𝓿𝓿𝓿, wisdom of Tahuti. Absolutely. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Dua'u. Okay. Going to wait for a few more people to get up in here. I can tell you this much. Hey. Okay, so we're safe, everybody. As long as he's here, we're safe. Okay, that's what matters. Okay. Anytime that I'm presenting, now let me let you guys know, he is going to tell me when to stop, because everybody knows I have a tendency to go 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. Everybody knows that about me. I'm trying to break out of that so I can transition over to shorter reels, so that I can begin to take advantage of the reels process, which is primarily on Facebook. It may be a generational thing. I don't know. I'm not really a big TikTok person. I'm horrible on Instagram, which is why my Instagram account looks the way it looks. The two places that I'm more comfortable at, probably because I like to debate and troll in terms of debating, are Facebook and YouTube. So if you're not, Facebook and YouTube friendly, then we probably won't really commiserate. And when you come to my Instagram, you're probably going to think like, who's this or what's this, which is fine, because those who need to know me know who I am. Okay. And 9 times out of 10, if you don't know who I am, you're the one that's most likely late to the party, right? My name is, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Shakka-Ahmose, and I am a research specialist. From what I'm told, I'm pretty competent at what I do. I try to be responsible as I possibly can. And while my specialties are the ancient world in general, you have to be careful letting people pigeonhole you, or your specialty is this, your specialty is that. No, that's a specialty that I've shared with you. But in my wheelhouse, it's pretty diverse, right? And it comes along with being a research specialist, right? So let's see here. Let me see. A little bit of what do they call it? Housekeeping? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this in the YouTube chat, because people will be asking me. There may come a time, more than likely, where during this broadcast, you very well may be inspired to contribute to the platform, to support the platform, which I wholeheartedly support and welcome. It just comes along with podcasting, right? Certainly would like for you to please, if you haven't already subscribed, make sure you hit the notification button so that when I do broadcast, you are notified and alerted. And please like the presentation, the video. That way we can attract the algorithm to work in service of the platform. Okay. The more popular a platform is, the more popular a channel is, the more likely it will be around for a long time, because YouTube itself will support it. Now, I am worthy of all of the complaints that I get, that I don't broadcast enough, I disappear. Those are the two most important ones. So let me just talk about that for a minute before I dive into the topic, because people know when I dive into the topic, I dive in. It's total immersion. So now I'm not going to really trip on the numbers of how many people show up today and watch this. I've really been like, one thing about life is that we all go through changes, all of us. And sometimes those changes are positive. Sometimes those changes are negative. Sometimes they're constructive. Sometimes they're destructive. Sometimes it's all of the above and all at the same time. In my world, it's usually all of the above and all at the same time. So it's like anything else in life. change comes with good, bad, and ugly. And you have to be willing to embrace it all, so that it can serve you, right? And that way you can serve others. But let me explain to you why you haven't seen me for some time. There's no one simple reason. There are a number of reasons. And the way I am, when reasons converge, I kind of take it as a message from the universe. Do this. When you've got 3, 4, 5 reasons all pointing at the same direction, that's the direction that I go in. So we all remember what occurred on September 10th last year. There's no need to mention the person's name. It kind of shocked the world because we haven't seen anything like that in America for a very long time. But what became clear to me is, and for anybody who wants to make that contribution, at the top of the chat, you can show your love and show your support. The Cash App, I am a Cash App warrior, absolutely. So you are invited to my Cash App. I extend to you an open invitation to my Cash App, and I intend to earn all that is submitted and given today. So there are quite a number of things. Now, there are a few things that I want to talk to you about before I dive in, right? I'm not going to neglect the subject matter, I promise you. But I think that there are some things that need to be said, particularly for those of you who do follow me, for those of you who have remained loyal and who have stood with me steadfastly. I think you're owed an explanation. And so it's just out of respect. It's my respect for you. I don't want to just come up here and start talking and go into the subject matter as if my absence, because sometimes people can take your absence personal. If you know the way social media works, quite often, let me share something with you about Shakka-Ahmose. Let me share this with you. Many years ago, I used to manage a health club in New York, a very prestigious health club. And I was also a fitness instructor at this health club. People know I've done different things. I've been a bodyguard to many celebrities. I've managed major nightclubs in New York, quite a few, and other types of clubs. And so when I was working as a fitness instructor, it dawned on me over time that clients were not really coming to learn. They were coming more to like hang out. Like they started to see me more of a buddy and somebody to spend time with. And to me, I felt like that was kind of like a waste of my time because I wasn't there to babysit. You understand? I wasn't there to babysit. And so I was like, I don't want to do this anymore because it took the meaning out of it for me, even though they benefited from the training. But I also discovered something about social media. Social media also can work the same way. Quite often, I think, and this is just me personally, everybody's different. I think you want to be careful of developing a following of people who watch you simply because they have nothing else better to do, or because they're lonely and they just want somebody to keep them company, and they see you as that person. And so I begin to see over the years with social media that if you're not careful, you can become trapped, meaning that you have to be at that computer regularly because people are expecting you to be there. And to me, as claustrophobic as I am, that is a very claustrophobic set of circumstances, very restrictive because it puts restrictions on my time, on my activities, how I spend it, and what I'm doing. And so what I've tried to do is I've tried to make sure that I am here when I have something important to say. When there's something important for me to say, I'm here. When there are other things that require my attention and my energy and my focus, I'm not here. So I am transitioning over to Reels so that my presence remains more consistent, I can do whatever bulk work that I need to do and just let the AI chop it up. And then that way you can have Shakka-Ahmose in doses, the way, a lot of the media is consumed today. So I would just ask you to bear with me. And yeah, absolutely. I would ask you to bear with me as I make that transition. But yeah, I didn't want to be one of those YouTubers that comes on air because they have to come on air and broadcast, and people are going to be like, well, where are you at? And da-da-da-da-da. And that's just, I need to come when I need to come. I have something important to share. I have something important to say. And that's why I'm here. Okay? So at least something that I think is important. You might not think it's important. I think it's important. And I know that another thing, let's just say that this has been a year of, or rather last year and moving into this year, 2026, moving into this year, I've gone through a lot of changes, right? And every time I present, by the way, there's always a theme song that I'm listening to put me in that state of mind. And the song for this presentation is just so you can know what kind of vibe I'm on or whatever. It's Trey Songz 2020 Riot. So that's what I'm listening to. Trey Songz 2020 Riot. It has a certain vibe to it that is very reminiscent of the topic and the subject matter that I'm going to be talking about today, which is the Black church to school to prison pipeline. Yes, you heard me correct. Normally, well, before I go into that, because once I go into that, I'm not going to pull back and stop. So I just want to get everything out of the way that I need to discuss. So it's like a preamble. When you read a book, there's usually a preamble, right? A preface, a prologue. So there's multiple beginnings before you get into the book. For those of you who are bibliophiles like myself, I'm a real book reader. I'm a genuine book reader. And so because of that, I probably operate the same way. So I'm not just going to dive into the subject matter. There are programs that do that. For those people who prefer platforms where the host just automatically opens up with the topic that is in the title and it is going on that, you might want to look for another platform. And I have no problem with that. I wish you well. I wish you the best. But my platform is a bit more intimate because there are people who have been following me. For those of you who don't know me, it's your first time, I happen to be a veteran influencer. Right? I was a YouTube influencer before the term influencer existed. There are many people who graduated high school, went all through college watching me, and I developed a following, a very real following. And those who, I guess, have connected with me on a heart level, they have persisted with me. And so when I come online, those are the people who I am primarily here for, right? And I can call them by name. And in fact, I will call them by name, even though their name will probably be in the credits when this is going off anyway. Ka'abet, who is here. Jeffrey Harris, who is here. Ka'abet, you're there too. Raymond Hartson, he is here. Jed Ankh, formerly 𝓈�𓔔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, he's here. Joe, your last name escapes me right now. But Joe, 𝓈𝓔𝓐 is here. Hillary and Leah, you are here. If it were not for these people who I just named, I wouldn't even be here right now. I definitely would not be on air. And I'm going to tell you something. It may sound a bit, I don't know how you would describe it, but these are people, everyone I just named, I could not be broadcasting for 2 or 3 months. As you all know, I do that. I'll disappear for 4 months or however long I have to disappear for, because I'm usually doing research or I'm working on a project. You all know I'm producing something in the production world. But these people that I just named, these are all people out of the blue with no connection with, when I say no connection, meaning that no contact. Because when I go, as my godmother says, she says, you know, you're a mole. When you go underground, because I'm researching, I'm studying, she's like, you're underground, like for real. And I don't come out until I've acquired the information that I was seeking. And the type of information that I seek is not always easy to find. In fact, it usually is not easy to find, which is where I derive my value from. The kind of information that I share with people is things they've never heard before and things they've never seen before. And a lot of that is going to happen today. I'm just letting you know. You're going to see things today you've never seen before, and you're going to hear things today you've never heard before. And it has to do with that very topic, the Black church to school to prison pipeline. Okay? We ain't playing shy up in here. Now, all of these people that I just named, these are all people who show up in my Cash App unexpectedly. No requests for myself. And I'll be honest with you, why it has such great meaning for me is that one of my pet peeves about myself is that I was never the kind of person who put money above all other things. And so because of that, sometimes within my own life, I will usually give great attention to things that have nothing to do with money. They have to do more with meaning. I always felt that meaning had more meaning for me personally than money. But money matters on the planet that we live in. And especially I live in a capitalist society. Money is crucial. It's essential. It's central to our existence. For the most part, especially in the urban world, it absolutely is central. And so because of that, I have the same ultra concerns about money as everyone else. You know, where's my next dollar coming from? Does my bank account have the buoyancy that it needs and is required? Is my overhead being met? Or am I too focused on getting this answer that I'm looking for? Because I'm obsessive in my research, and that's not something that I'm ashamed of. And it is from that obsession that I derive my value, which is why people do persist with me. But those that do, that show up when it's least expected, unrequested, I like that, least expected, unrequested, and highly respected. When they just show up in your Cash App like that, and they make a deposit in there, that money is not falling out of the sky. These are people with families, raising children, their own overhead, their own bills. And for them to just show up in my Cash App like that, haven't seen me in 2 or 3 months, haven't heard from me in 3 or 4 months, because I'm just focused on working everything that I'm doing. And when I look and I just happen to glance at my Cash App, it could be during the middle of a study or something or whatever, because I do just check it occasionally. It doesn't ever cease to blow my mind that type of consideration and respect is, and love is tendered to myself from these persons who I named. So these people who I just named, every name that I just named, and there are a few others, but these specific ones that I named, these people are the pillars of the Bet Amos, the house of Amos. So that when you see a presentation like this is coming from the Bet Amos, the house of Amos. When you see Kemetville, which comes from the Bet Amos, the house of Amos. When you're seeing Facts Over Feelings, which is what this is today, so the Bet Amos platform. When you hear the music, the Bet Amos music, all of that is because of them. Bet Amos attire, it's all because of them. Because were it not for them, who am I showing up for? Who contacts me in such a way that I know, oh yeah, you're really checking for me? You know, you're really, and that's the way, you know, I had YouTube fame before a lot of people. I had YouTube fame before a whole lot of people. Before Mr. Beast, before a whole lot of people. Right? And one of the things that you learn, especially, that's something you have to learn. You have to learn how to navigate that. The average person doesn't have to deal with fame. And a lot of people, there's different levels of YouTube fame. Right? And there are many people who just getting started, they get, they get a little notoriety. They think they've achieved some kind of fame. And it's like, you've achieved something when people meet you in the street and they're having a nervous breakdown and a meltdown because they're meeting you. Right? And I think that a lot of that has to do not just with fame, it has to do with the meaning and the role that you've played in their lives. What did you give? What was the nature of the transfer that they imbued such value in yourself, in your own person? Now, one of the things I also would just want to intimate is, don't always confuse the message with the messenger, right? When I show up, the attire that I usually robe myself in is, it's not because I see myself as some holier than thou guru type of whatever. No, it's that I honor the lineage that produced me. That's just the truth of the matter. I honor the lineage that produced me. I honor what I bore witness to as being raised in the sacred communities and sacred society in which I was raised in. Okay? And so I try to do honor to that, to the best of my ability. And so I just wanted to give a dua salute to those people that I named, because they are essential to my life. They're essential to my health, my well-being, and my welfare. And so, yes, they matter to me. Okay? And I just wanted to make that very clear. Let's see here. We're about to get started. I'm gonna play the intro, and I'm just laughing because I haven't done this in so long. I've added a lot of clips and videos to my stash, but because it's like any apparatus, when you're not in it, you kind of forget, like, well, what's in here? How does this work? And da 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 da. But that said, I think I've said enough. I'm gonna play the intro, then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna go through the comments, and then we're gonna get started. For those of you who are still here with me, I would highly recommend, by the way. Oh, first of all, I can guarantee you, people or members of the Black church community will be watching this today. They will be talking about it. They talk about me often. Okay? So does the Black Islamic community, right? Or the Black Muslim community. And Hebrew, all of the Abrahamic faiths. My name comes up. I can show you comments that would show you why my name comes up. I've educated a lot of people over the years. And so there are certain pockets of our communities that see me as a threat, as a genuine, very real threat. I don't think they should, but if we have disparate values, if you don't value truth, you will see me as a threat. There's no question about it. I'm not going to be kind to a particular religion simply because you practice it, or simply because you had the unfortunate circumstance of being indoctrinated into it. And that does not indicate or mean that I think that all of these religions are all bad. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of these people, oh, religion is this. I don't believe that. I believe that religion can do a lot of good. And I think that it does a lot of good where it can. I also know that it does a lot of harm. A lot of the harm that it does is, well, you're going to see today, but a lot of the harm that it does is, here's the key idea that I want you to remember. It runs interference. That's what all of these religions do. They run interference. Well, Shakka, interference of what? Or interference between what? Between is better than of. They run interference between yourself and the truth. And that matters. It matters. I'll tell you something, how nervous I am today about this presentation. This is a little bit embarrassing to admit, but I've had to learn this about myself, and it's not easy because I have pride. I'm a human being, you know. I have to admit this to you, and that is, I discovered this about myself, that sometimes in my own behavior, I do things to sabotage myself. And I think I tried to sabotage this presentation today. I tried to do everything I could to make sure it couldn't happen. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I should have went to sleep last night, got rest because I knew I was doing this presentation, all that, and I didn't do that. I stayed up until like 8 in the morning. I stayed up till 8 in the morning, knowing I had to be live at 3 p.m. And I was up on some recreational stuff. I wasn't even up on anything important. I was just recreation. And I realized that, I said, Shakka, why are you trying to make it so that you don't present? I'm going to tell you why. It's going to trip you out. Because I had to be honest about it with myself. The reason is because I had to accept some things. One of the things that I had to accept is, ever since AI emerged, I've been able to take my scholarship to another level that I didn't ever see or anticipate. So for those of you who thought, oh, well, Shakka-Ahmose is da-da-da-da, where I am now is, I'm not going to say it freaks me out, but it freaks me out a little bit. And so when your research is uncovering things and showing you things that you plan on sharing with people, stick with me because you're gonna appreciate what I'm saying. When your research is showing you things that are very profound, you have to ask yourself, at least I do, how are people going to react when I show them this? What is the response going to be? I know how people have reacted to me throughout the years. Very strong. Very, very strong. And sometimes with the type of research that I've been able to do because of AI, even I get intimidated by the answers that I discover. I do. I get intimidated because I know if this is blowing me away, what is this going to do to the average person when they see this? And I think at some point, everybody knows, for those people who really do social media, well, like podcasts and things of that nature, most know that What the hell? Yes. Absolutely. Do you know, I have to be honest. Do you know why I put that ankh there? It's not just an ankh, there's also a wasep inside the ankh, with the symbol for rulership. But I put that there because when I first grew my lock, I scratched myself. And I had to go to an event. And I didn't want to go to the event with a bandage over on my head. I just really did. It was one of those events that I really just wanted to present my best. So I said, I got to cover that scratch up. I know, right? So I covered it up. The scratch disappeared, but the tattoo remained. So, right? Shout out to Zelle 1 in the Boogie Down. He did that, right? "2020 Riot," Trey Songz. That's what I'm listening to. That is the official theme for this presentation. And part of me is dedicating this presentation. I know this is going to be weird, but I don't really follow rap artists, right? I just don't, other than Pac, who we all love. But somebody who I just want to shout out. I'm not going to dedicate it to, but somebody who I want to shout out is T.I., the rapper T.I., because he was on Kirk Franklin's podcast, and he had the courage, living in the Bible Belt, he had the courage to say how he actually felt about the black church, about the church. He felt that it was just a business, and Kirk Franklin was sitting there like, well. And it must have been challenging for Kirk because that's his market. So from a market perspective, that's not an easy thing to have to sit there and Kirk had no real genuine response. What was he going to say? Right? He couldn't disenfranchise or, detract from his market. But what T.I. said, I respected it because number one, it came from somebody with a high platform like himself. He wasn't just on Kirk Franklin. He's got Expeditiously, right? Which I would love to be invited to. The two platforms I would love to be invited to out of a number, which I probably won't ever receive an invitation from, and that's fine. But I'd love to have a live discussion on Expeditiously and Mike from the Ghetto Boys. I forget the name of his podcast. Forgive me. It's just been a long time. I've been really busy. So what's this podcast called? Let me see. Willie D. Here we go. Yeah. The Willie D podcast. Absolutely. I actually sent him an email, never heard back from him. So I know how it is in the celebrity world. I get it. But so let me get back to this very quickly, and then I'm going to start it. The things that I've uncovered in my research are not little insignificant small things. There are things that can actually cause great paradigm shifts. And paradigm shifts have a lot to do with reality, because reality is taking place between your two ears, in your head, in your mind. And so when someone confronts you with something that exposes the terrain of your own mind, that could be a very profound thing, good or bad. The truth is neither good nor bad. It's just truth. It's the best because it's the truth. So I've put together about 5 PowerPoints, maybe 4 or 5. They're very powerful. And I had to really question, do I want to present these things on my platform? Because I know that when I do, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's just all in my own mind, because I know how it impacted me. But there's always a slight possibility that this stuff could cause a type of controversy that my nervous system is really no longer wired for, you know? And so, and for those of you who've been following me for a minute, you remember a few years ago, I had to deal with some very serious controversy live on air. And I think that also may have impacted me in terms of, you know, do I really want negative attention? But, you know, in this business, there's no such thing as negative attention. It's just attention. And it's what you do with it, right? Like I always tell people, if you ain't got no haters, you're doing something wrong. You got to understand, this is a business in which people pay just to get haters. They pay for haters. Because if you ain't got no haters, that means you ain't doing nothing. So yours truly has haters, big ones. So that's a good sign, right? But your nervous system also has to be kind of wired for it. And I guess that in my own world, in my own cocoon, which is very insulated, it's very peaceful, it's very calm. And so that peace and that calm, it can get in you to the point where you don't really want disruption. You don't want to put yourself out there and have to deal with all of the, because one of the things that I've learned a lot of things, especially in the past year or so. One of the things that I've learned is, and I heard somebody say this just 2 days ago, or a day ago or so, but it really had a profound impact on me. It said, the person said, one of the greatest wastes of time in life is trying to change someone else's mind. And so the first thing that I want to say is, I'm not trying to change anyone's mind any longer about anything. That no longer motivates me for, it used to. I mean, because I grew up in the church at a very young age, at least until I was 8 years old, maybe even beyond that, maybe until about 12. Because I grew up in that environment. I mean, I grew up in the black church, from Brooklyn in the 1970s to South Carolina in the 1970s. So you're talking about the Bible Belt, like the deep South, right? I grew up in that kind of black church you see on TV when they take you back to the late 60s or the 70s, and you know, all of that civil rights stuff. I grew up in that milieu. And so it's very much a part of me. And so because it's a part of me, I absolutely speak authoritatively about everything that I'm going to be speaking about today. So, look, I just said all of that to say that I'm nervous about today's presentation because I have to share information with you. And that's the other thing too. These PowerPoints are so vast and massive. I'm not even talking about just the slides. There's a lot of slides. A lot of slides. In this particular one, there's over 100 slides, right? Maybe 125, 130, something like that. I don't know. But that's why I have help here to make sure I don't try to do the whole thing today. Because you know me, I will. Once I get started, it's like, yeah, da. So this is going to be, I guess, a limited series. So today will be part 1. And then tomorrow will be part 2. And so on and so on. And so, you know, what started this run was, very quickly, was really, y'all should blame Toni Braxton for this. The singer Toni Braxton. Blame her. A few months ago, last year in 2025, in the fall, or late summer of the fall, Toni Braxton was on Instagram with her sister, Tamar. And while Tamar was on Instagram and her sister, Toni, was on the phone, and they were discussing something, and Tamar said that she had to hang up because she had to go to Bible study. Toni, her sister, Toni Braxton, responded with, Bible study? Like, why are you going to Bible study? And long story short, Toni Braxton was like, that book was created by old white men. And that caused a big stir on social media. The video went viral. It's still up on TikTok. You can go see it. It's on YouTube too. And the entire Black community, at least 70% of the Black community, freaked out and went in on Toni Braxton for saying that the Bible was created by old white men. So then you get those uneducated black people in the comments talking about saying stupid things like the oldest church is in Ethiopia or the oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. Just really stupid things. And I call them stupid. That's the kind of language that I use. I probably should, I know I should improve my decorum when it comes to language, but I have to have a little personal investment stake in this discourse. And so I will at times come across crass, disrespectful, invasive, all of the definitely abrasive, right? Because I have, there's an internalized personal part in all of this as well, because of what I do as a research specialist, I spend most of my time looking at facts and the truth, so that when I see and hear the society of which I'm a part of. Oh, and let me just say this as a start. Let me just say this. There's this whole indigenous movement going on within foundational Black America. We're not African and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let me say this officially. It's my official statement. If you are Black and you say that we are not from Africa and that we are the natives of this land and that we are indigenous to this land, America, then I would submit to you, when it comes to African American business, stay out of our business. Oh, I was supposed to, hold on a second. Where is that at? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find this in here. Are you lucky I can't find it? It's in here somewhere. I have to locate it. But that was the part where they were supposed to break out with applause and clapping. It's in here somewhere. I've added so much stuff to this thing. I've got a lot in here. So too bad I couldn't find it. So, but yeah, stay out of our business. That is what I would submit to you, right? Okay. In fact, stay out of our business.
Booyah.
Okay. Shout out to Sashat. So, real talk, stay out of our business. If you're not from Africa and you are indigenous and native to this land, then you are not African American. You are something else. Because here it goes. All right. So, I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to give it the applause it deserves. If you are indigenous to this land and you are native and you are not from Africa, because that's the wave right now. First of all, you're probably stupid enough to think that this is the first time we've seen this wave. This wave comes along every 30 to 40 years of Black people, of uneducated, ignorant Black people bending over backwards to disconnect themselves from Africa. They think they are better and they think they are above. So all I'm saying to you as an African American or as an American African, which is my preference, Umar Johnson, I heard you use my term. Shout out to Umar Johnson. I give him a hard time sometimes, but you know what? He has shown staying power. He hangs in there. And he said something. I was listening the other day, and he said something that was so brilliant. I was like, you know what? I give my brother a hard time because of the situation with the schools and blah, 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 blah. Everybody has their challenges. Everybody has whatever it is that they have to overcome, and he's no different. But I want to extend to him just a pt.1. Yeah, bro. He said something that was so brilliant that only a great mind could say it. And when he said it, I was so impressed. I actually had to stop what I was doing. I think I was sewing something, and I stopped. Right? I was sewing something for someone, and I almost stuck myself. I was like, that was brilliant. And I was like, I said to myself, I have to rethink him, because you can't say something that brilliant and be, look, imperfect people can say perfect things. I do it all the time. Okay, so, but yeah, last time I'm going to say it. If you are not African, because this is an African-American platform. It's an African-American podcast, whatever you want to call it. But that's what this is. Make no mistakes about it. It is an African podcast. It is a Black podcast, an African podcast. If you denounce any connection to Africa, all I'm saying, as politely and respectfully as I can, stay out of African-American business, because you have declared that it is none of yours. Okay? That's fair. That's all I'm... That had to be said. Okay? Shout out to Jasmine. I see you, sis. Okay. Okay. I don't have a problem with right, let me see. Oh, you can see it? Yeah, it's coming back. Yeah, absolutely. Right? Okay. Hey, somebody shouting you out. What up, Jack? We got a Viking in here. Hey, we got a Viking in here. All right. I ain't got no problem with Vikings. I'll watch a Viking movie like that. You heard? Okay. So, and that was the other part of it too. Once I saw last year that there was a targeted attack on influencers, of course, I had to fall back. There's no question about it. Because I know how controversial I can be. And all attention ain't good attention. And I'm not one of these people who are starved for attention. I'm just not. I've had more attention than most or many in their life. So I'm just not starving for it. So when I get a chance for some anonymity in my own world, in my own life, I jump at it and I take it. You know? So let's see here. Right. Okay. So now, if you come in my platform and you try to determine what is policy, you are ejected. I'm just letting you know. You are in the pt.1. You respect pt.1 policies. So when you come in here talking about there are no such thing as African Americans and your name is Chief so-and-so and you're some native, well, let me show you what I do with Native Americans who come in, with Black people who I said, didn't I say? I said, stay out of African American business. So I'm going to put you out of African American business. Goodbye. Here we go. Boom. I'm not even putting you in timeout. I'm just banning you from my channel. That's it. That's it. I'm not here for indigenous Black Americans. I'm not here for you. There is another platform that is there for you. Go look for it and go find it. I'm here for Black people, for African people, people of African descent who are in America. That is who I'm here for. Okay? With no apologies. Okay? Let's be clear on that. Now, I have no problem with that. What if you have both African and Native ancestors? Most of us do. I have no problem with that. But you see, that was a respectful question. He didn't come in and try to determine everyone else's identity for them. There's no such thing as African American. Okay, so I have no problem with that. What, you don't think you think I don't have? Come on, I'm born in America. I mean, what it does is it presupposes the fallacy that all Black Africans have no admixture. There is as much admixture in Black people in Africa as there is admixture of Black people in America or in South America. We've all been mixing with other people for thousands of years. Thousands upon thousands of years. If you go to Chad, Niger, Tanzania, even in Uganda, Kenya, Zambia, Angola, South Africa. It doesn't matter. Congo, it doesn't matter. There are people that you would look at that would blow your mind. They look like the blackest thing you could ever find in the most blackest part of Africa. But when you do their DNA, it shows a West Asiatic haplogroup in their DNA because of back migrations into Africa. It doesn't show African DNA. It shows outside. But DNA doesn't really tell you your race. What it tells you is locales of development, where as a group you spent a lot of time. That's what DNA tells you. Where as a specific group you spent a lot of time. And then from there you extrapolate who these people are and what they must have been. That's what DNA does. Most people who talk all this DNA stuff, they don't understand how it works. They don't understand what it is and how it works. They don't read the literature. They don't stay up on the cutting edge literature. They just don't. They just have no real working knowledge of how it works. They take these ancestry tests and they think, oh, I'm 40% this and I'm 50%. That's not what that means when you see percentage. Doesn't mean that. Those are all terms, those are all numbers in terms of likelihood that this is present. There's this percentage likelihood that this is present in your whatever. There's this percentage of likelihood that this is present in your, that's what it means. Okay? That you come from groups at one time who inhabited this particular area. It doesn't tell you what they look like. You can guess, right? Yeah. One of the things that you have to, over the years, I've had to learn to be more compassionate towards people who are elitist, because I have some elitism in me itself, but I also try to temper it, because you can tend to look down on people when you realize that everybody doesn't have the same access to education, right? Hold on one second. 𝓭𝓀𝓏, Seneca the Wiser. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you what. New rule. In the House of Ahmose, when you disrespect our sacred terms like Hotep, you are banned from the channel. So that's a new rule. Let me just put that up there. Here we go. So I'm gonna ban him. One second. He used a term like 𝓭𝓀𝓏, right? It's one thing if we use that among ourselves. I'll tell you what, Seneca. Now, I just prefer you to be gone. That's all. So here we go. It's my 𝓭𝓀𝓏. So gone, right? That's it. Zero tolerance policy. When you come in the House of Ahmose, you are going to respect the house. That's it. Or you don't get to participate in the house. Okay? Here we go. Okay. All right, so let's do this. Here we go. Here we go. So, all right, let's get started. See you in a second.
Yeah. We went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓����𓀢𓀢. Whoa, wow. This is a hero.
Hotep. For those of you who don't know what Hotep means, it means quite a few things. But in common vernacular, in layman's term, it means to be at peace, to be satisfied, or an offering. It all depends on which rendering of the spelling you use. If you use, see, the way what you call hieroglyphs or the way MetaNature works, you can't just use any writing to say a word, even though it may be a homophone. It may sound exactly the same, but it's the difference in the writing that's indicating what you mean. So Hotep does not always mean peace. It all depends on how it's written, right? So, although to be quite honest, in both writings, it does always mean peace. but it also differentiates. It has various other meanings. The writings diverge, so to speak. The meaning diverges in terms of the writing. So I just wanted to share that with you. Let's see here. Yeah, we got some goodies going on today. Right? Let's take a look and see here. Let's see. So much to get started today. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, and one of the things you have to know about me too, sometimes I'm stalling. I'm stalling because I know that once I jump in this water, there's no getting out of it. It's like when you want to learn how to swim, right? When we learned how to swim, my father was a wild dude. We were little kids. I'm talking about 5, 6. When we wanted to learn how to swim, we were at the community pool in Brooklyn, big old pool, Douglas Pool, for those of you who might know something about it, in the Wyckoff section of Brooklyn. This is like the early 1970s, might have been 1970. My father would be like, because he swam like a fish. My father's from Louisiana. He swam like a fish. And he would say, "You want to learn how to swim?" Yeah. He would walk by you as you were admiring people in the water. He would just push you into the deep end. That's how we learned how to swim. Absolutely. And so what I learned is that you can't learn how to swim unless you get wet. So in order for me to present this presentation to you today, I'm going to have to get wet. I'm going to have to go in all of it. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but I got to start it. Right? And if you were in my position and you knew what was coming up in this presentation, you would see, and you're going to be like, oh, I see why he felt the way he felt. I see why he was kind of hesitant to present this. So let me tell you very quickly, Grand Rising, or Nefer, as the proper term is 𝓈𝓭�𓀢𓀁, good day, right? Absolutely, please do that. All right, now I promised that I was going to look at the what do you call it? The comments very quickly before I get started. All right, Hotep Suntan, all right, Hetep Pool. Right, I see anything disrespectful in the comment towards the platform or towards other people who are frequenting the platform, you're out, and I'm banning you from my channel. I just prefer good energy. That's all. I don't want to look into my platform when I'm up here, because I'm up here to give, and it's not an easy thing. What I do is not easy. If anyone could do what I do, anyone would do it. But as you're going to see today, everybody can't do what I do. Okay, so or maybe they just choose not to. Either way, you know. See, this is what I'm talking about. Oh my God. Right? What's with the cheeks? I'm looking to my things like, oh my God, you live. Like people are freaking out because I'm live, right? And I understand that. I get that, and I appreciate it. You know, I'm just glad that you're here. I really am. GMK 99, that picture, man. Okay. Oh, that's wonderful. Right? This person here, right? I'm a 32-year-old, a Hispanic male, and I'm just recently learned about my history of Hispaniola. Awesome. Right? Most people don't know this, but I have a younger brother who's adopted. He's Puerto Rican and looks like a straight up Puerto Rican, right? We're very close. He's very protective of me, which I appreciate, and I am of him. And very dangerous individual for those who he's well known in his field. Let me see. All right. Peace and love, Hotep. Okay. All right. Yeah. And the Vikings shouting out everybody. Hey, that's what's up. I'm glad you feel welcome. That's what's up. And I'm glad you feel welcome because the kind of things that I teach, I don't care if you're Black learning it or if you're white learning it or if you're Hispanic learning it. All I ask is that if you are Black, if you are white, if you are Asian, if you are Hispanic or whatever, meaning a non-Black Hispanic, take what you learn from me, and when you encounter other Black people who don't know what you've learned from me, teach them, right? Teach them. Impart to them what you've learned. They will be grateful to you because they will be like, whoa, so-and-so taught me. Right? Here we go, right? Let me take a quick look. Okay, this is something I didn't know. In Ghana, they mix with Lebanese a lot. I didn't know that, right? I have family members who live in Ghana, like immediate family members, right? Okay, all right. Yeah, I have no problem if you have, I appreciate that. Okay, my main man, 50 grand Shakka, where you been at a mission scholarship, need you to apply it to original lands here in America. We met you China, not first natives of this land. See, no, I don't have any problem. First of all, let me say this very quickly. I'm going to do a whole presentation on that. Not soon, but I'm going to do a presentation on it because I have other things to focus on. I've got 4 or 5 presentations alone. You see how long it's taking me to get into this one, but I've got 4 or 5 major ones coming. I've been on here for an hour already. If you're watching too, you can always fast forward. So people trip me out with that. You can always fast forward, right? So, yeah, facts. Shout out and respect to 𝓈𝓔𝓿. I said it. Okay. Absolutely. You can still see me on 116th Street. I was on 116th Street yesterday. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Appreciate you. Hey, Dr. Tiffany. Wonderful. I'm so glad you're here. Awesome. That made me feel good. Seeing my sisters in the house. Because let me tell you how this started, and then I'm going to go actually in. The reason why I'm doing this presentation, because I have 4 or 5 that I have to give. But I said, I have to give these presentations in the proper order so that it will make sense when it's all done, when you get to the end of it. I had to do it in this order because in August, somebody just mentioned 𝓈𝓿𝓿, right? In August of past 2025, I was interviewed by 𝓈𝓿𝓿. And in this interview, I made a statement. I made a controversial statement, not to be mean, but because I felt it needed to be said. And one of the hardest things in life to do is to have hard conversations because feelings get hurt. And with the demographic that you are bringing front and center, or that you are calling into question, or that you are highlighting, when that demographic functions primarily from a place of emotions and feelings, then it just makes the job that much more volatile, that much more difficult and challenging. And so the comment that I made, and I don't know if the video is still up, it probably is. Other people made reaction videos to it. I didn't even have time to look for it because I was up messing around this morning. But the comment was that I made that caused a big stink was somebody said my daddy did that too. Your daddy pushed you in this pool too? Absolutely. And my father was wild because, I mean, he's a big, tall man. Like, I'm like 6'4". My father about the same height, very tall, statuesque built man. To have somebody like that just come by and just, boom, just push you in the pool, man. It's something you don't forget. Oh, wonderful. I appreciate that. Oh, Uncle Johnson never do out to you too as well. Absolutely. Each one teach one, Lauren. Absolutely. Whatever you learn here, I don't care what color you are, just make sure you teach it. Okay. Shout out to the UK. That's what's up. All right. Absolutely. Yep. The Robert Spot. Wonderful. Welcome, brother. I appreciate you, Sin. Okay. Black President Americas said that they were African migrants. Absolutely. Without question. Absolutely. Without question. That is correct. Absolutely. That is correct. Okay. That is absolutely correct. Okay. But I'm not here to talk about that today. All right. Because that will snuff up all the air And you got to remember, no one can rise to low standards. No one can rise to low standards. Okay? So we've got to set our standards a bit higher when it comes to knowledge, history, research. Okay? All right. Here we go. It ain't nothing but to holler at me. All of my info is in the description. I don't ever accept excuses from people for not hollering at me. In fact, one of my heroes, I don't know if you, you should, for those of you who have real history, you remember the group Shalimar, right? You remember the group Shalimar. Second time around, get ready, baby, tonight, gonna make this a night to remember. Shalimar. This is for the lover in you. This ring means I'll always be true. Well, one of the main members of the group who taught Michael Jackson how to do the moonwalk, brother Jeffrey Daniels, who I'm a big fan of. I don't know how his page came across my Facebook stream. I was like, Jeffrey Daniels, I'm a fan. And I went to his page and I saw he was talking about Kemet, the pyramids and everything else. So I started to help out in the comment section, just telling people where they were wrong about their assumptions. And he responded with, check out what his response was. I could show it to you. His response was, oh my God, is this the Shakka-Ahmose from Sunday TV? I was like, it was so funny. It was so, and he was like, he said something about, what did he say? He said quite a bit, and then he said, let me stop because I'll keep going on like a fan, or he said, let me stop being a fan and da da da. But I was shocked that he even knew who I was. Not shocked because there are quite a number of celebrities who know who I am, but I'm always very highly disappointed that they don't have the integrity of reaching out and just sending me an email for a little bit of encouragement. Like, hey, brother, I watch you, love what you do. Maybe we could chop it up sometime. Whatever, have a Zoom call, talk, I'll teach you, take a class, whatever, right? But I always say, if you're too good to reach out and holler, stay too good. You ain't hollering now, don't holler later, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, I'm a big Jody Watley fan too. I am. Her music, I still have her music on my playlist. I have their music on my playlist. We grew up on that stuff. In fact, a lot of people got created because of their music, if you know what I mean, right? Oh, well, I appreciate that. It's a very thoughtful observation to make. Okay. Oh, wonderful. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Retain attention 94.6. I really appreciate that. So yeah, come on back. The video will be here. Hopefully, right? So hopefully we make it through. Okay. Yeah, but I don't ever accept excuses from people who don't contact me, because I get contacted from Malaysia, from Yemen, from Botswana, Uganda, Sudan, and shout out to the people of Sudan. I would like to see that resolved, because that's a real hard subject for me to entertain. But so, okay. All right, folks, are you ready? Let's do this. Wonderful. I appreciate that. Thank you for Thank you for subscribing. Make sure that you do. Absolutely. Yes, I am. It decided to come back on its own. So yeah. Let's see. I appreciate that. It's very thoughtful. Absolutely. Absolutely, Quabena. I appreciate that. Okay. So absolutely, I thoroughly appreciate that. Here we go. So yeah, a lot of people been rocking with me for a long time. And like I said, sometimes I have to disappear, but it's because that I disappear that I'm able to bring to you the things like that you're going to see today, that you're going to see right now as we get ready to go in. So, okay, this is going. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of that. And for those who want to know, because I always, Shaka, I want to, I'm not too big into super chats because I always tell people we don't really get to see that stuff. So for those who want to know what the Cash App is, there it is. It's $Shakka-Ahmose. You can feel free to show your appreciation and support the channel. Okay. Especially because honestly, I spend so much time studying again, and I'm not going to be dishonest about it. Money is not always at the forefront of my mind. I mean, my life is set up in such a way that one, it doesn't necessarily have to be, although it always should be, but it matters. You know, I live in the same economy you guys live on. Every bit matters, you know. Unless your name is Tyler Perry or 50 Cent, right? So God bless them too. We ain't hating on nobody. Don't hate on people who have success that you may not have acquired or achieved. They should inspire you. Okay, so here we go. I got to do this. All right, folks. I wonder if I wonder if Ka-Abet, because we're supposed to be in contact with each other through this, so he could tell me when to stop. And he knows, Ka-Abet, you know that I always go in for a little while before I get started. You know that already. That's just my way, right? So let me see if he sent me any messages. Nope. Okay, cool. All right. So here we go, people. I can't believe I'm doing this. Yeah, if you were the one that had to present this, you would understand. All right, so where is, no, that's not what I want. Here we go. Share my screen. Okay, we've got almost 100 people. That's fine, that's good enough. Like I said, I'm here primarily for those persons who I named by name. You'll see their names in the credits at the end. I wouldn't care if it was 5 people, which is about how many I named, 5 or 6, right? Or 7 maybe. That's who this is for. They're pretty much damn near paying for everyone else, right? Let's do this. So the statement that I made, I said that in the interview that I gave in August, I said that the biggest problem in the Black community, because I was asked, what is the biggest problem in the Black community? And I said the biggest problem in the Black community was the Black woman. That's what I said. I said Black women are the biggest problem in the Black community. A lot of people took exception to that. I don't care. I've never really been too influenced by other people's emotions. As a research specialist, I'm more interested in data and facts. And once you know what the data and the facts say, you have a choice. You can ignore it and you can engage in the discussion as if the facts don't say that. In other words, you could pretend on behalf of other people. Or you can be faithful to the facts. Okay? You be faithful to the truth. I choose the latter, especially if I'm speaking publicly. If you're going to stick a camera and a microphone in front of my face, and I'm going to waste that opportunity to mislead you, deceive you, placate you, patronize you, to cater to your feelings and your emotions. And there were some brothers who made a feedback video. Oh, Shakka-Ahmose said black women are the biggest problem in the black community. I stand by that. Oh, okay, cool. He said I'm good. He said the intro is the intro. Yes. Right. Innocence, connect with the people before you go on. Absolutely. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. That connection is important to me. And that's for those of you who don't watch this channel, I'm very connected to the people who follow me, who really follow me. And because I do this for them. So yeah, I'm going to take my opening time to connect with them. That's just how it is. You can always fast forward, like I said, or whatever. So don't worry, we're here now. We're at the precipice. But that's what I said. I said the number one problem in the community is black women. That was not an easy thing for me to say. I come from a black woman who I love, who I worship the ground she walks on. In fact, I was supposed to call her today. My mother lives in Africa. And she's probably the most intelligent human being I've ever met. And she had a lot to do with who I am and why I am the way I am. Unfortunately, sometimes in the black community, there's too much of that. Too much influence from the mother. And so, I like that. He said, break a leg. That's what's up. I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, wonderful. I appreciate that. Okay, I didn't see it. Exactly. Hold on. Let me see. Exactly. Hornet's nest. Exactly. Exactly. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But that's what I said. I said the number one problem in the black community are, because here's the thing. If you love the black community, if you really love them, you want what's best for everyone in it. Male, female, children, mothers, fathers. You want to see everybody flourish. But if you are fortunate or blessed enough, if you will, insightful enough, whatever, if you have the occasion to be able to identify, to be able to isolate and identify what the underwriting problem is in this community, if you don't say anything and you just want to continue on as if it's casual conversation and you just want to talk about everything else other than what the truth is, then I think something's wrong. You're missing an opportunity to fix something. You're missing an opportunity to take something that is upside down and turn it right side up. If you turn it right side up, doesn't everybody get an opportunity then to get in the boat and get out of the water? Right? If your boat is upside down, and I know what it's like to be in a boat that's upside down. My son can tell you that. Okay? TC can tell you that. I know what it's like to be in a boat upside down in a water full of crocodiles and alligators. I know what that's like. So if you're in a boat and it's upside down and you have no idea how hard it is to get out of water, to climb on top of the boat when you got that much water weighing you down, I know what that's like. I lived it. So if you have an opportunity to turn the boat right side up so everybody can get in the boat, especially you, why wouldn't you do that? I don't understand. Because you don't want to hurt someone's feelings? Well, what if the reason that the boat turned upside down was because of a particular behavior of someone in the boat? Once you get that boat right side up, don't you think it would be smart to address that person who caused the boat to turn upside down? Or do you just want to keep going on and let them do it again so that the boat capsizes again? No, at some point you have to say something. Now, it would be better if we could say it privately, but there's no real occasion to have this type of discussion privately. It's not like people are inviting me all over the world to come and speak. I do disappear. I get it. I disappear. So, that's the way social media is. When you're going, out of sight, out of mind. I'm cool with that, right? But everything has good, bad, and ugly. The bad and ugly with that is that as much as you would love to be invited to speak at Spelman or some church or some high school even, right? I'm going to do a video about that too, how utterly disgusted and disappointed I am with young black people, right? I'm utterly disgusted with young black people. I'm talking about in the school system, in the high schools, in the college, particularly the colleges I'm talking about, right? White folks, these white students do everything in their power to bring through white speakers talking white stuff. What does the Black Student Union do? Who do they bring through to speak? They bring rappers to come through to rap. R&B singers to come through and sing. You don't have your own community of intelligentsia in which you can use as a resource to pull them to your collegiate community to have them come and address and clarify things for you? We had that back in the day. Dr. Ben was invited everywhere. Spoke at every college. Do you invite I always forget his name. I still remember him as Professor Coleman, but was it Hiawatha he changed his name to? I always forget his Native American name. But yeah, like I said, I don't have any problem with our Native American lineage. I got no problem with that. That's not my focus though, because our Native American lineage does not have the same accolades as our African lineage. And if you're too stupid to know the difference between those two lineages and those two pedigrees, then you don't know what to brag about. Okay? You're stupid, basically. Okay? So, but this is what I said. I said that the number one problem in the black community are black women. There's no question about that. Zero question. Zero. You know what zero is? Zephyr? Zero. Number one problem in the black community is black women. When I said that these guys, they made this video, Shakka-Ahmose said, da-da-da-da-da-da. But here's the thing. I never really had a chance to qualify why I said it. I did mention it. I said it was because of Christianity. Because we did it live on air. We did the percentages. We said, what are the majority of black women in America are what? Christians. Well, what is the percentage of black women who are Christians? What is the percentage of black people who are Christians? Why is that a problem? How does it undermine the interest of the black community at large? How has it continually undermined our progress from day one? Because if you can't solve a systemic problem that you wake up with and go to sleep with from the cradle to the grave, number one, I think it speaks to a certain level of incompetence and certain inability to think and solve your own problem. So what we essentially are communicating to the world is that we are too incompetent to solve our own problems. And because we are too incompetent to solve our own problems, we are therefore going to blame everyone else for our problems. We're going to blame white people for our problems. We're going to blame Spanish people for our problems. We're going to blame immigrants for our problem. We're going to blame everybody else except who? When you're pointing the finger, how many fingers are pointing back at you? So when you realized, oh shit, it's our community that's the problem. Well, then you got to do some work. You got to find out what is wrong in our community. What is wrong in our community? You got to find that out. Well, the first thing that's wrong in our community is that most people in our community, and I have to be me. So I have to speak, I can't worry about how people feel when I speak the way I really feel. And if I hold back then I think I'm going to be depriving you of what it is that you really came for, because you want to know the truth. And quite often, my own personal feelings will be attached to this truth, right? Doesn't mean that they're the same. It's just that I have a perspective about the truth because I've spent time investing in it. So how I feel about the truth is most of us are too stupid to know the difference between a community and a society. And we don't even know why that matters. You always hear about the black community, the black community, the black community. Nobody ever talks about black society. Why? Well, because you're too fucking stupid to know the difference. That's why. I know, I'm chill with the profanity, But that's why. You're too stupid to know the difference. It would be impossible to study black people and not be profoundly amazed at how stupid we are. And I'm not blaming white people. Why? Because we're human beings. And as such, the same things that afflict other human beings afflict us as well. But when you're not in power and you're not governing, it's very easy to pretend that what is largely responsible for where you are has nothing to do or very little to do with who is in power or who is not. It has much more to do with those things about yourself that you refuse to change because you are dedicated and loyal to and faithful to the very thing that undermines you. So who is your biggest problem then? You are. It's not Trump. It's not MAGA. It's not ICE. It's none of that. Because the problems that plague our community will continue to plague our community, and they have plagued our community. Before I was born in the 1960s, now in the 2000s, and it will again in the coming millennia, unless you decide to change. But you cannot change without exposure to the proper stimuli. And in this case, the only stimuli that I can offer is my own acumen, scholarship, insight, the integrity of these things, and let you see with your own eyes what the truth is. And please do not underestimate how much work is involved with this. When I do a presentation and I'm working on a PowerPoint, you have nothing in your imagination can imagine what goes into it. Nothing. Zero. So don't even bother trying to imagine it. So again, I will tell you again, the number one problem in the black community is the black woman. If we love her and if we respect her, then we have to tell her the truth. You are the problem. That doesn't mean that we're going to let you remain the problem. Because if we can't help you, what is the point of what? Aren't we supposed to be your knight in shining armor? Aren't we supposed to be the ones that come and save you? Well, if saving you, thank you, Kaba Kameni. And I was just with him the other day. Oh, and I have to give a shout out to a very special ancestor now, Baba Heru Samaj Ta from the Shrine of Ta. I just want to give him a du'au. We miss you. We love you. And your presence is here with us, as is Dr. Benz, Dr. Clarks, Dr. Cernemas, Dr. Welsings, Dr. Diops, and Dr. Hilliard as well. Okay. And one thing I got to say this, something that you guys really may not know. One of the things that I find interesting about myself is you would be very surprised at how disliked I am in the Kemetic community. You would be shocked. Like, these people really don't like me. And I can tell, they think I don't know. Like, when I'm around them, it's like, I mean, what they don't like, I think, is they don't like the attention I get. They don't like the attention I received over the years. And I get it. I get it. It comes along with the territory. But it doesn't mean that you don't feel a certain kind of way about it, because What other community am I going to be embraced in? And I've always been the kind of person, I've never fit in anywhere all of my life. That is the one standout feature of my life. I have not ever fit in anywhere. I've always had followers. I've had followers since before social media, since before the internet. I had many followers long before the internet. But even when you have followers, that doesn't mean you fit in, because you don't necessarily fit in with your followers. Followers are not looking for you to fit in with them. That's why you're leading and they're following. So either way, you're alone. That's just it, right? So, but if we keep your comments, don't ask me about Egyptians coming to America, okay? Because that's not what this presentation is about, okay? My position is this. If as Black men, if we are supposed to, well, if as Black men, it is my perspective that where and when possible, we are supposed to be your knight in shining armor. Doesn't make us perfect people. Doesn't mean that we don't have faults. Doesn't mean that we don't have monsters in us like everybody else, like even you do. But without a doubt, protection requires correction. I need that. I'm stealing that. Taking that. Right? I'm taking that one. Protection requires correction. Absolutely no doubt about it. Cornel West, you should have left him where he was. Are you kidding me? Cornel West, you would have been better off inviting Donald Trump. I hate to say it. Same thing. They both love white women. Right? And I don't have a problem with somebody, with a Black person loving a white person. It's just that in the pedigree that I come from, we were taught early on that your leaders must marry within the constituency that they lead. You don't get to lead and then marry outside of that constituency, because then you have divided loyalty. That's just politics 101, period. Do you think Trump would have the following? Do you think Trump would be in the White House if he had a Black wife? Do you think he would have ever became the president at all if he had a Black wife? Nobody ever talks about or thinks about things in that nature, in that context. No. And if you think that he would have, then you don't understand how power works. And if you understand how power works, decisions such as marriage and children and family, yes, race matters. There's a book you should read. It's called Race Matters by Dr. Tony Martin out of Wellesley University. May he live forever. He also wrote The Onslaught of the Jews. But just type in Race Matters, Tony Martin. It's a classic. Race matters. Kwame Nkrumah's daughter wanted to run for president of Ghana. They told her no. Why? Because she was married to a white man. Doesn't make them racist. It means they understand power. And if you don't understand power, then go ahead and marry whoever the hell you want. Period. Okay? So, if Black men are supposed to be the knight in shining armor for Black women, then baby girl, princess, queen, if you are the problem, if you are under a spell, isn't that what the whole thing is about? She's under a spell and he kisses her and she awakens from the spell, right? So consider this presentation a kiss, because it's just to wake you up from the spell. That was really good shit. I just made that up. Right? So, but that's what it is. Okay? Okay. That's what it is. Straight up. Okay? So that's what this is. That's what this is. All right, so let's do this. Facts. You can't talk Black and marry white. Can't do that. You don't get to do that. Okay? Candace Owens. It amazes me, some of the people that you people even take seriously. It really amazes me. And I'm not here to even talk about them. Oh, I would even love to go on the Candace Owens show, because she owes us well, she don't owe us nothing, number one. Okay? Because she is no longer of us. So being that she is no longer of us, you don't owe us anything. But I would still love to go on the Candace Owens show just to address everything that that interesting person, Nick Fuentes, had to say about Black people in African history, who we are, what we've never achieved, what we've never done. Just one of the things I've learned about white males will not ever lose an opportunity to show you that they are the least educated people, if not the world, in the country, particularly when it comes to matters of history. In fact, the only people that I know of who are as bad with history, one of the things that I've learned, and it might have to do with because of the socialization process in this country, Black women tend to have a lot in common with white males, white men. And I've seen memes about it before. I've seen whole presentations about it before where people felt like the new white man is the Black woman. Why? Because the same complaints that the white man makes about the Black man, fed up Black woman, if you want to call them that, they make the exact same, they have the same talking points. They have the same talking points. Okay? So Black men are not stupid. We're aware, we're sensitive to things of such nature that we know who our enemies are. We know who hates us, right? Doesn't mean that we validate the hate, right? Or that we see it as a valid grievance. But for those of us who understand social engineering and how things work, and then when you get into the whole intersectionality thing, it's complex, but it's not as complex as people want you to think. So the bottom line is that, yes, I like that. Absolutely. Wonderful. Wonderful. I love having the women here. I love having the Black women, the sisters here. That means everything to me. If you knew who my mother was, you would understand why that's a big deal to me. It's a very, very big deal to have Black women here with me. And I'm loving you being here, Andrea Jones. If you know any Christian Black women, you really want to call them and tell them to watch this. If you know any Christian Black men, you want to call them too, but it's more important that the Christian Black women hear this. It's very important, okay? So that they can stop being taken advantage of and that they can begin to heal from a sickness that is harming the rest of the community to the point that we cannot build a society. And if you don't know the difference between a community and a society, you might want to take one of my courses in one of my classes. By the way, if you look in the description, you can book a 30-minute session with me, and it'll probably change your life. It usually does, and people always come back, and I stay busy. That might be another reason also why you guys haven't seen me a lot, because I'm often teaching class online. I do Zoom courses, and so, you know, absolutely stranger in the night right here, this one, right? She just poof. So, absolutely. So, let's get started. You guys see this thing, you're going to be like, okay, Shaka, I can see why you stalled. So, but I had to get this part clear. Black women are the number one problem in the Black community. They have been for a long time. Now, most mature Black women will freely admit this because they have enough time. You know, there's an old saying, you can only understand life backwards. You can only live life backwards because the future hasn't happened yet. The present is still unfolding. The only thing that we can be sure about and secure about is the past, right? And so, and because Black people in America are chronologically disordered or chronologically out of context, meaning that our relationship with time is dysfunctional, we don't really understand the nature of time, right? Of three-dimensional time, if you will, past, present, future. We don't really understand it. So let me say this to you. There's a saying that I really love, an axiom, and that is, in fact, I think it was George Orwell who said it, and this is where Black people lose all the time. Black people do not understand the investment that white people have made in the past, in controlling the past. Because whoever controls the past gets to write the present. Whoever gets to write the present controls the future. But you have to control one before you control the other. You can't control the present first. You have to control the past first. Once you control the past, you get to write the present. That's what it's called, history. History is not a product of the past. History is a product of the present. Why? Because it is written in present time. At any given point in time that a history was written, it was written at that present time. It wasn't written when the things were unfolding. So in order to control the future, you must first control the past. You control the past by writing about it in the present. That writing, which Black people really know nothing about, that writing is what creates your present reality, which leads into the future. So because of that, Black women, and I know this because I debate professionally, for those of you who have been following me for years, I debate professionally. And I love to troll in the context of debate online because I like to see what people are thinking. So I'm always in comment sections on Facebook because I like to debate, see what people think. And the one thing I can tell you that I've had enough exchange and discourse with people, period. Black women are particularly challenged when it comes to history in the past. They are literally the worst. If I could pick any demographic in the world that is worst when it comes to history, it's Black women. Now, it's not because they're not intelligent. I figured out why. I was wrestling with this for so long. I was like, why are Black women so bad at history? Because they make all kind of proclamations in those comment sections. Oh, this is this is that, and as a research specialist and a historian, I'm sitting there going, wow, you graduated high school? You graduated high school and you think that that's a fact? I just sit there and I'm blown away. But I realized why. I was trying to wrestle why, because there's always a great answer if you ask the great question. I said, why are Black women so challenged when it comes to history? And I figured out why. They're so challenged when it comes to history because the one thing about history that you have to understand, this is key, especially if you want to excel at it. History is mostly about data. Data and facts, particularly dates. Dates and data, they both have the same root, data. Black women do not perform well with history because it's all about data, dates. And the one thing about data and data, that once it's aggregated and accrued, what you are confronted with is a fact. And the one thing about facts, and this is very important, because you're talking about a demographic, Black women, who are heavily invested in emotions and feelings. I can tell you right now, if I'm saying something right now that's offending you, that's your emotions and feelings. It's not your sense of dignity and pride, because most Black women, like most Black men, well, there's not a little distinction here, but most Black women don't know the difference between pride and false pride. They're two different things. One is way on that side of the room, the other one is way on the other side of the room. Most Black women is false pride. And it doesn't matter what echelon they're at. It's false pride. False pride and pride are not the same thing. They are two different animals. But the thing that you have to understand that makes Black women so poor in performance, not all Black women, now there are some that get through the crack. I can count them on one hand, like literally on one hand. Animals when it comes to history. I mean like a beast. Even if they're not on my level, you're not going to. Most men are not on my level, but I've seen some Black women. One particularly on Facebook, she's really good. This sister, she deals with African history, really, really good. But the average Black woman, oh no. And it really is a pet peeve of mine, because if you look on social media right now, particularly on Facebook, one of the big pastimes in the Reels section are all these young Black females who want to pontificate on the Bible. You know, they love to deconstruct the Bible, this Bible deconstruction. And when I listen to them deconstructing the Bible, like they think they're saying something big. Oh, well, this story doesn't make sense because, and this story doesn't make sense. And I'm thinking to myself, if you think that Bible deconstruction is about talking about why and how the stories don't make sense, you're still in Head Start. You haven't even reached first grade. If the best you can do with Bible deconstruction is talking about how this particular story doesn't make sense and this doesn't particularly add up, and sweetie, you haven't even gotten started with Bible deconstruction. You're still way back there somewhere. You're years and years. But I realized too, that was another pet peeve of mine, that I started feeling like most Black people really don't want to learn. They just want to be heard and they want attention. You have to be very careful with being stuck on, look at what I know. I'm guilty of it too. I'm a human being, but you have to be careful of it so that it doesn't override the important thing. And the important thing is to gain footage and to gain mileage so that, are you ready? You move the needle. You have to be able to move the needle, and you can't move the needle if all you want to do, if you're stuck on, look at what I know-ism. Because of what you know is not really consequential. It's just showing that you were able to discern between this little distinction, this little. You're not moving the needle. We have to move the needle for nobody else, for our children. And so one of the reasons I do this is because I understand something about darkness. And darkness is neither good nor bad. It's part of life. Darkness is not bad, and we all have darkness in us. We have darkness in us and we have light in us. And they both serve a purpose. When that darkness becomes pervasive and it begins to strangle the light, you have catastrophe and calamity and funerals. Why? Because of compulsive behavior and impulsive behavior. Something that permeates the Black community. Why? Because nature hates a vacuum. Where intelligence does not maintain itself, it will make space for a poor substitute for intelligence, which are emotions and feelings. And don't talk to me about emotional intelligence, which is something that Black women love to wear that as a badge. Why are you talking to me about emotional intelligence when the very concept was made by 3 white men? Particularly 2 white men and then another white man who championed it. So it tells me you can't even think for yourself conceptually in a conceptual framework. You have to rely on a conceptual framework created by people who raped you for however many centuries. And that's your claim to knowing something and understanding something and defining something? You can't come to me with emotional intelligence because you didn't create that conceptual framework. And what it usually is, it's an alibi to try to diminish males because we're purportedly emotionally unintelligent. You would be surprised at how the inverse is actually true. We just don't speak on what we know and what we feel. There's a difference. We don't speak on what we feel. We are more trained to keep it very, very far away from you. Why? Because we're men. And we understand what our primary function and role in the world is. And it ain't feelings. You give a damn about our feelings? You give a damn. Can we provide? Can we protect and provide? What does my feelings have to do with protecting and providing? Not a goddamn thing in your eyes, in your world. So therefore, our feelings are a non-starter in discussion and discourse. It's not that we don't have them. We've become so adept at having them, those of us who are blessed enough to be able to explore them and master them and overcome them, and to make something intelligible out of them, that is probably what makes us more of a danger, or more of a, not a danger, but more of a threat to you. Why? Because we've already got shit locked before we walk in the room. If we could put on a movie screen the minds of men and women, let's say we had that insight, that technology, where we could show who is perceiving the territory and the terrain accurately between males and females, men and women, women wouldn't come anywhere near close to men. Nowhere close. You wouldn't. Nowhere close. Not when it comes to perceptive faculty. Why? Because from very early on in life, we are taught that there's a certain threshold past which our feelings are not allowed. So because that threshold exists, logic becomes our default, our go-to. So we have to become practical to logic very early on, whereas you're navigating life not without knowledge and without intellect or without perception, but with an indirect GPS, which you call emotional intelligence or emotions and feelings. It's an indirect GPS. Okay, ours is direct. I know he's gonna go in on me. I love him. Okay, all right. I've been told to start. Okay. Oh, facts. Today, yeah, the males act just like the women now. Yes. Well, that's because women for so long supported men acting and behaving like women, dressing like women, talking like women, alibying themselves as females. Yes, they championed it for a long time. They called us all kind of names if we didn't subscribe to that, right? They demonized us along with the rest of white society until those men wanted to take their places. So we end up holding the bag for something we saw from 20 miles out. You don't see it until it's right up on you, and then you look at us and ask us why we didn't stop it. Because you're the biggest problem in the community. Black woman, and I'm going to show you how you are. That's what this whole presentation is about. I was actually saying that back in August because I wanted to pique your curiosity. Why would Shakka say that Black women are the #1 problem in the community? I mean, it's not that Kevin Samuels didn't say it or Tommy Sotomayor didn't say it. People have been saying it for a long time. But I don't think anybody, and from my perspective, I don't think anyone really went and got the facts and the data and put it up on the screen so that they could see why they're the problem. And it's a very real thing. It's an existential thing. Black women are such a problem in the Black community that, from my perspective, 2 in 4 Black people, they're the #1 problem on the planet. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We're going to look at it right now. So let's go. I was told to start, so we're going to start. Okay. He said he loves listening to me. He said he could listen to me for 10 hours straight, but it's time for me to start the presentation. Whoa, where would I be without him? Okay. Let me see. Oh, you're jumping in. I cannot believe I'm doing this. Yeah. It's kind of embarrassing to admit that I have fear about this presentation because, well, it's not easy. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Pick my window. All right, let me pick my window. All right. We're going to go with this one. All right. So I can be on screen. Okay. Oops. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, okay, good. I'm still sharing. All right. See, you're just now seeing this presentation. I've had to live with it the entire time I was putting it together. Hold on one second. Here we go. Come on. Disappear. I hate this thing. All right, I'll put that down there. Hopefully you can't see it. Oops, I hit the wrong thing. Sorry. Share screen. Entire screen. All right. Guys, I need you to make sure you hit the cap ash because I have to get a new computer. That's why my StreamYard is going the way it's going because my computer is too outdated. I can no longer update to the type of browser on Chrome that I could use so I wouldn't have to do it this way. So hit that cash app. Computers aren't cheap. All right. So why is this here? Is it because I'm sharing my screen? Hold on a second, folks. See, I've got 2 of these things open, and I hate having that because it's so confusing to me. All right, it doesn't really matter. I don't really care. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Entire screen. Yes, allow. Okay. All right, I guess that's what that is. All right, let me just look and see. Get forward. Come on. I moved myself over there. I don't know why I did that again. All right, here we go. That's better. I just wanted to make sure that I'm where I'm supposed to be. All right, cool. All right, folks, I'm going in. If you can hang, good for you. We've all been taught about the school to prison pipeline, right? You know that. Oh, I got to stop it for this. I got to stop it for this. We've all heard about the school to prison pipeline. We've all heard about it. We've been hearing about it for years. The school to prison pipeline. But I was doing my research, just because of what I do for a living. And something began to stand out to me. And I said, something's wrong with that equation. Something's wrong with that sequential order, the school to prison pipeline. I said, there's something missing, right? Or better yet, let's call it the school to prison pipeline. Well, let's be honest about something in the Black community. What is the first school in the Black community that most Black children will have attended? Certainly when I was growing up. Put it in the chat. Let me see. Put it in the chat. I want to see it. At least 3 people say it. What is the first school that most Black children attend? I want to see who gets it. What is the first school that most Black children attend? Let me see it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Humor me. No, I said the first school. Somebody got it. Okay, 2 people got it. Exactly. The first school that we attend in the Black community is Sunday school. So this is where our education begins. This is very serious. Because when a child's brain is, for those of you who study anatomy and physiology and evolutionary physiology, you know, and biology in general, you know that a child's brain physiology is forming at a certain period of its life. And at certain areas of its life where it's malleable, once it becomes more fixed as it's progressing through time, certain ideas that are formed at a certain period become permanent. They become like sediment. There is no changing it. You can't change it because when the connections were made between the neurons and the axons and the dendrites, it happened at a particular time when the child was being fed certain information. This is why Catholic priests always say, give me a child that between the ages of 4 and 7, and no matter what you teach them afterwards, they will always be a Catholic, no matter what you do or say. There are many of us who came out of the church, but let you get close to your deathbed, you'll go right back to Jesus. Why? Because it happened within my own family. Because at a certain age, when you're forming, when your brain is forming and you are fed certain content, some of that content literally is a part of your physiology. You cannot change it. You're not Superman. You can't change it. But it's important to know, and this is the key thing, it's important to know, yes, I believe this, not because I think it's true. I believe this because of when I was fed it, when I was exposed to it, when I was indoctrinated into it. So therefore, I cannot change this belief. Doesn't matter what you tell me, doesn't matter what you show me. It's physiologically impossible for me to change this belief. But it doesn't make it true. So I still say, arm yourself with the truth, because the truth matters. It matters. In the long run, overall, it matters. In the big picture, it matters. Okay? But yes, Sunday school church, yes. Okay? Sunday school, yes. Sunday school, yes. Sunday school, yes. Yes. Not elementary. No. He said elementary. Elementary, no. We're already miseducated before we get to Head Start. Before we get to Head Start, we're already miseducated. Think about that. Think about the fact that, think about the investment made in your miseducation. That's an investment. And then you spend the rest of your life trying to fix that. You wonder why your children perform poorly. You wonder why the data shows how bad your children can't read. I teach class and I have to listen to some adults read. Sometimes I can't do it. Let me read it and you just catch up. Because you don't get to dull a knife and then complain when it can't cut. You don't get to do that. Especially when you're the one responsible for dulling the knife. You don't get to do that. The very first school that the majority of black children attend overall culturally is Sunday school. That's a problem. And we're going to look at why that's a problem. Here we go. Okay. I want you to look at this image. Make sure I'm on the right one because I know. See, it didn't go where it was supposed to go. Always got to be cognizant of that. All right. Okay. I want you to look at this image. The black church, see, that part was missing. The black church to school to prison pipeline. Because Sunday school is school, but it's also church. And those two things do not go together. They don't belong together. I want you to look at the expression on the faces of these young boys. I want you to see what's at the heart of this picture. I want you to see what's going on here. And I want you to see this man standing here. So let's start with the myth. Okay? And in order to start with the myth, I have to show you something. First, I have to get rid of this. Stop sharing for a second. I have to show you something. I want you to listen to this woman. So I want you to hear this, okay?
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read. They cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking. They cannot do anything on their own. They expect everything to be given to them. So in my class, we did this thing where I made them write once a week. They would have some type of assignment where they would have to write at least a paragraph, meaning 5 sentences. 5 sentences. The amount of assignments that I got in with 1 sentence, 2 sentences, the amount of complaints I got with the whole 5 sentences, that's too much. Can we do 3? Isn't 3 considered a paragraph? Oh, baby. We are in for a wild ride, y'all. Every assignment that I gave them, there was several students that came to my desk and made me walk them through the entire assignment, the whole thing. But genuinely, the truth of the matter is everybody is failing these kids. Everybody. the school board with all these different rules, they're failing these kids. The principals or admin altogether, they're failing these kids, and they're failing the teachers because they're basically telling us that we had to just pass a child along just to keep these graduation numbers. Like, oh, and don't get me started on the parents. Like, I will call and say, hey, your child is failing, and the first thing is, well, why didn't I know about this? Probably because you didn't answer the phone. Probably because you didn't respond to my email. On top of that, you have 24-hour access to Power School. When I tell y'all it is horrible, like, the parents that are here now are not the parents that we had growing up. So unfortunately, it's not these kids' faults. I mean, yeah, they're lazy, but like, what are you supposed to do when all you got to do is tell your mama, well, she failing me, and the school board is going to accommodate that parent? Like, it's crazy, y'all. We should be very scared for our new nurses, our new doctors, our new everybody. These colleges are going to have to start lowering their requirement because the amount of kids that are going to come into these schools and they cannot read, they cannot write, they cannot do anything without AI. We should really be scared.
Did you hear that? For those of you who have not seen that, I'm sure some of you have seen it before. Let me see the comments. I want to see what you're saying about that. Okay? Did you see that? Okay? Did you see that? Did you hear her? And you know, she wasn't talking about white kids. Most white students do not have black teachers. Okay? She's talking about your kids, our kids, how stupid they are. I don't mince words. It's about our kids. Don't tell me about the few and the handful that make it through and become valedictorians and start college at 14 and all of this stuff that we love to brag about on social media. I'm talking about the vast majority of us. Okay? Now, one of the things that was left out of that video that they're not talking about, this is the other part of the video that they're not talking about. They'll tell you, they will tell you that it's the students. But there's two other variables that they're not talking about. It's a perfect trifecta of stupidity. The students are at the end of the stupid pipeline. They're not telling you who's at the beginning of the stupid pipeline. The parents and the teachers are stupid too. They're not telling you that part. Have you spoken to these teachers? I know. I used to give lectures and presentations in high schools. The teachers were dumb as fuck. Sorry, the teachers are stupid. There are very few teachers that could sit down with me and have an intelligible conversation about anything. Unless it's a particular hard science that I'm not well versed in, right? I don't study physics. I'm a fan of physics. I go to physics lectures. I read literature on it, but I couldn't tell you about the workings of physics, right? I'm still struggling with the atom. I'm still struggling with the atom because it's so fascinating. I'm interested in nuclear physics, right? So I read the literature. And the way my mind works in terms of visualization, because I know that it can also tell us about other things, right? But the teachers are stupid. Look, I come from a family full of teachers. In my immediate family, I know for a fact they cannot have conversations with me about history. If you cannot have a conversation about history, then what the hell do you know? What do you know? You don't know philosophy. You don't know cosmology. You don't know cosmogony. what do you know? You certainly don't know linguistics. You don't even know pedagogy, because you can't separate pedagogy from history. You can't. My competency, if you will, my own personal competency is in epigraphy and papyrology. How many teachers do you know can have a conversation about epigraphy and papyrology? The very concepts or the conceptual framework within these disciplines and fields are beyond them. The teachers are just as stupid as the students. The parents are just as stupid as the teachers. Nobody is telling you this. When you got teachers and parents and students that all start out in one building, let's just use the Black community for a moment. I'm keeping the Viking up here because I want you to bear witness to this. When they all start out in the same church building, what the hell do you expect is going to happen on the other end of that spectrum? They're all starting out with the same brick around their neck. At what point in their life do they lose that brick? And what you're going to understand, and this is why this subject matter is so important, is because the religiosity of the Black community does not just affect those who are Christian or those who go to church. Because church in the Black community is not limited to religion. It is a cultural phenomenon. That means things outside of its immediate influence are directly impacted by it. This is why it's a discussion that must be had. It's a discussion that must be had. It's a long overdue discussion. Most people don't have it because the truth of the matter is that because church is very feminine based, and females are emotional bullies. Why? That's why they love to harp on emotional intelligence. So this is why you get such a vehement, volatile reaction particularly from women when you speak, Black women, when you speak about the fallacy of the church or the fallacy of the Bible or the fallacy of Jesus. Why? Because there's emotionalism at the center of it, mostly fear. But this is a fear that was taught. It wasn't a fear you were born with. It's a fear you were taught. And it's a fear that an industry will not allow you to outgrow because they benefit from that fear. They benefit from it directly to the tunes of planes, mansions, yachts, sending their children to the best universities, cars that we can't even pronounce. That's the pervasiveness of this fear. You're taught it in service of someone else's profit. Profit, not prophet. So let's get back to it. Almost got me. I always got to remember. Hold on one second, people. All right, that's fine. Cool. So I wanted to share that myth with you. The myth is, if you notice what she said that our children cannot read or write because without AI, they can't do anything. I'm going to tell you why that's a lie and why it's a myth. Because then what that presupposes is that prior to AI or before the internet, our children had high reading scores or that we could read very well as a community. That's what that means. Pardon me. That's what that means. Okay? And what started me on this was on December 4th, this sister, Ebony Swope, on Facebook. She made this statement. I tell you, I love following people on Facebook to see what people think. She's a teacher, and she said, "No child left behind ruined the education system, and it was 100% on purpose." No Child Left Behind, there have been multiple iterations of it. The one that they're talking about these days is the one that was issued during COVID. But there was the first time you ever heard of No Child Left Behind in terms of education was during the Bush administration. Bush number 2, not number 1, Bush number 2, George Bush Jr. Okay? If he was junior, but the second, right? So I used a lot of this. What you're going to see is it's coming from Google AI and it's coming from ChatGPT. Why? Because these are the ways that we acquire data today. And so rather than just, I'm going into books and text too, but I want you to see what you would see if you ask the right question and you go on very quickly, and you'll see that this is what the data factory is going to tell you. So I asked the question, is it true that reading levels among Black students in the U.S. were already in decline and lagging behind before the internet? Because if they were, that means that whole internet thing that she's talking about it's an alibi. You want to blame the fact that our children cannot read on the internet and AI when that's not the problem, because it was already that way before the internet. So what did Google AI say? Open AI. It said, yes, reading levels for Black students and students of color generally have historically lagged behind white students. And while the internet's emergence coincided with some shifts, significant disparities existed well before, rooted in systemic issues like what? School segregation, which I disagree with, and funding gaps, which I also disagree with. But what's important is that this gap was already there. Pre-internet trends before the 1990s. Systemic inequality. How do I know? Because I was around. Disparities are linked to a history of racial segregation and unequal school funding, impacting minority districts with fewer resources. That's not the problem. Early segregation's legacy. Even after the civil rights era, the effects of concentrated poverty, under-resourced schools continue to affect Black students' educational outcomes. That's a lie. The internet era and beyond. Pre-existing gaps widen. Now, this is true, which means if you were stupid before the internet, that means after the internet, you're going to be really stupid. And that's why you see all this Native American, indigenous, because Black people have just gotten all kinds of stupid. The internet did not make Black people smarter. It made them more stupid. It's like money or alcohol. Money and alcohol doesn't change you. It just shows people who you really are. That's all. You didn't say what you really feel when you're drunk. It's not that the alcohol made you say it. You didn't say what you really feel. You're uninhibited because your inhibitions are lowered. Money, right? Money doesn't make you a mean person. It will just exacerbate what you already were like inside. It would just exacerbate your character. That hence the term exacerbation. Experts note that the pandemic exacerbated what? Long-standing literacy gaps, showing that while the internet changed education, it did not, pay attention people, it did not erase foundational inequalities. So you can't escape that part. I don't care how nice your mother dresses you, or what vacation you went to, or how nice your hair looks because your mother got your hair did before you came with the nice box braids and you got the latest fashion. None of that means anything. You're still the same stupid person. You're still the same stupid Negro you were in the 50s, the 60s, and the 40s. You're still the same dumb N-word. Yes, I'm going to say it because somebody needs to tell you the truth. It's like people don't respect you enough to tell the truth because they fear you. I don't fear you. I've had to live too long as you to fear you. So I'm going to tell you the truth. Stagnant progress. Data from the Nation's Report Card, NAP, the NAEP, most teachers know what that is, shows that proficiency gaps persist. We're talking about 2026, people. In recent data highlighting low reading proficiency for Black students, around 17% proficient in 2022. Damn, 17% of Black students could read proficiently. How the hell do you expect to compete as a society when 17% of your children can read? What about the other 83%? Compared to white students at 42%. Do you know what the difference is between 17% and 42%? And you think you got a shot in hell? Are you serious? We're talking about literacy. Now, you can make money without being illiterate, but you're going to have to cut a lot of corners, and you're probably going to end up getting caught out there sooner or later for cutting those corners, which means a bad ending for you. Historical context matters. I didn't say it. None of these are my words. I just highlighted what the AI gave back. The struggle for literacy for Black Americans is deep-rooted, stemming from anti-literacy laws during slavery. So if you got a 400 or 300 or 250-year deficit, reading deficit, research deficit, how the hell are you trying to compete with a group at a 42% reading proficiency, literary percent, and you got 17%? You're not even in the game. You're not even in the game. With systemic barriers continuing to impact access and achievement today. In essence, pay attention, Black students faced significant reading challenges before the internet. Stop. I got to stop right there. So hold up. If Black students, in fact, I'm just going to stop sharing for a second. So Black students, you saw those stupid kids that she described in that video? That was the case before the internet. That was the case before the internet.
Bet you didn't know that.
That was the case before the internet. And it told you, if you pay attention to data, that the internet did not bring Black children and white children closer, or Black students and white students closer in terms of literacy proficiency. It made it even wider. It made it even wider. It made it even wider. Think about this. It made it even wider. Think about that. I want you to really think about that for a second. So the lie that they're telling you now, that Black teachers are telling you like she did, is that, oh, these children are stupid. They're so, I mean, she's talking about they damn near retarded. She's saying it's so retarded. I'm just saying. I'm old school. We use language like that. Shout out to C.K. Lewis. Right? She's saying that because of AI, they can't think for themselves and they can't read. What I'm telling you, she's saying that because she's young. She's probably born in the 90s or the 2000s. I've been around since the 60s. Sister. Black students didn't just get stupid. That didn't just start. That been going on. It been going on. And the internet made it wider. You need to think about that. You really need to think about that. Because I don't know about you, I'm different. Certain things blow my mind. That to me is like, wow. The internet made it worse. So if they were bad before the internet, it's really bad now. It's really bad now. And I'm looking at all of the things in the comments that people are saying, oh, it's integration that made it worse. Oh, somebody else said something else. Oh, it levels off after a while. And none of that stuff is true. None of it. And this is why I do research, because I learned a long time ago. I don't know why. And maybe it just has to do with the fact that that's my job. So because research is my job, I tend to see things that other people don't see. And it's not an easy thing to be comfortable with. In fact, it can make you feel quite lonely because you don't really have anyone you can talk to about it, right? I'm so grateful for Ka-Abet, because when I called him and told him I was doing this, the mere fact that I told him what the title was, he was like, oh, yes, right? So that let me know, okay, this is, it's relevant. But I've also had to learn that, it's very important that you know what your job is. And I realized that, that part is true. Yeah, this part is true. Yeah, it levels off as in higher IQ, just staying better than the rest. Well, there's some truth to that. As you're going to discover, that's not really as true as you think it is. There's some truth to that, but it's not as true as you think it is. Because, and I'm going to show you why, the fact that it does not level off as you would think that it does is part of the reason that white people are panicking right now. When we talk about the different groups, what's the term we use? Races, right? The different races. Black people really don't understand what that means. You think that has to do with this. No. There is a constant race unfolding and occurring and at play, but the race is here. There's a race. And there are people who are in the race, who are at one part of the run, who have a decided advantage that they created for themselves at your expense. And their job is to maintain that gap. In fact, widen it as much as they can. And the easiest way to do that is to make sure that there are people and agencies and interests within your own community that ensure that for them, so that they don't have to expend the energy of doing it themselves. That's why I said white people are not your biggest problem. The call is coming from inside the house. Yeah, being black is a horror show, because the call is coming from inside the house. I have no problem with race being a social construct. I just said it's unfolding here. There is a race going on. You have one group that is way ahead, and they have constructed things in such a way that they have a decided advantage quite a few centuries. Really, it's more than just 300 years. Most of you think it's just 300. White people do not have a 250-year epistemological advantage over black people. That is a lie. That is a lie. They have a 2,000-year advantage. 2,000 years. How you overcome a 2,000-year advantage with a record contract? With a movie contract for a few celebrities? The success of Tyrese does not help us compete. Because Tyrese has been in all of these movies and has all of these hit records, that does not help black people. Fast and the Furious Part 1 to 1,000. Transformers. I'm just using Tyrese as an example. Big time Christian. Always talking Jesus this, Jesus that. Always in Dubai in Arabic and Muslim dress and shouting Jesus to the top of his lungs. His success, which I'm grateful that he has, his success does not move the needle for black people in terms of that 2,000-year advantage that they have on us. Even T.I., who I love. T.I. is probably my favorite rapper since Tupac. And not because of his rap. I mean, I like T.I.'s rap. But it's him as a person. The way he thinks, the things that he does as a black man. That's what makes him one of my favorite people. There are not many rappers I would want to chop it up with. T.I. is one of them. Yeah. Even Willie D is definitely another one. Because I think Willie D has been shortchanged by people who have come on his platform and tried to make him look like he was stupid and didn't know anything. When in fact, no, it's not that. It's just that the guest didn't interact with him in such a way that he could join in on the intelligence. And I would love to be able to give him that opportunity. But I don't plan on nobody inviting me anywhere. Like I said, I'm not popular. And one thing I've learned about myself is I'm not a very likable person. And I've really had to become comfortable with that. I have to be very comfortable with the fact that most people don't like me. I'm cool. You know the old saying, you cool? Because I'm cool. Right? I'm cool. So, but that likability factor, it matters when it comes to networking and trying to meet with people and da-da-da-da. And my thing is, look, at the end of the day, if there's nothing that has ever come out of my mouth or if I haven't, if nothing that I've said has resonated with you in such a way that it is so consequential that you don't think that your platform needs to be graced by myself. But let me shout out those who have invited me. Shout out to Sound of the TV. Shout out to Tasha K. Shout out to Flake Talk. Shout out to even y'all know Uncle Ruckus with his platform, Jesse Lee Peterson. Shout out to Jesse Lee Peterson. Even he had me on his platform, right? So most of these platforms today, these so-called black platforms, if Malcolm X was alive, they wouldn't have him on them platforms. They'll talk about him, Malcolm X, but they would never let him come on their platforms. Drink Champs would not have Malcolm X on their platform. No. Because with all due respect, and this is not a disrespect to Brother Umar, like I said, I'm backing up off of him because I think we have to support each other at the end of the day. The Breakfast Club, all they know is Umar Johnson. Somebody coming black, it's Umar Johnson. And that is because he did good marketing. He marketed himself in such a way that if they say, okay, you're the go-to man, we coming to you. But I think it's irresponsible. It's more of a statement on these platforms that they're not even there doing their due diligence to determine who is it out there in the ecosystem that black people could really benefit from hearing. That kind of due diligence, it no longer exists. That's why there's no black press anymore. That's why you don't have a Like It Is. You don't have a Dr. Tony Martin. I mean, Tony Brown's Journal, right? The things that I grew up with, right? I actually bought in a New Year's with Gil Noble's son. For those of you who know Gil Noble from Like It Is, the wonderful ancestor. May he live forever. So, tapping in from New Orleans. Hey, I have a special place in my heart from New Orleans because that's my father's from Louisiana. Just how it is, right? I appreciate that. Do I owe very much so, right? I always tell people, there's a lot of people that don't know who I am, but I always find it interesting when I meet people who don't know who I am or they're just absolutely clueless. I don't feel as if, oh, I'm less than because you don't know who I am. I feel like, not that you're less than, but it's like, wow, you must, like, what rock have you been under? Right? The reason that you don't know me is not because I haven't made my bones in this ecosystem. The reason you don't know me is because you was distracted and still learning, and you had to arrive to discover me. You had to go through some whatever you went through to discover me. But once you do, you'll figure out why. Okay? All right. And even, I got to shout out Roland Martin. Thank you so much. Because he gave a home to people like Dr. Greg Carr, who comes out of the Temple University PhD program that was headed by 𝓖𝓿𝓭𓀢𓀁🫏 with Dr. Mary Obidi and their wives. You have to imagine, you had a two husband and wife teams, all four of them getting their PhDs at the same time in the only Black Studies PhD program in the United States, which was at Temple University, headed by Dr. Monologues, but the main person who created the program and who ran it was Dr. 𝓖𝓿𝓭𝓭𝓏, who was Dr. Shakka-Ahmose Diop's comrade in scholarship. Black people have a legacy to celebrate that they know nothing about because no one talks about it. All of these platforms today, to me, they're about nothing. The new generation of Black people that you are bringing into existence, they're about nothing. They are artificial. They are as artificial as artificial intelligence. And if that's what you want, if that's the way things are meant to go, that's the way things are meant to go. But for those of us who are organically Black, organically of African descent, for those of us who understand the relevance of these things, legacy, pedigree, things of that nature, for those of us who understand these things, we don't have the luxury of pretending to be artificial just to fit in. Like I always said, I never fit in anyway. So why start trying now? What's the point? I've never fit in anyway. So I might as well just go the rest of my way, not fitting in. I'm good, right? Absolutely. I grew up listening to the dissertations that came out of that presentation, the New Jack Scholars. Most of y'all don't know anything about the New Jack Scholars. Y'all know nothing about that. Because when I was listening to the New Jack Scholars, y'all was going to the clubs partying. All right, let's get back to the presentation. But yeah, Black students have gotten, you need to know this. Because the future that the children that you produce are the future that you encounter. So when you find that there's no Black medical staff who understands your sensitivities as a Black woman, the threats that you face because white establishments don't care about your pain threshold and things of that nature, that's the future you produced. Or as a Black man, you find that you're not getting fair treatment under the legal system because you didn't produce a cachet of legal scholars worthy of y'all know who I'm talking about, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, right? You didn't produce that. You got two Black Supreme Court justices, both married to who? The two Black Supreme Court justices you got, both have white spouses. Oh, that killed my thing? Oh, okay. I'm back. Yeah. Ketanji Brown, white husband. Clarence Thomas, white wife. Does it matter? Yeah, it does. It matters. Why? What is the message that it sends? The message that it sends is that in order for you to participate in this ecosystem, these are the social requirements with which you must come. That's it. Appearances matter. Yeah, it does. Even though it's deeper than that, appearances still matter. Anyway, let's get back to it. Okay, so we're going to, oops. Right, got it there. Oh, yeah, this is going to be fun today. Guys, you guys have helped me to be more comfortable in presenting this presentation. I want to say thank you. You'll see why in a second as we continue. Okay. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Rounding. So let's talk about how we're keeping score here. The Black church to school to prison pipeline. Rounding. The African American cult of ignorance. The curse of the 70. Why do I call it the curse of the 70? Look at the scoreboard. This is going to tell you everything. We're going to have the percentage, and then we're going to round it off. And I'm going to explain to you the rationale behind the rounding. Remember, this is about her. Okay? We're here to help them. Rounding to the nearest 10. It's an AI overview. In statistics, it's crucial for readability, avoiding false precision, and aligning results with the original data's accuracy. This is why we are rounding and not using specific numbers in most instances. In some instances, we will be using specific numbers because it matters to get a clearer picture. But for the most part, we're going to be rounding so we can get a general picture. Now, the majority, this is AI overview, Google, this is not Shakka-Ahmose. The majority of African Americans are Christian, primarily Protestant. In fact, Black Americans are more likely to identify as Christian and report higher levels of religious importance and practice than the U.S. population as a whole. That alone should tell you something. Protestantism. Protestantism has long dominated the Black American religious landscape, with about 2/3, 66% of Black Americans identifying as Protestant. Catholicism accounts for a smaller share at about 6%, right? So that puts us at 72%. Another 3%, which puts us at 75%, identify with other Christian faiths, mostly Jehovah's Witnesses. So that puts us at 75%. But because we're rounding, we're going to round to 70. Okay? I'm going to show you why later. Right? We're going to round to 70, not to 80. We're going to round to 70 because you're going to see that 70 is our consistent number. Why are we doing this? Because you cannot solve a problem with a company, any institution, unless you first do an audit. You have to audit yourself by looking at your numbers. Have you ever noticed we don't look at our numbers? So how are you going to fix your problems if everything in the universe is number and you don't bother to get the data on the numbers? How are you taking yourself seriously about fixing your numbers, about solving your problems, about being there for your children overall? Being there for your children doesn't mean only being there for the children that you raise or the children in your household. It means for our children. So you have to audit. That's what this is. It is an audit. So then when I tell you that the Black woman is the number one problem in the Black community, that is the outcome of the audit. Let's look. 75%. Roughly 1 in Black Americans, 21%, are religiously unaffiliated, identifying as atheist, agnostic, or nothing in particular. And that's a problem because that percentage usually works in the interest of the very system that's undermining you. This year, and this year is growing among younger generations, mirroring a trend in the general U.S. population. Now, let's go. Oh, the black church has historically played a central role, not just as a place of worship, but also as a vital hub for community support, activism, and leadership in the fight against systemic pressure for civil rights. Irrelevant. The black church to school to prison pipeline. Rounding. She is the problem. Part 1. Let me see if you're ready for this part. Stop sharing. Show me by the number 1. Put the number 1 in the chat if you're ready for this part. She is the problem. I want to see how many black women are present for this. Let's go. Put a number 1 in the chat if you're ready for this part. She is the problem. I got 1. Let's go. Let me see how many ones I get. I might just get 2 ones. That's okay. I just want to see. Right? I won't know. I won't know if I don't ask. Come on. Oh, I got a few ones. Okay. Let's see what I got. All right. Let's see who's ready for this. She's the problem. Okay. Dave. All right. The cost. All right. All right. Mostly I just see the brothers. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hey, Ms. Tash. Good to see you. Present. Wonderful queen. Thank you for being here. I can't wait to speak to you. Right. Okay. Okay. I was hoping to see more. Okay. I can still wait. Let me get a few more ones in here. Come on, people. Yeah, they're not going to stick around this. Them emotions, those feelings. As long as your emotions and your feelings determine whether or not you want to stick around to potentially solve a problem, ultimately makes you the problem. If somebody comes to me with a problem about, or they inform and instruct me, Shakka, you are the issue. You are the thing that is causing this whatever. If I don't want to hear it because of my emotions and my feelings and because I'm offended by what they say, am I getting any closer to help solving the problem? No, because I can't shift. I have to be able to shift. I have to be able to pivot. I have to be able to make the necessary change so that I don't persist in being the problem. It doesn't mean that there's something wrong with me. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with black women. That's not my message. Even though that's not my message. What I'm saying is that you're the number 1 problem. And it's a problem that has to be solved. Okay? I know I had more women in here earlier. I'm wondering where they at. They probably heard me say black women are the number 1 problem in the black community too many times and said, oh, I can't deal with this. He's just saying black woman, black woman, black woman. But they won't even stick around to see the data to show why I'm saying that. So that they can then say, oh, he sure does have our back. He sure does. He is trying to cover our flank. They're not going to stick around for that. Which means I probably should have just jumped right into it. But my thing is this. I don't talk to people who don't stick around to find out. You're usually a part of the lower IQ class anyway. That's in any group. It's like people who cut class in school. If you cut class in school, why am I going to think that you are at the top end of the spectrum in terms of IQ or somebody who's going to get good grades or be the valedictorian, anything? No, you cut class. I know where your future is going to find you. We all know where the future is going to find you most likely. Okay? So, yeah, if you cut class and you bounce and, it's too hard for you to hear, well, okay. Here we go. No question about it. No question about it. Here we go. Okay. Let's hit it. So we are going back up into the presentation. Share screen. Here we go. All right, we're back on. Let's do it. Here we go. Here we are. We're rounding. She's the problem. Okay? The black church to school to prison pipeline. She is the problem. Part 1. Okay? Approximately 58% to 64% of African American Christians are female. That means out of 100% of African American Christians, Black Christians in America, out of 100%, we're going to the higher end, 64% are Christian. We're going to round off to 70%. That's because it fluctuates. That's why I said rounding is important when you're dealing with data and stats. Rounding is very important. We're not just arbitrarily rounding. 70%, we're rounding. 70%. Now, normally you would round to the lower number. We're not. We're rounding to the higher number because there's what's called a larger consistency. The larger consistency, as you're going to see as we progress, is with the higher number, 70. So logic dictates that we round to the 70. Okay, I'm going to show you the data on why you round to the higher number in these kind of circumstances. It's because the nature of what we're talking about. Okay, this is based on studies indicating women are generally more religious than men in the U.S., with the gender gap particularly wide in historically Black Protestant churches. You hear that? Gender gap, particularly wide in historically Black Protestant churches, where women make up. Now listen to this. 64% of African American Christians are female. That's an overall. So now there's two 64s here that you have to consider. A lot of people don't really understand how to read data. Don't confuse this 64 with this 64. Because when it describes the 75% of African American Christians, all of them were not Protestant. So now here it's going to narrow it down to just the Protestant churches. So within the Protestant churches, the women make up 64% of the membership. So let me translate for you. That means overall, 64% of African American Christians are female. Within the Black Protestant churches, 64% of that membership is female. So those are two 64% percentages that we are going to round off to 70%. So you got your first 70%, now you got your second 70%. These are your numbers because this 64% is going to fluctuate. In any given year or any trend, it could go up to 65, 66, which means this is a legitimate rounding. Okay? 70% of African American females are Christian. 70% within the Protestant church are female. Within the Black Protestant churches are female. So you got two overlapping demographics, both of which are represented by 70% of Black females in our community. That means that the majority of the females in our community fall into this category. At the end of the day, we have to figure out why our children are so fucking stupid. That's what this is all about, because we all pay the bill for it. It doesn't matter if I'm a Christian or not. It doesn't matter if I grew up in the Christian church or not. I'm talking about a bill that keeps coming due intergenerationally with no one seeming to seriously want to solve the problem. And I'm telling you that she is the problem. It starts here on the plantation with the slave preacher. So the majority, that's why I got this mop in this bucket, because this is a mess that we have to clean up. You want your children to clean it up? How can your children clean it up if they're being born to stupid parents that don't know anything, because stupid parents were produced by stupid churches? Explain to me how stupid plus stupid equals a solution. You got to explain that. Hold on one second. You got to explain to me, on what world and on what planet does In what world and in what planet does stupid plus stupid equal a solution? Explain that to me. The car you drive doesn't tell me about your intelligence. The house you live in doesn't tell me about your intelligence. It doesn't. It doesn't. I live in what's considered to be a prestigious, relatively prestigious address. Doesn't mean I'm smart or I'm particularly special. Yeah. So I'm dumb as fuck, but that's not the point, right? Oh, there's no question about it. But you also have to remember, what do they say about saving a drowning person? What's the axiom about swimming out to save a drowning person? It's very dangerous because they will fight you. They'll fight you. It's like waking somebody out of a sleepwalk. They can harm you. They can hurt you because they don't know what's going on. They just, yeah. These people don't want to be parents. They just ended up having babies. They don't care. Do you know what the average IQ is of a black woman in the average black community is? What's her IQ? Oh, you don't know and you don't care? But you got the best interest of the black community at heart? How can you not care if you don't care about her IQ? It matters. Because that's where the child is going to get. How can you go get the... And first of all, you want to look at the numbers. How can the black children of the black community reflect the IQ of the fathers who may or may not have a higher IQ than the black mothers if the majority of the black women are not going, if the majority of black children are not growing up in households with black fathers? Can't happen. I'm going to make a t-shirt. Stupid plus stupid is not equal to S, a solution. You are the problem. You are the problem. Period. 𝓈�𓄿𓅓����𓀢𓀢📫. You are the problem. Oh, not at all. IQ is not pseudo. If IQ was pseudo, why would, remember I told you about the race? You got one group that's up here toward the front and they work really hard to keep the other group all the way in the back. But the device that they use to do that is they implant agents within that community to do it for them. Some people call them boulé. Some people will call them the upper class, whatever you want to call them, the elites, right? But or the black wealthy, whatever. These people, right? It ain't the white folks up here anymore. They got you on automatic pilot. Why would they work so hard if IQ is pseudo? Why would they work so hard to keep you from reading? Why would they outlaw reading and writing and education? Why would they work so hard to marginalize you? Let me tell you how stupid black people are. I'm just going to be straight with you. Do you think black people know anything about white intellectual history? Really? Particularly black Christians. I'm talking about black Christians. And since they are the majority of the black community, I showed you. What was the percentage of African Americans who are Christian? Let's go look at that. Here we go. Let's look at that. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. Let's look at this. Oops. No. Come back here. All right, now we go. So we're going to look at, just so we can remember how much of the black community is overall Christian. Guys, when you're looking at these numbers, please take notes. That way, if I ask a question like that, you can just put it in the chat and I don't have to go look for it. Okay? Here we go. I can't expect you to remember everything. Okay? So, how many, let's see. How much of the African American community is Christian? That's the only thing that I hate about the PDF. It takes forever to render. Here we go. The majority, 75%. 75% of the Black community in America is Christian. 75%. Do you know what 75% is? Do you know how large that number is? 75%. That means I got 5 fingers on my hand. If I take away 75%, I'm left with 2 fingers. See this? Well, I'm just using this as a, The rest, everybody else is Christian. They got the Jesus disease. I want you to think about that number. 75% of the Black community in America is Christian. 70% of those Christians are female. 70% within the Protestant church alone are Black females. Keep these numbers in mind. Now, I rounded that 75% to 70 just for, I guess, congruency. 70% when it's actually more, 75%. 70% of the Black community has Bible brain. 70% of the Black community has Bible brain. And you think you know something about white intellectual history? The very people that you have to compete with? Because first of all, you don't even think there's a competition going on. But you're the first to complain. We're the first to complain. Oh, well, this. Oh, well, that. And everything under the sun. Why are you complaining if there's no competition going on? You should be cool with everything the way it is. But if there is a competition, and just because you don't agree to being in competition with someone does not mean that they are not in competition with you. Ask any woman that's ever lost her man to another woman. She was not in competition with that other woman, but that does not mean that that other woman was not in competition with her. Or vice versa. As a man, you might not be in competition with this other man for your woman, but that don't mean that he's not in competition with you. Competition is part of life. It's built into nature. Everybody's competing. The ones that win are the ones who are cognizant of the fact that they are indeed competing. So if you are going to show up, you have to show up with your A game, and the name of the game is hardball. Thank you, Pam Riley. $75%. I don't think y'all know how large that number is. Because we're doing an audit. I said in August that the Black woman is a problem. And some people were just like, they just thought I was saying that there's something wrong with her. No, I said she's the problem. And you can't solve a problem by sticking your head in the ground and pretending that it does not exist. Try it. Tell me how well that's going to work out for you. Tell me try sticking your head in the ground and tell me how well that works out for you. I want to know. If you think that that's going to solve a problem by ignoring it, don't talk about it, pretend that it's not true. If that's going to solve a problem, continue to have stupid children. Because most parents have never even bothered to look up those stats on children. And I'm about to show you more stats on Black kids. Because we're here for the data. Not Shakka's opinion. Doesn't mean that I don't have opinion about the data. But we're here primarily for the data. I know Kyle Bett's going to kill me because I'm not looking at the phone. Here we go. I got to do this, Here Here we go. I'm not going to do the whole thing. It's going to be impossible for me to do the whole thing today. I wouldn't even try. I might be crazy, but I ain't stupid. Here we go. I might be stupid, but I ain't crazy. Either one, I'm not both. Either way, I'm not both. 75%. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I saw your last message. Wonderful. I bet. 75%. The Journal of Blacks in Higher Education. We're just using stats and data. United States Census. Black women are the most likely group to be single parents. And this is not that old. This is 2024. The United Census Bureau has released a new report on the demographic profile of households and living arrangements in the United States over the past 50 years. The report found that the share of households made up of married couple families has significantly dropped since the 1970s when I was a child, particularly for non-white households. In 2022, only 27% of Black households were married couple families, compared to roughly 50% of white households. So let's say that that's around that 27% to 30%. That means that single parent households in the Black community are what? 70%. So now you got another 70. That's why I call it the curse of the 70. Wait until you see how many 70s you got in your balance sheet, Black people. You are the 70 people. That's who you are. You should all buy t-shirts that say 70. Why? 75% of us are Christian. 70% of those Christians are Black women. In the Protestant churches, that's 70%. And then 70% of the households in our community are single parent households. All you got so far is 70. That's all you got. 70, 70, 70, 70. Now, in the world that I grew up in, intelligence is the ability to see a pattern. Genius is seeing it before anybody else does. You cannot do as much research as I do and not have patterns screaming at you. The choice is, do I divulge it? Do I show it to them? Do I give it to them? But it'll only have value for those people who are seriously interested in solving Black problems. If you're not solving, the 70, yeah. Oh, wow, I never thought about that. Wow, I never even thought about that. Whoa, he just blew my mind. Yo, do you know how, I got to take a picture of that. Now I'm kind of jealous that I didn't even see that. The name of the first Bible is actually the 70. Hold on one second. Where's it at? Oh, that was the wrong one. I should have just said it. The name of the very first Bible is actually the 70. It's called the Septuagint. But in scholarly circles, they just call it the 70. It's LXX. That is, I'm embarrassed because I didn't see that. That is what I was wondering, what is at the root of all of this 70? This is it. It's the Bible. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Overall, it never dawned on me that the name of the original Bible is actually called the 70. Whoo! Oh, and I'm going to show you the data for that. It's called the 70. It's not the Torah. The Torah is something that comes later. Okay? Torah coming from the Pentateuch coming into being at the same time as the 70, with the preponderance being on the side of the 70 being first. I'm going to show you the data for that. Wow. I got another picture of that. Well, look, in research, you got to understand something. There's always something that you're going to miss. But that's it. The Last Outlaw gave it to you. You can thank him for that one, if that's a him. Facts. Facts. You called it. The 70. Oh, he got the wrong one. There you go. I'll give it to you. The 70. There you go. Excellent. That is what the first Bible is called, the 70. And I'm looking, exactly, crazy. That is crazy. That's insane. I'm wondering where's all of this 70 coming from. That's why I called it the curse of the 70. And it never dawned on me that that is actually the name of the first Bible, the 70, the Septuagint. I'm really pissed off that I didn't make that observation. I hate you. Yo. Last Outlaw, I hate you. You stole my thunder. You stole my thunder. Yo, everybody give it up. Yo, everybody give it up for true. I did teach it, and I did teach that it was at the beginning of all of this. That's true. But I didn't make the connection in this presentation. Yeah. Absolutely. Wow. This is the one I wanted to show. Last Outlaw. Good cat. I gotta take a picture of that. Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, the convo with me and Ali Muhammad was about the 70, and it's a legendary conversation. It is, and it was in that one where I went in explaining to people that the 70 was at the source of all of this. I just didn't make that connection for this presentation. That's all. The 70 is in this presentation. I brought it along. I just didn't make the connection that here I am explaining to you that the black church is at the source of this prison pipeline. Because it is. I'm going to show it to you. The black church is the source of it. But it didn't dawn on me when I was looking at the percentages of all of these things that plague our community. They're all expressed in terms of 70%. And it never dawned on me that that's the name of the original Bible, the 70. Well, now you know. We all found out together in real time. Thank you shout out to the Last Outlaw. Here you go. Facts. Uncle Walter. Walter Williams always said, take the Bible and put it in the nearest garbage can. And I'll tell you something. He used to call me a lot, and we used to speak on the phone for hours. For hours. For hours. He's here. Walter Williams, this is also for him. I would say between him and Dr. Ben, and Shakka-Ahmose, all of them, they all had such an indelible impression upon me. I was looking the other day at pictures of Dua'u. I was looking the other day at pictures of myself and Dr. Ben sitting in his home. And those times really meant a lot to me. Like, I can't describe to you what it was like to sit with Dr. Ben in his home and just talk. We would just talk for hours. And I'm very grateful for that time that I was able to spend. Here we go. Absolutely. Facts. Absolutely. Facts end the conversation. That's what he always said. Facts ends the conversation. Okay. I would show you the whole quote, but let's get back to the presentation. Really go hard on AI the way I want to. So, cause I got a lot of stuff with music coming and video, and y'all already know how I do. So, yes, I am a recording artist. For those of you who don't know, I'm not here in that capacity today, but so black women are most likely the most likely group to be single parents. That means 70% of the households in the black community are single parent households or just single family households, right? In 2022, 27% of black households were married couple families, which means roughly 70%, right? Or 83%, 70%, right? Because if you if you just add 3 to that 27%, you're going to round it off to 30%, which leaves 70%, okay? Compared to roughly 50% of white households. So that's, now, what did we look at earlier? Oh, the gap between white Christians and black Christians, right? We looked at the gap in the reading scores between blacks and whites. Do you see how large these gaps are? And you wonder why white people are privileged in this society? You cannot explain white privilege without explaining these gaps. And if you're not looking at the gaps and you're not trying to fix them, don't say that you're trying to solve black problems. Here we go. While statistics vary slightly, roughly 60 to 70% of African-American children, now we're talking about the children, 70%, do you see it? I'm not making this up. You got another 70 people. While statistics vary slightly, 70% of African-American children live in single-parent homes. And the vast majority of these, which could be anywhere from 70 to 80, are headed by mothers, with estimates suggesting around 70% or more of those single-parent households are single-mother families. So you got 70% of black children growing up in households where 70% are headed by single mothers. You cannot make this up. This is the data. Meaning nearly half of all black children are raised by their mothers alone. For example, one source notes that 42.2% of black children live with their mother in a single-parent household, or a single-parent home. While another states 70% of black children are raised by single mothers, indicating most single-parent situations are maternal. So, hold on, how many 70s we got? Now, let's add that up. We ain't got to play. We're talking about numbers now. This is data. The computer is not trying to be your friend. AI has not trying to be your friend. It's not trying to be your enemy. It's just telling you what the data says. 75% of us are Christian. We're going to round that off to 70. 70% of those Christians are black women. Within the Protestant church, 70% of it, rounded off, is made up by black women. 70% of black children are growing up in homes, single-parent homes, headed by 70% single-parent household led by women. And then 70% of those households are single-parent households, which was supposed to come before the last 70%. So you got 70% that you got to deal with. We're talking about your gaps. So when you stand in front of a white person and you start talking shit, you start talking all of this stuff about whatever you like to say about white people. White people ain't got these kind of numbers. These are your numbers. You got to account for your numbers. We got 6 instances of 70%. White people don't have to live those numbers out. You do. A nice outfit does not cover up that number. Having your hair did does not cover up that number. Guess what? A big, juicy, fat ass does not cover up those numbers. Your eyebrows being done, that pretty face, all the likes that the guys show up in your DM and all this other, all that attention that you crave, it does not fix those numbers. 70%. 70%. Say it. 70%. We're doing an audit. How come nobody's done this? Not even the Prince of Pan-Africanism. My brother, Umar, who I love. I wish I could have Umar here with me doing this. That would be great. That would be dope. That way I could also apologize to him publicly and in person at the same time, because he should not have been exposed to my own frustration about just the way the market is set up, right? Marketing is just not something that I focus on, right? I focus on data, information, okay? I mean, it's very, very unaddressed. Yes. Look at this. Despite the fact that women are at the center of the problem based on data. This is data. We're not even done with the data yet. We're just dealing with the first 670s. And no, I do not expect black women to change these numbers on their own. They can't. And it shouldn't be put on their shoulders for them to do it. But they have to be willing to have the conversation with us. They have to be willing to say, well, hey, nobody ever showed me these numbers, because maybe these numbers might govern their decisions. Maybe because don't automatically assume that black women are against the black community. Don't think that. Don't think that way. Right? Quite often, none of us know how we feel or think about our own community until a certain situation arises. And so if you're like me, you might feel one way about our community on Monday, another way about our community on Tuesday. That's the way life is, right? But overall, I love us. Why? Because at the end of the day, we all we got. So we all we got. Guess who got to fix our numbers? We do. But how you going to fix the numbers you don't talk about? Explain that to me, genius. The only ones who will get the full benefit of this are those who stick around or who come back to watch it later. But if you're gone and you leave, I'm cool. Because the facts don't change because you leave. That's the beautiful thing about facts. They don't change because you don't want to hear Shakka say that black women are at the center of the black community's biggest problem. They are. There's no question about it. And this is not to beat up on black women. This is not what this is about. It's about saying, okay, we got to self-audit. Let's look at our numbers. Do you want me to invite you to a private meeting? Like you're going to show up to a private meeting? So I'm doing, it's got to be done publicly. That's what I'm using my platform, to do it publicly. Not to shame you in front of the world, but to say, let's have a conversation with somebody who's qualified to have the conversation. What makes me qualified? I did the damn research. I don't need a degree from a white man to be qualified to I can count. I can see patterns. I got to have a white man. Do I got to get a memo from a white man to tell me that the sun is in the sky? For me to recognize that as true? Then why do I need a white man to come and verify the data for me when I can see it for myself? And if the data is showing us something that we need to get under control, shouldn't I have enough courage to say, look, this is what's going on. How about we talk about it first? Because we can't fix something that we don't talk about. I mean, that's the truth. Nobody wants to be the problem. I'm sure if the data said the opposite, that black men were the problem, we wouldn't want to hear that, because it automatically would make us feel as if we're bad people, as if we're less than. I'm not saying that black women are less than. Are you out of your mind? Me say black women are less than? Look, let me say this to be very clear. There's nothing, zero, more beautiful in its entire universe that God has created. And I am not an atheist. Sorry for you atheists out there. I think atheism is absolutely stupid. I'm not an atheist. There is nothing more beautiful. Actually, I should have said this first. My mother always taught me, take a give before you take. I should have said this from jump. I just think people would know it automatically if you know anything about me. There's nothing more beautiful in this universe than a black female. Nothing. It does not exist. There is no such animal. There is no such creature. There is nothing in this universe that is more beautiful than a black female. I'm sorry. If you have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. But that is my truest feeling. I've been around them for almost 60 years. I know how they've made me feel from the time I was a child to now. They would make you, in your black women, I don't think black women even know the impact they have on us, on black men. I don't think they know how we really feel about them. To us, there is nothing more special. Nothing. I hate to say this, not even our children. We love our children. But she is something special. And I don't need a white man to tell me that. I don't need a white man to come along and tell me, oh, your woman is the best. We know that. But the math don't lie. You see, the one thing I respect more than a black woman is math. Baby, I love you. But you are not the math. You are part of the math. You are a product of the math. The math must be respected. If we're building a building, the building don't give a damn about your womb. The building don't give a damn about your breast or how pretty you are or the building doesn't care. Either the foundation is solid because the numbers add up and the measurements are right, the math is mathing, or it's not. And so when it comes to math, we have to be cold and surgical about this. It's very true. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And this is what I said earlier, that women are bad at history because history does not care about your feelings. History is numbers, dates, as Professor Walter Williams made sure we understood. History is all about dates. And most black people, I was talking about earlier, most black people, majority of who are Christian, most of us are Christian. Most black Christians don't know anything about white intellectual history. That will always keep you at a disadvantage because you do not understand the philosophies that are driving the people who are oppressing your ass or who are outdoing you. How are you going to claim you MAGA as a black person? You MAGA. Or even as a white person, you MAGA. Make America great again. Which means, according to Project 2025, that you believe America is a Christian country. The majority of African Americans are Christian, which means if you black and MAGA, you Christian. So how are you Christian, and the man that you voted for brought in people like Elon Musk? Elon Musk is not a Christian. He keeps Christians around him, like his Mormon handler or his Mormon protege, whoever you want to call him, the guy who helps manage his affairs. He's a Mormon, right? LDS, Church of Latter-day Saints. Peter Thiel, who underwrites Vance, he's not a Christian. The white people who are actually the bedrock of the economy that lords over you, they're not Christians. Perfect example. I was going to do a whole presentation about this. Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk, who is a threat and a danger to black people. Who do they quote? Who do they all have in common that they quote? Who do they all have in common that they quote? Put it in the chat. They don't quote Jesus. Who do they quote? Who is their favorite? If you don't understand white intellectual history, then you don't understand the motor and the engine behind the people who are kicking your ass. And if you can't turn off the motor behind the people who are kicking your ass, just keep getting your ass kicked and stop complaining about it. Because we don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. If you don't have within you what is required to produce men that can save your ass, you don't deserve to be saved, black woman. You don't deserve to be saved. You're giving birth to your own. So you're going to look over at another man. So in other words, the white woman, she could produce a Prince Charming that you're looking at to come save you, but you are incapable of producing a Prince Charming that can come along and save all your daughters. That alone should tell you that you're the problem. Where are all the Prince Charmings that are both supposed to be saving your daughters? Where are they? Was you expecting white women to make them? Were you expecting Asian women to make them? Were you expecting Hispanic women to make them? Non-black Hispanic women to make them? Who were you expecting to make them? Russian women? There's only one group of women that are supposed to produce the Prince Charming that are supposed to come along and save them. This is not easy to hear, is it? I want to know who's supposed to produce them. Because you don't want to talk about this. See, Kevin Samuels didn't go hard enough. To me, he was a joke. He was a joke because he didn't understand the full nature of the problem. Not that, I don't mean a joke in a disrespectful sense, meaning in context of the reality of the discussion. Kevin wasn't qualified to have that discussion. In fact, he made fun of so-called hoteps too. I don't respect black people who use that term hotep in a disrespectful way, because the first thing it tells me is it tells me about your IQ. You laugh at the term hotep, but white people respect those white people who are kicking your ass. They respect that term hotep. That's why they keep ancient Egypt on lock, away from you, from your low IQ ass. Okay, let's get back to it. 70% of African Americans are Christian. Let's do this. 70% of African Americans are Christian. 70% of those Christians are women. 70% of those women make up 70% of the Protestant community alone. 70% of black children are raised in virtually 70% of single parent households, because they come from a community in which 70% of the households are single parent. Out of those households, which make up 70% of the households of black communities, these single parent households, 70% of those are headed by females. These are your numbers. So you think, okay, let's go on. Hold on. Because you're going to see how deep this is. There's no way you're going to get this whole presentation today. It's not going to happen. I'm going to go until somebody tells me to stop. And I know there's only one person that can tell me to stop. And look, I may not even stop when he tells me to stop, but it depends on how I'm feeling. I'm just letting you know right now, Combat. You're a guideline. That's what I got you here for. That's what you're here for. I need you to be a guideline. Oh, darn it. Okay, here we go. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop. Hold on one second. In fact, hold on one second, folks. Let me just do this so I can go on. Hold on one second. Everybody, I'm going to give you a break. Grab something to drink. Go to the bathroom. Just give me 60 seconds. Okay? I'm going to Okay. Because I can't see a damn thing. Here we go. Yeah, them researching after all them years. I love Kabe. You know, I want to tell you, he said, I understand the assignment. Kabe, you're one of the few people in this world, probably the only person in this world. You make me feel like I'm not insane. You really do. Because you always seem to understand where I'm coming from. And that really has a lot of value for me. It really does. All right. Now we can continue uninterrupted. Let's do this, people. I told you y'all was going to trip. But here we go. Stop sharing. So, where we at? Remember, Trey Songz 2020 Riot. That's the song that's playing in my ear. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, but I wanted y'all to see that. Guys, look. Oh, yeah, the white man does respect the term Hotep. Think about it. Look at how he keeps ancient Egypt on lock. On lock. Why do you think they don't teach anything about ancient Egypt in the school system in America that's related to black people? Why do they protect it from you, from us? Because he respects that Hotep. Why? Because he understands its importance. He understands what's at the foundation of everything he is or has been able to become. But what did I say earlier in the presentation? Whoever controls the past controls the present. Whoever controls the present got the future on lock. What black people do you know controlling the economy at the level of a Peter Thiel or an Elon Musk or a Mark Andreessen or David Pacman or all these people? Or even a Donald Trump. What black people did it what black people you know got it on lock, like the economy on lock like that? These people are not Christian. I asked you before earlier, who do they quote? And nobody answered. Let me look. Nobody answered. Who do they quote? You know why nobody answered? Because when you come from a community, let me stop. When you come from a community of people that 75% of you are Christian, how can you expect to know what philosophers are driving the thinking process of the people who are fucking you up, economically speaking? Who do they quote? And I will not ever forget that. Nobody in my chat could answer me. There's one philosopher that they quote. That includes Curtis Yarvin. Yo, I don't know who the last outlaw is. You need to contact me so we can talk. Because you always seem to come up with the right answer. No, look, everybody got Socrates, the Greeks, Albert Pike. No, let the same person who pointed it out, he's the only one that got it. That's why he's the last outlaw. There got to be Tupac on the other side of that damn screen. Yes, Nietzsche. They all quote Nietzsche. Thus spoke Zarathustra. And what did Nietzsche say? And this is why you know people are full of shit. What did Nietzsche say about God? Because this will tell you what Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen, it will tell you what they all believe about God. Thank you. That's what Nietzsche said. Nietzsche says God is dead. So if 75% of your fucking community is Christian, And the people who are running the fucking world have told you that the philosopher they subscribe to said God is fucking dead, you fucking idiots. What else did Nietzsche say about God? Come on, black woman. What else did Nietzsche say about God? Because you suck Jesus' dick. 75% of you are Christians. 70% of the women in your community are on this Jesus shit, this Bible thing. And the people who are kicking your ass, who could buy you and sell you like shit in a toilet bowl. What did the philosopher that produced them said? God is dead. What else did he say? What else did Nietzsche say about God? Come on. Because you think it's a game out here. You think existentialism is a game. And then you want to look at your men and talk about they're not shit. God is dead and we killed him. Now, how is 75%, how is the community? Hold up. No. Look, this is somebody who doesn't know. Right? This is what Nietzsche said. God is dead. He said this. Hold on. He said this. God is dead and we killed him. That's what Nietzsche said. So if you come from a group of people, Stanford University, Peter Thiel, he's the main one, right? If you, because he's talking about power structure, if you come from a community that is their operating system, let's look at the computers operating. So you come from a community where 75%, you're about the bulk of the people in your community got a Jesus bug in their brain. That is their operating system. That is their software, Jesus and the Bible and the church. And you're trying to compete against a community who their main movers and shakers subscribe to Nietzsche because this is about power now. And Nietzsche said, God is dead and we killed him. Then the white males in that community see themselves as, what's their lineage? They are God conquerors. How are you trying to compete with people who are God conquerors? You are a faggot people. Yes. In the arena of life, where power matters. Power. Because that's what this all comes down to. Power. It's about power. God killers. God killers. They said God is dead and we killed him. And you think that you could compete by raising men. No, not men, males. You think that you can compete as a people raising males who worship a God that this group over here has already declared that they killed? They said God is dead and we killed him. And you have to understand that this is written into their intellectual ethos. This is not atheism. This is not saying that God does not exist. It says that God no longer exists because we have supplanted him. There's another term for that. I won't say it. I will let you say it. But if you're okay with it, and you cool with it, and you just want to dance along to the next music video, and you just want to see who's driving what, or who's living where and who's turning what keys. If that's what's cool for you, if that's what matters to you, keep raising the little non-reading kids that you raise. You want to win the Olympics? Shari, whatever her name is. I love the fact I see black people winning, but I don't care how many playoffs you win. That doesn't move the needle for black people. I don't care how many Super Bowl rings you got. That doesn't move the needle for black people. I don't give a damn how many heavyweight championships you got. That does not move the needle for black people. None of that means shit. Because all you ever did was make the God killers richer and they gave you a piece of the crumbs. That's it. So now you think you're more special than the rest of us? All that money didn't give you the answers. It didn't change these numbers. With all that money you got, black billionaires and millionaires, why didn't you ever bother to do an audit of your people? You couldn't take a month with all the money you got? You couldn't go to Martha's Vineyard and just do a fucking audit? And say, let me look at black people's numbers and what can we do to fix this? No, because you never gave a damn about fixing anything for black people. You don't care about black children. Let's just start with that. I don't care how many schools they start, because none of those schools, not the school in South Africa by Oprah, not the school by LeBron James, none of those schools have anything in their curriculum that produces people who solve black problems. So if your schools don't produce people that solve black problems, fuck your schools. We don't need them. You could have did something better with that money. You could have went and fed a bunch of homeless people in fucking Detroit or someplace. I don't know. Because the whole point of schools is to solve problems. If it's a school worth anything, it's to solve problems. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I appreciate that. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? How do you pretend to compete against a people who, it's not that they don't believe in God, but they feel that their intellectual horizons have succeeded to a point that the very concept or the very competency or capability of God fails and is obsolete in comparison to their own. Because in their mind, they could do what God does. God could create a universe. So what? We'll go to the Hadron Collider in Sweden. We'll create our own universe. God could create a sun. So what? We created a little sun right here. It's only a matter of time before we do the same shit. Dear black woman, shut the fuck up. Not because I don't respect you, but because I love you enough to want to see you win. And the way that you win is by producing people in your community that could come save your ass. But why would you produce people in your community that could come save you if you think you've already been saved? There's no need to. There's no need to. You believe you've already been saved. That's your catharsis. That's your cathartic state. I have been saved by the blood and da 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 da. 75% of you now. 75% of the whole black community, 70% of which is black females. In these 70% children, coming up in 70% single households that are headed 70% by black women. Your ass is so caught up in fuckery of the magnitude you can't begin to imagine. Because everybody's too afraid to tell you. Nobody wants to be the bad guy. What do you say? Look at me, I'm the bad guy. Even when I lie, I tell the truth. I always tell the truth, even when I lie. I'm the bad guy. Say hello to the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. I've always been the bad guy. All my life I've been the bad guy. I don't care. I don't care. I really don't care. Exactly. A million steps ahead of us, and you want to be taken seriously? You want to be taken seriously. You are taken seriously when you produce men that the world have to take seriously. You want to be Meghan Markle and run to Prince Harry? You want to be the Williams sisters and go grab your white husbands? So basically, all of your solutions are over in the white community. That's an admission that the white woman is better than you because she could create a community of men that could provide solutions. So who is that a reflection on? What, black men? Well, how is it a reflection on black men if they're growing up in single-parent households, 70% of women? 70% of that household are single, and 70% of those households are women heads. That means the bulk and the majority of your men, their operating system is not coming from other men. It's coming from you. If they are incapable of solving solutions, be they financial or any other, it is because of you. You. Why would you produce men that could come and save you when you've already told yourself you've been saved? You have canceled out any reason or rationale to produce such men. I haven't even gotten started. Because when I show you what the data says, and I want you to do reaction videos to this and all this. Oh, Shakka said this, Shakka. No, Shakka didn't say shit. The data said everything. Whoa. I'm just getting started. But Nietzsche is not the one you have to look at. You have to look at his teachers, where he got his ideas from. Those are the people you need to look at. Because you're trying to prepare your children to fight against something you can't even see. How are you a responsible black parent? Coach, you got your kids in a nice house, and you got them in a nice room, and they wear nice pajamas, and they drive a car, and they, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, we having the reveal party, the gender. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Really? What are you doing? You go to most of these black podcasts, the Joy Reid Show, or even the Roland March. Do you know they all talk about whatever the white man is talking about? They don't even have their own conversations, divorced from what the white men are talking about. Whatever the white people tell you is news, to these Negroes, that's what the news is. How are you giving people news about this stuff when you haven't even covered the ground base? You haven't even done an audit. If you haven't done an audit, then what the fuck are you talking about? You're not talking about anything. Literally nothing. You cannot name me one black podcast that is talking about anything. You can't. In fact, you can't even name a biracial podcast that's talking about anything. Although they're not obligated to speak about the shit that we're supposed to be speaking about. They're not. They'll tell you in a minute. They're not black. They're black. They are biracial. And I respect that because I don't see you as black. You are biracial. And I respect that. I don't have anything against biracial people. They're part of us. I don't have anything about, you know, I understand the historical connotations of what it means and how they've been used against us or how they use that in their own interest. Because I don't think Zoe Kravitz is trying to really claim us like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I see who her leading man always is. Rihanna's a billionaire, isn't she? The fuck is her money moving for black people? This is nothing against her or her husband. I'm so glad he beat his case. That shit almost brought me to, it did. I was very moved by that. What do these people do to move the needle for black people? What's his name? What's his name? The rapper Slim, I forget his name. Not Slim Thug. I be forgetting their names. Soulja Boy. What do these people do to move the needle for black people? Shout out to J. Cole because you certainly add narrative of value. But what do you people do to move the needle for black people? Kendrick Lamar. Oh, his beautiful black wife. Oh, he ain't got one. They not like us. Nigga, you ain't like us. What are you talking about? You running around with your Jesus crown of thorns and you a product of the same sick shit. I said it. Sorry. No disrespect. I'm just telling you the truth. Everybody's supposed to not talk the truth in terms of not offending someone. I want you to tell me what I'm guilty of if you're talking about this one here. I don't know who you're talking to. Guys, when you're talking to somebody in the chat, address who you're talking to. Because if I see a comment in there like this, you're guilty of it, and I don't see it addressed to anybody, then as far as I'm concerned, you're talking to me. And how I take what you say, it matters if you plan on continuing to participate. Not that you can't be honest with me, I would just ask you for an explanation. What do you mean that I'm guilty of it too? Because I don't know that you're not talking to me. If you're talking to someone else, put the you know, address the person who you're talking to. Okay? I'm just saying that, right? So okay. So, well, first of all, white people did not create the concept of money. They inherited that from us. All right, let's see. Okay. Sorry for that little rant, people. Let's continue. Carry on. And I'm going to say certain things are going to come out of my mouth. I'm not for children. I'm sorry. I'm not here for children. I don't have the wherewithal. For me to watch my mouth, I would have somebody sitting next to me, squeezing my hand or pinching my leg to remind me, which is what my mother used to do, to remind me to shift gears. What is in my heart comes out of my mouth. All right? Because my brain has seen the data. I think you could appreciate that. Now you're seeing the data. 70% of African-American children live in single-parent households. The vast majority of these are headed by mothers. Estimating that 70% or more of those single-parent households are single-mother families. 70%. 70% of black children raised by single mothers, indicating most of... These are your numbers. 70. African-American Christians. African-Americans are Christians, 70%. African-American Christians are female. Of those Christians, 70%. 70% of African-American children live in single-parent households, 70%. And African-American single-parent households led by single mothers. Of African-American single-parent households, 70% of them are led by single mothers. Of African-American children raised by single mothers, 70%. These are your numbers. But you want to blame that on white people. You want to blame that at the white cashier KFC. You want to blame that on the white newscaster. You want to blame that on the white politician. You want to blame that on the white, sorry excuse for the president. You want to blame that on white MAGA. You want to blame that, or wait until I get to the school system. You want to blame that on everybody but her. Look who's filling up the pews. They already told you at the beginning of this presentation that there's a large disparity of genders in the churches. She is the majority. She is 70%. Do you know what 70% is out of 100? That is the vast bulk majority. Take a dollar bill. Take 70 cents and put it away. That means the vast majority of what you have to work with is gone. And you're trying to compete with this sick piece of work at the head of the field, of the drive of the car? Are you out of your minds? Well, look, this picture should tell you whether or not if you are out of your minds. Look at these numbers. This is an audit. Now, the cult of the African-American cult of ignorance. 77.52, rounding it to 70. Why would we round 77.52 to 70? Normally, we would go in the opposite direction, which is 80. Here's why. Wholly outside statistics and standard mathematics, you can find non-standard informal reasons driven purely by context, communication shortcuts, or specific human factors that might use 70 as a proxy for 77.52. So now, when you see me say 77.52 is being rounded to 70, it's under these circumstances and this context. They rely heavily on situational agreement. So that's what we have here, a situational agreement, because we're trying to figure out how do we get around this 70? Although the last outlaw already told us. Human memory and simplification. People often remember and communicate round, simple numbers instead of precise figures. In casual conversation, if someone asks a person's age, 77, that person might simply say, I'm in my 70s. 70, okay? Which is a form of aggressive simplification that results in the number 70 acting as a categorical label. So we're using 70 as a categorical label. That's it, because we're talking about categories. You got to remember, everything the white boy does is done by classification, categories. So you have to think in categorical terms. In categorical terms, we are rounding 77.52 to 70. It is an aggressive simplification. That's all it is. A unique system of measurement or protocol, or a tier system, because we're talking about competition. So we got to talk about tiers, people, all right? And a highly specific arbitrary system of classification. 77.52 might fall into a predefined category or tier that is simply labeled tier 70. And that's all we are doing. Okay, this is common in video games or proprietary classification systems where ranges map to a single representative integer. So here we're talking of, this is your golden number, people. This is our red letter number. Informal cutoffs in conversation. If a company policy or social rule has a very strong, meaningful threshold at 70, that's what's going on here, because we're doing an audit. Any value above it might be colloquially grouped into above the 70 mark, and informally referred to as simply 70 as a benchmark, even if it's much higher, as 77.52. Why did I show you this? I showed you this to show you that there are legitimate reasons for rounding 77.52 to 70, so that when you see it, you won't say, oh, but Shakka, no, you're not looking at the criteria that we are using to come to 70. I don't do anything without first explaining to you and showing the reason, documented rationale behind it, to show you that there is a legitimate premise upon which we can round 77.52 to that remaining first 6 70s that we just looked at. Because we got to do what? Success is all about alignment. That's why in ancient times we would look at how the stars were aligned, or the planets were aligned, or the winter solstice, which we set our calendars to. This stuff governs your reality. So we have to get in alignment because right now we are out of alignment. So I'm trying to help you get in alignment so we can actually start competing. That's all I'm saying. Get your numbers right. Get your numbers right. That's it. But if ain't nobody talking to you about the numbers, what are you going to do? I'd like to know how many of that 70% actively decided to keep the kids away from the father. Probably 70% of that 70. All you got to do, once you start to get to know us, you're going to realize that the magic number is always 70%. Always. So the answer to that question, I can say, is probably 70%. 70% of those 70% single-headed households, it's probably 70% of them who actively sought to keep the kid away from the father, and the other 30% didn't. I don't even have to look at the stats to know that. Okay? I'm just telling you what it is. Okay? Here we go. Right. So now hold on. Now watch this. White people always claim and they did surveys, and black people are worse at this and that. I don't believe anything they spew. So now it's probably 70% of black people who think that all of the data gathering was done by purely white people. Who told you that? Show me the research that you did that would inform and instruct us to know that all of the data gathering was done by white people. Let's see it. Because most of the AI is being trained on the perspectives of people in Kenya and places like that. These are the people that are actually giving the content and vetting the content, if you will, for what goes into AI. And it had a psychological debilitating effect on them because they had to really see what the thought content is in the ecosystem. It was black people doing that. White people commandeered it, but they weren't doing the data gathering. It was black people being paid a certain amount. They said, we'll pay you this amount to gather all this data and do this, that, and the third. We're going on for years to get these large language models up to it. He think it's white people. Yeah. Well, I don't believe you. You didn't make me a believer. Well, I don't believe it because white people said it. Yeah, IQ is too low for me to fucking believe you, according to the data. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I never seen a black person say they did a survey on black people. I don't know how many people in this audience are responsible for where you get your information from. I never seen. Who the fuck are you? Where do you go? How do you spend your time? What kind of programs do you watch? How much research do you do? Well, because you never seen it, now we all have to premise our reality based on what you've never seen. This is black thinking. This is low. These stupid motherfuckers that they were talking about at the top of the video, you got one of them in the audience right now. You want to, bro, you know how I get down. I don't spare anybody. I take no prisoners. Here's your dummy, people. There's your, look at him. He said, I've never seen black people claim they did a survey on. So because he's never seen it, the rest of us are supposed to premise what we believe or don't believe based on what he does not know. This is called building up a theory backwards. It's not a positive thing. Do you see this? Do you see that? This shit unfolds in real time. I want you to think about that logic. No, you're talking to us. If you're in the chat, you're talking to everyone. That's why you're not just talking to me. You think I'm the only one that can see it? No, the symptoms matter because this is real time. This is real. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. I want to show you a low IQ. I want to show you a low IQ. I want you to pay attention. I'm going to show you a statement this idiot made. Then I'm going to ban him. Watch. He said, I'm me and I watch your trash for years. What kind of intelligent mind watches trash, what they perceive as trash for years? That tells you about the rest of his intellectual diet. He purposefully, intentionally watches what he perceives of as trash. This is the kind of intelligence that Black people are producing. Psychologically debilitated people. Debilitated people. Think about that. I want you to really think about that. I'm going to take a picture of that. I want you to really think about this. I'm me. I watch your trash. Can't even form a sentence. What she was saying at the top of the video. Here's your product. I'm me, and I watch your trash for years. I've been on here now for, 4 hours. And you've been in here this long to watch something that you believe is trash? Like I tell people, people pay for haters because haters will stick around because they're actually fans. What they're not a fan of is their inability to articulate what is beyond their grasp. And then when they're confronted with it, they don't have the filters inside with which to process it accurately and correctly, because there's something else in there that it's not constructed well. I want you to really look at this. Okay? See? I want you to see this. I imagine producing an entire generation of people who watch what they perceive of as trash for years. And you're trying to compete against a generation who watches what they perceive of as what is beneficial to their interest. He said he'd watch me on Silent TV for years. I'm not on Silent TV. This is my platform. Why are you here? Why are you here? That to me is, okay, so he's no longer here. I wish you the best. I don't have anything against you. Hopefully one day, everybody grows. Sometimes you have to give people a chance and time to grow. That's it. Hopefully I get the chance. I'm not perfect. However, whatever it is that I may not find flattering about this person, it doesn't mean that I'm better than this person. I'm not one of these people who think in those terms. I'm not better than anyone that I'm talking about. That's not my job. My job is not to be better. My job is to, I know what my job is. One of my favorite statements is, they don't say it anymore, but he understood the assignment or she understood the assignment. I love that. So I'm always trying to make sure I understand what the assignment is. My assignment is to expose you to the numbers so that then you can see what it is that you're up against. Right? And you also have to understand who the author of the numbers are. Because if we are the one writing our own story and we're writing a nightmare for us continually, intergenerationally, we can't look at white people. Fighting white people is not going to solve it. All the white people in the world could disappear tomorrow. The same systems will persist. We'll get the same results. The call is coming from where? Inside the house. A good way of picturing it, imagine your woman getting a phone call and she doesn't realize what's happening on that phone call. Her hero is the person who walks up behind her, grabs the phone out of her hand and says, baby, hang up. There's nothing in that call that's going to help us. That call was actually meant to keep problems, keep us off game. My job, because I was raised by an intelligent one of y'all, is to come along and say, baby, no. They don't have access to because ours. It's not like I got mine and you got yours. No, you get married, you become one, right? So if you and I ain't locked in, you got to hang that phone up. Click. If there's somebody in the community that keeps trying to get you to pick up that phone, Jesus is on the line. Because you got to remember, this 70%, 75% of our community, 5% is getting paid, is getting some kind of benefit from what that other 70% is doing. 5% which are men. 5% of men. Of all of the Christians in our community, 70% of them are women. 5% are men. So when you see all these pastors, these male pastors, they make up a very small number. You know how much power that is? To have that small a number, having that much influence over that many people. And I'll tell you a secret. That's not a patriarchy. Guess what it is? When it's that heavily dominated by females, that's a matriarchy in your face. That is a male-led matriarchy in your face. So for you who like to complain about patriarchies, stop complaining about the patriarchy and look at the hell that the matriarchy in your midst is reaping in our midst. You didn't think about that, did you? All right, let me say goodbye to this gentleman. Hold on one second. Hold on. You don't run from anybody? Yes, you do. You run from facts. No, I don't have a problem with. Oh, let me not get sidetracked. Anyway, no, I'm gonna let you stay in here. I'm gonna let you hang in here. What is it? Cause Southside King Kalonji. Kalonji, I'm gonna let you hang out with us for a while. All right, you might learn something. Okay, hold on one second. He says he came here to see what I got going on, right? Not to debate anybody. But my thing is, if you've been watching my trash for years, why would you come to see what I got going on if you think I'm talking about trash? That's great to me. See, this is the kind of IQ. I don't watch people who I think are trash. I can tell you that shit right now. In fact, it's hard for me to find people to watch because I think most people are trash, right? So when I do find people, I like people who are really on their game and who can help you be better at being on your game. I'm here to help all of us be better at our game, but you can't be better at a game that you can't see. And if all of the people that you are supporting and going to and giving your time and energy to are not showing you the game, they're not showing you the numbers, they're not giving you the audit. Oprah didn't give you an audit. Tyler Perry didn't give you an audit. Ryan Coogler didn't give you an audit. He gave you Black Panther. That's not an audit. Sinners was not an audit. Beyonce's country album was not an audit. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Zendaya's last hit was not an audit. Megan Thee Stallion is not giving you an audit. J. Cole didn't even give you an audit. And Kendrick Lamar definitely didn't give you an audit. To move the needle for Black people, you got to change your numbers. It's like any other business. And I felt that, in my opinion, the number one people that are going to get the biggest benefit out of this presentation are going to be Black women. And I'm going to tell you why. For the very same reason that they're horrible at history. Remember, history is about dates. Numbers. Numbers don't care about your feelings. What's the number one thing that women look at when it comes to life? Numbers. So women have a love-hate relationship with numbers. They're indifferent to numbers when it comes to history, dates, things of that nature. I know that. I can have a conversation with you right now about history that no black woman has ever heard in existence because their temperament, their mind is not constructed that way. It's not. I got to give you a presentation one day on the way the woman's brain is actually the physiological anatomy, the physiology and the anatomy of her brain, in contradistinction to the physiology and anatomy of our brain. Our brains are not better than women. Don't even think that for 1 minute. In fact, the opposite is true. Just in case you need to know, the brain of a woman, her hemispheres, her left hemisphere and her right hemisphere are integrated. Ours are not. You know what that means? It means that by nature, she is more intelligent than we are. There's only one problem with that. So you have to do the research and understand this stuff. The problem with the fact that women are more intelligent than men, here's the problem. The problem is that, how do I put this? The problem with that fact is this is where intelligence works against you. When you can seduce yourself better than anyone else. You can talk yourself. In other words, because you're so intelligent, she is highly effective at talking herself into believing her own bullshit. Because the bullshit that she can come up with is so good. And she'd be like, damn, that's a good story I just told myself. That shit works. That works. The only problem is, was it true? And this is when you find women be like, I don't give a shit about truth. And that's the real truth about women. They don't give a damn about truth. They give a damn about what brings them satisfaction. These are not congruent things. You need to understand this. You really need to understand this. I owe you guys a presentation on the brain that I was supposed to do, but yes, absolutely. Oh, you better believe it. When you see I'll show you the data so you can actually see the anatomy and the physiology of it from Science Direct. So you can really see the cutting edge study that was done in 17, the full explication on the human brain and particularly as it relates to the sexes, which to me was utterly mind-blowing. And it's real. It's when you see the article, I'm going to do it on here. It's a huge, long article, and we're going to go through the whole thing, dissecting it. But you need to understand how our brains work. Her brain is faster. It's like a sports car. It's smaller. First of all, the female brain is smaller than the male brain. Okay? But it's not the size that determines the intelligence. It's the integratedness of it that does. The construct, the design. Her design is dope. Unfortunately, how do you help someone who's smarter than you? The first thing you have to do is convince them that it's their intelligence that's working against them. That's the first thing you have to do. You're smarter than me, but that also makes you more dangerous than me. And if you're more dangerous than me, then you present a greater threat to the entire community and to the entire society. This is why Middle Eastern cultures treat their women the way they do. Why you have the burqa and all this other stuff. All it is what they call oppression. It's not, you call it oppression. For them, it's safety measures. Yeah. That's for them. That's how they approach it. I don't necessarily say I agree with that. That's just their particular expression of how they approach it. Right? Maybe we approach it in other ways without having to be so oppressive to our women. But just because we're not oppressive to our woman doesn't mean that we don't recognize and understand that she is the greater threat. And I can show you the literature that proves that she is the greater threat. Because they wrote about it in Kemet, in ancient Egypt. They wrote about the whole genre of literature. I read some of it to you before. Okay? All right. Okay. All right. He said, laugh out loud, you wrong. I don't know what I said that was wrong. Okay. Let's get back to it. Yeah, folks, these numbers are not a joke. Like, this is some serious stuff. And if you think you can find somebody else to give it to you, go find them. Send me to them. I'll watch. I want to learn. Shit. Okay. Thank you for understanding the assignment, Carbet. I appreciate you. All right. Okay. I've been instructed that I should finish up this section and prepare the rest for tomorrow. Okay. So everything I do from this point on is on borrowed time. Thank you, Carbet. I was told to stop here. We're going to go a little more. Okay. Now that I know I'm on borrowed time, here we go. So now we're going to look at this. Rounding 77.52 to 70. I just showed you why and how. Go back to consult this to see why this is a legitimate rounding. Slavery, Civil War, and Salvation. African-American slaves and Christianity. If you saw the ones that I did, R1P, Morris Science Temple, I presented this. Okay, this is PhD scholarship, early American history to 1876, blah, 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 BA. Dr. Daniel L. Fountain, you can go look at it, you can check all the credentials later. More precisely, my research into slave religious practices has forced me to consider the possibility that while most 19th century African-American slaves had some form of religious belief, they were not Christians. The majority of the slaves were not Christians. So stop with that BS. The majority of the slaves were not Christians. A qualitatively survey presented in Chapter 1 found that only 38% of slaves, which leaves 62% who were not, will round that off to 70. That was a good 70. Only 38% of slaves who left behind some form of narrative indicated they converted to Christianity prior to emancipation. Most slaves in the late antebellum period were not Christians. Most slaves, 38%, were not Christians. How many of our enslaved African ancestors in the U.S. left narratives? How many of those who did converted to Christianity before emancipation? Is there an exact number we can know? This is from Henry Louis Gates Jr., who I despise. He said, now thanks to my friend Professor William L. Andrews and his colleagues at Doc South, an online archive hosted by the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, we can put an exact number out there. How many left narratives? 204. That's right. From the height of the slave trade to the end of the Civil War in 1865, 102 known book-length slave narratives were written, with another 102 written by former slaves after the war. So that's 204. We can only go by what's documented. We don't count what we don't know. We go with what we know. That's from how many slave narratives were there, 100 amazing facts about the Negro sizing up the genre from which an Oscar favorite originated. Henry Louis Gates Jr., probably 12 years a slave, right? So it gives you all his credentials. You know who he is, Skip Gates, scumbag. What's that? Gates. Remember, only 38% of slaves who left behind some form of narrative indicated they converted to Christianity prior to emancipation. What then is the exact number of slaves who left narratives that indicated they converted to Christianity before emancipation? We got 204, 38%, right? What is 38% of 204? 77.52. So we have 77.52 slaves who converted to Christianity. Only talking about what we know. Those are the only numbers we can deal with. Overall, 77.52 slaves. So we're going to round that off to 70. Remember? Remember the explanation of how you can round it off to 70? 70. So now we're going to talk about weeds. Seeds and weeds, for those of you who like to garden. Yes, virtually all weeds grow from seeds. So these are your original 70 slaves. These are your 70 seeds. And that's where you get the 70% of your weeds from. You see them. They fill up the pews and the ranks of these places. 70% of the weeds come from the original 70. %. Subpart intelligence. After this section, we're going to end it. Subpart intelligence. She is the problem, part 2. Primary attested statements by Lucian of Samosata, characterizing Christians as gullible or unintelligent, occur in De Morte Peregrini, the death of Peregrinus, composed in the 2nd century CE. 165 to 170 CE. Come on, people, that's the 2nd century of the Common Era. This is not much distance between when your Jesus is supposed to have lived. Which means very early on, they were already producing literature talking about how unintelligent Christians were. That Christianity was the religion of the stupid, the uneducated, the low IQ. Because I want you to look at what you're passing on to your children. Because you said you were saved. Key passages. Let's look at what he said in the 2nd century. This is Lucian of Samosata. Let's see what was said. The poor wretches have convinced themselves, first and foremost, about the early Christians. Listen to the legacy that the majority of our women in our community have decided is going to be the pedigree for our children, and you want to know why they're stupid. The poor wretches have convinced themselves, first and foremost, talking about the early Christians, that they are going to be immortal and live for all time. In consequence, they despise death and even willingly give themselves up. You heard this? What do you call the martyrs? They believed it so much they were giving themselves up to be killed. Furthermore, their first lawgiver persuaded them that they are all brothers the moment that they transgress and deny the Greek gods and begin worshiping that crucified sophist, a philosopher. That's what the early word saw the icon Christ as the ultimate personification of a philosopher. They said they became brothers once they worshiped this particular philosopher and begin living under his laws. Therefore, they despise all things indiscriminately and consider them common property. Now listen, now look at the logic of these people, how sick this is. They despise all things indiscriminately, but at the same time, they consider all things common property. This is Christian logic. I want you to see what you are indoctrinating your children into by calling on the Lord, by serving up ham hocks and greens and chitlins and all the other shit that delicious shit, I might add, that you make at the church. You know, for these stupid old women that don't know anything. Because you notice what the church is filled of. Stupid old uneducated women who I love because they're our women. You got to love them. They're our mothers and our grand. They're stupid and dumb as the day is long. In terms of education. Many of them have degrees these days and still dumb as the day is long. I know this because I talk to many black women with degrees and they as dumb as the day is long. They can tell you everything about finance, this business, how this business works. They can tell you all that about getting money. They can tell you all of that. But yet, with all these degrees, they cannot solve these numbers in their community. So what good is your degree? You can figure every angle to every cash-getting scheme that works. Marketing, six figures, I need a high-value man. You can figure out all of this shit. But you got the worst numbers in the community. Not only do you have the worst numbers in the community, but you are the source of these numbers. It ain't the black man. If you lived in a community where these numbers were reversed and 70% of black children were raised in 70% single parent households that were headed by 70% men, black men, then you can say, black men, you are the problem. That's not what the numbers say. The numbers say, black women, you are the problem. Now I want you to look at this culture that is impacting the education of your children. How can you expect children to produce educationally at a high level when you indoctrinate them in their formative years into a culture that is documented early on in its history as being the culture of ignorance, of uneducation, and of stupidity? Look at this logic. They hate all things and they consider all things the common property of people, receiving such doctrines without any certain proof. That's documented. Let's talk about intellectual history. Hold on, stop. Because I'm tired of people talking shit who ain't never read a book. Ain't never read a fucking book, but they're an expert on everything. This is a black woman. Black woman, she's the expert on everything. But ain't read near a book. And when she does read a book, it's all I'm a part of a book on Facebook called the Black Girls Reading Club. When you look at the type of shit black women think is good to read, you would not believe this shit. Even within the so-called conscious community, you just continually prove that for some reason you have a hard time with the hard stuff. You got to read easy shit that moves you emotionally. Until the hard shit moves you emotionally, you're the problem. And you don't have to be moved emotionally by the hard shit. But if you need to at least raise men whose responsibility it is to diminish their emotional indulgence and elevate their intellectual indulgence, then you have an obligation, because that's a sacrifice he's making on your part. He doesn't have the luxury of emotional indulgence that you have reserved for yourself. You deprived him of that because he has to protect and serve and provide. Okay. This is why you have to give deference to him. Because he has been created, if you will, to operate in a form of fashion where deprivation is part of it. How are you going to accuse black men of being, or the man period, of being emotionally unintelligent? It's his job to be emotionally unintelligent. Why? Because he doesn't have the luxury of deriving his intelligence from emotions. Why? Because emotions are easily influenced. They're subject to influence. Logic not. Logic is subject to facts. And then the question is, what is the nature of the influence? Logic is not influenced by the same thing that emotion is influenced by. In fact, logic does not seek to influence. Emotions do. So you're dealing with two different constituencies in our community. One of my greatest things that I heard a man say is that when a child is looking for love, they go to mother. When a child is looking for the law, they go to father. If you don't have a child growing up in that construct, they're going to be going to the mother for the wrong thing. They're going to the mother for the wrong thing. The mother's not supposed to be there to provide the law. That's why she farms it out to the church, to the pastor. Yeah. She farms it out to him so that Jesus becomes the law. The Bible becomes the law. Why does she farm out all of this stuff? Because the law is not in her. That's not her function or her role. She has enough to deal with. She's got to feed the children from her breast. She has to make sure that nurturing is met out throughout the family. And she has to make sure that she's producing the kind of men that can and will and are willing to take care of her. That's a tall order. That's a hell of an order. So we have to recognize that. She has her hands full. But it doesn't preclude the fact that you have to fight her to get this in order. Those who don't come along willingly, you are going to have to fight them. You might as well, unless you're just okay with the black community, bless family, unless you are, even if that wasn't directed at me, facts. Yeah, she shouted out a fact there. Absolutely, facts. He's correct. But you have to understand it's like a chip. And I haven't given this presentation yet. Southside Kalonji. Kalonji, I haven't given this presentation yet. You're correct with this part. But I haven't given the presentation where we have to talk about slavery for a minute. Right? Let me explain to you about slavery. This is very important. The kind of control that white men and males exercised over black females for almost 3 centuries in this country, you have to understand something very important about that. He had total control over her. Most black men cannot conceptually imagine what it's like to have total control over a black woman. You don't know what that's like. I'm talking about the masses of them. Even a celebrity doesn't have that. Tyler Perry doesn't have that. Drake doesn't have that. Jay-Z doesn't have that. Some of these guys are billionaires. They don't even have total control over black women. You're talking about the lowest, brokest white dude had that. You have to think about this. I laughed when I heard a white woman say something about she wished we should bring back slavery. And I'm thinking to myself, why would you as a white woman want to bring back slavery, especially if you're a heterosexual white woman? Because white men were not really interested in you during slavery. They were interested in all that free black sex they were having. Is that what you want? You want to be relegated back to being, your coochie was not the popping thing for those centuries. It was her coochie, the black woman's coochie. That was the popping thing. Why do you think they fought so hard? Why do you think the South went to war? You thought it's called, are you stupid? If Arabs blow themselves up because their imam told them, if you commit this terroristic act, you go to heaven with 70 virgins. The white man didn't have to go to heaven to get 70 virgins. He just had to walk out into the slaves' quarters, and there was a shitload of virgins waiting for him to take at any age. Yeah, at 10, 11, younger. And when we don't talk about this in slavery, about what the white man actually lost. This is not supposed to be for public discourse. And that's your problem. You don't talk about the things that need to be talked about. And that's why they persist. Shame will kill you more than anything else. Nothing will destroy your community faster than shame. The black woman doesn't want to have this conversation because it's going to make her feel shamed. We don't want to talk about what she went through during slavery because it's going to make us feel shamed. And so all of the things that need to be talked about so they can be fixed never get talked about. I'm the wrong person for that. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it. See, now it said, I believe a lot of white women want black women also. Exactly that second part. They love the control of them also. That's the second part. Black women, white women love black women for the same reason white men do. Because she wants to control what he's had control over. She saw that as his prize. So the disempowered always want the prize that the empowered have. And if the white male, if that was his prize, the black woman, then what do you think the white female wants? She wants control of his prize. So we live in a very, very strange. Why do you think they used to call slavery that peculiar? What do they call it? That peculiar industry. It was very peculiar because the different psychologies that were all converged in that live with us to this day. It's real. It's very real. Carvette's gonna kill me. Man, don't have me. I needed to do this. I needed you to do what you did, but I got to do what I got to do. I'm not giving this whole thing. I'm just finishing out this section and we done. We done. Don't yell at me, Carvette. Support me through this. Help me get through it. Okay. All right. So I want you to look at this. They despise the early Christians. This is the legacy that you're teaching your children. They despise all things indiscriminately and consider them common property. So everything that you hate belongs to everybody. This was the logic. This is at the core of Christian thinking. Receiving such doctrines without any certain proof. He adds, these poor souls are easily taken in, meaning that they're easily fooled. Whenever a clever charlatan who knows how to make use of circumstances come among them. This is somebody talking about Christianity in the 2nd century CE. Look at this. They're talking about Kemetville in the 2nd century. TD fakes in the 2nd century. Said whenever a clever charlatan who knows how to make use of circumstances come among them, he becomes rich in a short time, laughing up his sleeve at these simpletons. They were talking about 70% of our community in the 2nd century CE. This is just a few years after Jesus is supposed to have been crucified. Within 100 years after Jesus was supposed to be crucified, the documented record was already detailing how this was a community. If people from the outside are looking. That's why people don't like history. People are looking and they're writing what they're seeing. This is not pseudepigrapha. This is the actual documented record, the historical record. See, people don't want to talk about the historical record. They want to talk about their opinions. They want to talk about their feelings. They don't want to talk about what the historical record is saying. 𝓈𝉔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 is telling you that these people are so fucking stupid that anybody who has a higher IQ could come along and take advantage of them. Then they have them believing Trump was sent by God. This female pastor who wears white all the time. These people are insane. Yes, this is what is at the core of Christianity. You have the rest of the world who is standing there writing about what they're saying, saying, oh, these motherfuckers are stupid. Anybody could come along and get money off of them. Yes. Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. You want to talk about the Bible? All these, you know, Candace Owens with her Catholic ass. She's I'm a Christian about the Bible. No, you're one of those stupid people, Candace, that 𝓈𝉔𓄿𝅅𓏭𓀢𓀁 was talking about. And you know what I hate about these black celebrities who get these podcasts? She's just now discovering, she's just now heard about the 13th tribe and Arthur Kessler and the Khazars and all this other shit. Stuff that we were talking about in the 90s is just now big news for her. When I tell you these people disgust me, they disgust me. They disgust me. Candace Owens is a joke to me. She's a joke. And for a black woman to look at her and think that she has anything of intelligence to say shows you the IQ of a black woman. Period. No, I don't hate black women, but I am not shy about, if you could talk about us being brokies and dusties and all this other shit, I'm a brokey and a dusty. If you could talk about all of that stuff, then I could talk about your IQ. The only difference between you and me is me being broke and dusted is not documented. Your IQ is documented. And if mine is low, it's because I got it from you. How do I know? Because the majority of us grow up in 70% single female head households. I'm going to stay in terms of the facts. Don't stand in front of a black man or any man talking about let's talk about facts or let's talk about the truth. And the thing I hate about women, particularly black women, when I was growing up, they don't say this anymore because this is a new breed of black woman. She's a devolved version of black woman. But when I was growing up, the thing that black women used to say, and it always made me think about myself as far as what thresholds not to cross, like how to be as a man so that I remain desirable to the opposite sex or to the complementary sex. They used to always say, the one thing they can't stand is a liar. You black woman from the old school, y'all remember that. Put a 1 in the chat if I got any black women who are still rocking with me, if you're able to hang in there. Remember when y'all used to say that? I could deal with anything but a liar. That used to be the thing that black women used to say. I could deal with anything but a liar. That was their number one turnoff. Straight up. Oh, see, I see Kalonji got some age on him. If he remembers that, he got some age on him. Because you got to be from the old school. Black women, put it in the chat. Come on, y'all. I ain't got no more black women with me. They all abandoned me. But that's cool. Because there's going to be some black women who got what it takes to make it through this presentation and the other ones that are going to follow. Those are going to be the ones that make the change. India's here. Now, this is what black women used to say. I could deal with you cheating. I could deal with you stealing. I could deal with you all. But a liar, no. Now, here's the ironic thing about that. They are the biggest liars. And that might be why they hate lying so much. Because they understand what is being withheld. Because they withhold it all the time. Their whole thing is based on the lie. And they are the ones that are most susceptible to a lie. Why? Because the first lie they tell is to themselves. Remember we talked about that intelligence? Because they're more intelligent? That means because black women have a superior brain, they tell superior lies. And the first victim of their lies is themselves. But they don't have to feel bad about that. Everybody's brain lies to them. It's the way the brain works. Your brain will lie to you. Your brain does lie to you. It's the function. Your brain lies to you because it's not meant for you to succeed. It's meant for you to survive. And so because it's meant for you to survive, it's going to show you threats where there are no threats. It's going to show you all kinds of things that don't exist because that's the way it's wired. It's your evolutionary biology. So the brain lies to you. It's just that her brain lies to her on an exceptional level because her brain is dope. The way it's designed, it's like a sports car, which means that, bro, she really needs us. Like, this is some real shit. I mean, if she wants to make a change in the black community, if she wants to see a community thrive, and you don't want, I mean, do you want to go through do you think our daughters should grow up envying the white community? Is that what you think? And this is not about haves and have-nots, at least not completely. Because if you're going to envy white people, don't envy white people because they have money or because many of them have money. That's not a reason to envy them. There are more reasons to envy them. The main reason you should envy white people, if you really need a reason to envy white people, if you need one, let me give you a legitimate one. They have something you don't. Dear Black Woman, I'm going to write a letter. I'm going to write a book called Dear Black Woman. And I'm going to vent on a level that, it's not really venting. It's really just me having an honest conversation with you. And Kevin Samuels was not qualified for this conversation. As good as he did, as good as he was entertaining with it. I'm not entertaining with it. I'm just going to give you the facts. I just had a brain fart. I forgot what I was about to say. Somebody remind me of what I was about to say. I was about to say something. What was I talking about? I was talking about. Come on, somebody talk to me. Somebody let me know what was I getting ready to say. I don't remember. So it doesn't matter. I was talking about their brains being dope and their brains lying to them needing us, and those who can hang with me are going to be in. They can hang through because they really want to solve it. Oh, Dear Black Woman. But what was I going to write in that? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, thank you. Envy. What we should envy. Thank you. Dear Black Woman, if you want to envy white people, what did I tell you earlier? I said, the people that we are competing with, who are ruling us now, because they're about to create these nations, these techno states. You know, these techno nationalist states, you know about them. You've heard about them, I'm sure. They're all in the news. This technocracy that they're creating. The Peter Thiels, the Elon Musk, they're going to have these whole, what do you think the movie Superman was about? You think it's just a movie, right? No, they were telling you what's actually going on. These guys are going to own parts of whole countries. And they're going to make up all the rules. And everybody who does not fit in, you black woman got an ass whooping coming that you could not ever begin to imagine. And you're not going to be able to blame it on the black man. You're not. Because that white man has something that you didn't give your black man. Your sons, being that you are the majority of the women running the homes. You know what the white man has that you don't? Somebody put it in the chat. Not social credit score. No. No. It's time to go to Africa. You know what the white man has? You know what the white man has that, not a partner. I'm going to tell you what the white man has. And this is poverty. Because poverty is about have and have-nots. Let me show you how impoverished black people are. I told you early on in this conversation that Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and all the rest of them, those I didn't name, because there's quite a few of them, they all quote Nietzsche. God is dead and we killed him. The Ubermensch, Superman, right? I told you, Nietzsche is not the problem. It's his teachers. What black woman do you know can sit down and talk to you about Nietzsche's teachers? What black woman do you know can talk to you about Socrates, Plato, Anaximander, Thales, Democritus, Pythagoras? On average, I'm talking about. Why? Why am I saying this? Because they damn sure cannot talk to you about Tahotep because they think Hotep is a funny name. They can't talk about, or the pejorative. They can't talk to you about Tahotep. They can't talk to you about Kagemi. They cannot talk to you about one of my favorites, Keti. They can't talk to you about Keti. They cannot talk to you about Sheshonk. They can't talk to you about Imhotep. They cannot talk to you about your own philosophers. Because what the white boy has and what they talk about, and a white woman just did a whole thing on this the other day. They were talking about, it was a Wall Street thing about finance. And she was saying that the 1%, the people with the money, the 1%, what they tell other people to do with their children is not what they do, and it's not what they talk about. They tell you to go learn this about marketing, play the markets, this, that, and the third. But when they are alone, that's not what they talk about. When they're alone, they're talking about Nietzsche. They're talking about Stoicism. They're talking about philosophy. They're talking about Alexander Dugin. They're talking about Schmidt out of Germany. Schmidt's very popular right now with them. They're talking about Yarvin. Go look at some of Curtis Yarvin's video and see all the white folks in the audience. How many black philosophers are you, black woman, going out to see on a Friday night? How many black philosophers? Where's your intellectual community? Motherfuckers, you don't have one. You fucking lowlives. That's what you are. That's what I see you. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You're fucking lowlives. Because it's this low shit that you're passing on to your children in the service of the name of Jesus. You are mentally ill. I'm telling you, you're mentally ill. You're educationally ill. You're mentally ill. You're psychologically ill. You're just ill. I don't care. You are the finest, most beautiful thing on the planet, but you're ill, and you are the source of the problem in our community. 70% of you, the vast majority of our households, are headed by people who are psychologically and mentally ill. They're educationally ill. That's the best way to put it. They're educationally ill. Where's your intellectual community that you go and support on Friday nights or Wednesday night? Where's your speakeasy? Are these the people you hold up? Or is it the football player with the contract? Is it the basketball player with the contract? Is it the one who got the endorsements? Like, I'm trying to figure out. I want to know what's going on. Because you want me to come play with you and hold your fucking hand. My hand-holding days are behind me. I'm just going to tell you what you need to be told. You're a fucking lowlife. Why? Because you refuse to have an audit to say, I love my community enough to actually fix it. That takes a conversation no one wants to have. So if no one wants to have a conversation, guess what you're going to get? A community that will not ever be fixed. It will never reach the level of a society. Even rich black people are stuck in a community. That's why they're always trying to break into what? White society. These black folks ain't trying to break into black society. Most of them don't like each other. Look what happened with Monique and Oprah and Tyler. They don't like each other. And if black people don't like each other, watch this. Let me show you the difference between black people and white people. When black people don't like each other, they don't work together. They will find an excuse not to work together because they don't like each other. Feelings, emotions, single-parent household community. White people will despise each other, but they will all work together to outdo you. Elon Musk said Trump was a pedophile, was all in the Epstein files, all that stuff. Yet he just had dinner at Mar-a-Lago and it's sitting there like this. Why? Because they're all driven by the same philosophy. Philosophy is how you succeed or how you fail. That's what makes 50 Cent different from the rest of these assholes. That's why he wrote a book with Robert Greene called The 50th Law, because 50 was about philosophy. I never read his book, but I respect the fact that he's a thinker. Period. I'm sorry, 50 is the other person I would love to really sit down and have a conversation with. I would love to sit down and have a conversation. Because to me, I think he's the most intelligent of all of them. But intelligence is only as good as the data it has. And when you don't have certain data, you're incomplete. And so I would love to be able to give him, that's my way of saying, I would love to be able to give 50 the rest of the data. Like, here's all of the data that you haven't gotten, that you're not being given, and you could really make a difference with this data. But if you don't have the data, all the money in the world doesn't mean shit. You can create little islands of look over hereism. That's it. But you can't really move the needle for your people. You can't. You just get to be rich, live in mansions, and brag about being better than everybody else. That's it. Whoop-de-doo. Okay? So, philosophy. So, dear black woman, here you go. Here's a book. How many black women own this book? I ain't never seen this book mentioned in a black woman reading club. Ever a day in my life. The hell do you care about philosophy? Philosophy? I don't give a damn about no philosophy. I gotta get my nails done. You want to get your nails done by China. China, whose economy is outstripping America's. How did they get their economy to outstrip America? Philosophy, stupid. Philosophy. Philosophy bring you all of this. How do we know it was philosophy that put their economy where it got to? Because when they still had a third world economy, in order to change it, what did they do? They sent out their young people to go to American universities and study what? Basically, really one philosopher, an economic philosopher, Adam Smith. Adam Smith. His main one is, I made my son read it. I forget the title of it, but it's A Theory of Moral Sentiment. And what's Adam Smith's most famous work? I forget the name of it. I have the book here. Oh, Wealth of Nations. I didn't even have to bring it up. Wealth of Nations. Wealth of Nations and Theory of Moral Sentiment. Those are the two books that changed China's philosophy, that changed their economy. It's those two books that built Hong Kong. It took Hong Kong from being a parking lot to being a metropolis with skyscrapers. So, dear black woman, where are your philosophers that you're producing? Oh, I know. See, they trapped you philosophically into one sophist. His name is Jesus. Stupid. I'm going to tell you the truth. I really don't care if you like it or not. I really don't care. I'm on 5 hours. Oh, he's going to read me the Riot Act. I hope not. Don't read me the Riot Act, Karbet. But this is the truth. Black people have problems that they are too unintelligent to solve. Ooh, Shaka said it. Black people have problems they are too unintelligent to solve. How are you going to be intelligent when you won't face facts? Are you scared of 2 + 2 = 4? Are you scared of 9 × 3 is 27? These are facts. Are you scared of the sun rises in the east and sets in the west? Are you scared of facts? So here's a fact. Black people are too unintelligent to solve their own problems. Why? Because it's led by their women. It's led by their women. So the white community is led by a patriarchy. They win. The black community is led by a matriarchy, which we call the church, the black church. It's a matriarchy. Yes, when it's dominated 70% female, that is a matriarchy. Keyword, domination. No pastor rules without the consent of the females. They all know it. Once the females say you go, you're gone. The men can't kick you out because the women will fight you. And they're your main constituency. Let's talk about it. Remember that scene in Rocky where she said, you can't win? She was talking about your community, black women, with your podcast, all of your reels, all of your podcasts where you want to show everybody what you know and you want to talk about immigration and Trump and the White House and what's going on. You don't know shit. You're the dumbest person on the fucking planet and nobody wants to tell you because we're scared we'll hurt your feelings because you're the black woman and nobody's supposed to talk to you. Fuck out of here. That shit is done. It's been done. And I've held this shit back for a long time. I said, well, how do I tell this without showing my feelings? I can't. Now, do you see why I didn't want to give this presentation? Because it's not based on some ephemeral, intangible, abstract opinion. I'm talking to you about facts. I'm talking about facts. Listen to Berkshire, what's his name? The old white guy, the old billionaire who's just retiring, who's giving up in charge. What's his name? I always forget his name. Used to hang out with Jay-Z. The old white guy. I always forget his name. Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett. Who does Warren Buffett quote? He's always quoting philosophers. Listen to his speeches. Warren Buffett, the man who can buy and sell you 1,000,000 times over. He's never quoting mathematicians or economists. He's always quoting philosophers. White men know this about you, stupid. They talk about it, stupid. You ever want to have, remember that kid you had to like diss to in the head all the time? That kid is the black woman. I hate to tell you this. Right in the head. He could see this, stupid. You're producing sons that have no aptitude for philosophy. How are you going to compete? All you ever going to do is be able to fucking, I'm going to chase $1. I'm going to build a bank account. I mean, you can't do shit. If you wasn't so arrogant, I'd want to work with you, Shakka. But here's the thing, though. I love that. Let me hold that. But here's the thing. I really appreciate that. Here's the thing you have to understand. Do you think I like being arrogant? Do you know what you call arrogant? Let me explain to you what it is. Do you know what it's like to have to hold all of this in 25 hours, 8 days a week, and walk around and pretend and act normal when you're looking at insane people? Do you know what that's like to watch children suffer? To watch men go to prison and jail? To watch women destroy their own lives and the lives of everybody else in their communities, all in the name of Jesus? Do you know what it's like to watch? Do you think it's cool watching an entire community swim with an anchor around their neck, looking at the person who's putting the fucking anchor around their neck? And I'm supposed to be pleasant about it? I'm supposed to speak politely? Get the fuck out of here. Are you out of your fucking mind? This is the exact part that I'm talking about. I'm talking about facts and data, and they're talking about my arrogance. This is who you're producing. Look, this is who you're producing. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Not you. That's a good one. Where's the other one? Right? This right here is the truth. Yes, that's what I live with all day, every day. I'm watching all of these people with podcasts, and I'm watching all of these people have these Neil deGrasse Tyson. They want to talk about all this stuff in the universe. With all of those brains, you can't sit down and audit the fucking community and say, this is how you move the needle. If you're not talking about moving the needle, what are you talking about? Go join MAGA, because you are MAGA, whether you know it or not. If you're not talking about moving the needle for black people, you might as well be MAGA. Don't tell me about Allah. Don't tell me about Farrakhan. Don't talk about the bean pie or how Gaddafi had your back. I don't hear none of that shit. Don't talk to me about Jehovah. Don't talk to me about Yahweh. Don't talk to me about none of this shit. Don't talk to me about the latest new marketing thing you want to teach black people to learn AI. Don't talk to me about none of that shit, because you're going to be a bunch of high-tech fucking dummies. AI is not philosophy. Oh, what's the matter? Why you don't like philosophy? Because it requires brain power. It requires observation. It's the mother of all sciences. It was a philosophy that told you that counting was important, which made you start counting. Philosophy, the love of wisdom, and it does not come from a Greek word. Philosophy is not a Greek word. They took ownership of it. But when you go into the etymology of the word, it has no Greek origin. There's a reason for that. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. You don't know what kind of energy I put into the type of research that I do. I have no life. I have no life. I have no social life. I haven't had a social life for maybe 7 years. No social life. I get to watch everybody else live normal lives. Going to the movies, going to the club, going to dinner, having lunch, walking down the street holding hands, having company over, doing Netflix and chill. I get to watch. I can see all of that shit. You think I get to do any of that? From the time that I was a child and I was in the church and I was looking at all of this and I knew something. First of all, I fell in love with it. Number one, the pageantry, the music, the women. I love church. I used to love me some church, especially Brooklyn in the 1970s. You want to talk about beautiful little girls? When I was a little boy, oh my God. You didn't have too many problems, too many issues with this when we was coming up, because little boys loved them some little girls when we was growing up, and vice versa. You had no issues with that because we had not yet become socially estranged and dysfunctional to the point and extent that we are now. You think it's all by accident? No, y'all don't understand social engineering. Y'all don't understand anything, to be quite honest. So, yeah, absolutely. Let me say that again. Let me see that. Because I want that. Hold on one second. Nah, that's what it is, bro. You just said it right there. Here it is right here. I want this one. Shaka, if you wasn't so arrogant, I'd want to work with you. If you weren't so arrogant, I want to work with you, Shaka. You couldn't work with me. That's like saying to the thunder, if you weren't so loud, I'd want to work with you. You don't want to sit in the same room with thunder. Are you insane? You damn sure don't want to sit in the same room with lightning. I've had people who love me, been following me for years, who are like family to me. They are family to me. They came to stay with me over the summer. I don't know if they like me anymore. They probably don't. I wouldn't give a damn. I'm going to tell you why. Not because I don't love them. I love them fiercely. I finally figured out. It's what gave me the courage to come and give this presentation. I said, Shaka, you can only be Shaka. You can't be Umar. You can't be Tariq Nasheed. You can't be Drink Champs. You can't be Candace Owens. You can't be Stephen Bartlett. You can't be Sonet. You can't be none of these people. all I can be is me. So if being me means that you don't want to follow me and you don't want to listen to me, do you know I probably don't know you exist? That's how much that means to me. I've never cared about being popular, ever. Ever. I've just never cared about it. There have been many times that my life has been chapters, and there are many people in this whole world that can tell you about chapters of my life. And in all of these chapters, I was always very popular. Not because I was trying. It's probably because I didn't care. And I think other people wanted to be that way. And I gave them permission to not care about what other people think. Oh, that's what it was. I never figured that out until just now. That's what it was. I just gave them permission to not care. They don't care. And that's good. And they all grew up to be individuals who I respect. Because I think that's what I taught them. Don't care about what other people think. Because most people are fucking stupid anyway. You're just supposed to pretend that they're not because they're better looking than you, they have more money than you, they have something you want, or whatever it is. Like they don't have insecurities, like their farts don't stink. Are you kidding me? Normally the first thing I think about when I look at a woman is, I wonder how bad her farts are. Do I really want to? Because I'll tell you something. Most people who know about my dating life know I've probably dated some of the most finest women on this planet. People have seen the pictures. It's no secret. That used to, because as a guy with an ego, when you coming up in my time, that's what you were known for. You were either that dude that couldn't get, or you were the dude that got what everybody else dreamed about. I got the kind of woman that most men fantasize about. Most men these days can't get that kind of woman. That's, and I'm not ashamed of it. It's just a part of my life. My whole childhood was defined by that, but even more so my adulthood. But I'll tell you something. I was dating this one woman, and this woman is the kind of woman that other women pay a lot of money to look like, but she's like this naturally. Like people tell me I have a type, and I always say, do you ever think maybe that type dislikes me? Because I don't really have a type. And in fact, the type that I do have, I'll be honest with you, the type that I have is I love women that are like this shade black, right? I love women this color black. Those kind of women probably like men that are this shade black, right? Or whatever. I don't fit that. Like I said, I've never fit into anything. And so the kind of women, for whatever reason, that have always been attracted to me are usually mixed women. I don't know why. I didn't write out the recipe, but most of the women that are attracted to me that I've been with in my life are usually mixed women, the kind of woman that most men seek after. And y'all know the type that I'm talking about. The kind that many black women have tried to make themselves look like over the years with the fucking, we call them helmets, with the hair and I always say I couldn't date black women that wear that shit because I like to run my fingers through some natural hair. And I like to, don't make me pull up. All I got to do is flash. In fact, I'll do that on one of my, you can see what my person, give you a glimpse into my personal life, right? I was talking about that for a reason. I don't remember why. Let me get back to the, what you call it. Because I start going off and I don't want to talk about that shit. It's stupid and it doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying to you that I'm frustrated. And as a frustrated person, am I expected to hold it in all the time? All the time? Don Lemon gets to say what he wants to say, right? I ain't even talking about him being married to a white man. Or everybody gets to say what they want to say. Commentary, personal or professionally. Shakka is the one that has to, because I know that I'm that different. I know that my perspective is that. I know it is. And so because I know it is, I just don't say anything. Because I don't want the controversy. Nobody wants to be the bad guy. Nobody wants to be the villain. You understand what I'm saying? And you got to remember that I need to be able to work with like minds humbly. Well, I'm offended by the fact that there's somebody who thinks they have a like mind to mine. You haven't put in the kind of work that I've put in to have a mind like mine. Are you insane? I'm offended by that. That's like going to LeBron James. Those of us who shoot alike should get the fuck out of here with that. I don't want to work with you We don't have a like mind. There is no mind like my mind. Are you insane? The kind of work that I put in to my mind, you got not just me, the kind of work whole communities put into my mind. That's the one thing I give black women credit for. When I was coming up in the 70s, there were a group of black women that got together that said, no, our children are not going to these public schools. And they created their own school system. I was the very first student in that. That is how I got this. I'll show you the whole readout one day because I looked it up on ChatGPT so it could do research. Because I was wondering why I think the way I think, why I know the things that I know, and why my cognitive approach, why my cognitive disposition is the way it is. I wanted to know. And then I realized, wow, it really was my education. It was both my collegiate education or my scholastic education and my personal family education. I had both. And so because of that, I'm different. I hated being different when I was younger, but when you get older, at some point, you have to accept yourself. Love you right back, Mr. Rashad. Whether you like it or not, love you right back. Ain't a damn thing you could do about it. Right? Here we go. That's what I wanted. So, I don't know what that is. Oh, I'm literally from Aswan, Abi. My father, Baba, taught me at Waset the meaning of everything there and how it's been applied to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and more so to this new technological space age. I love that. I love knowing that I have someone from Aswan, Upper Egypt, Kemet, watching this platform. That's how important this platform is. Look at that. I'm literally from Aswan, southern Egypt. Tashimu, Upper Kemet. I don't use the term Egypt because it's a colonial term. Kemet. And no, Kemet does not mean the black land. If I hear one more person say that, they're going to get all of these rings. It does not mean black land. I'll tell you what it means if you want to know. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to know, and I'll tell you what Kemet means. Okay. No, I don't preach. I teach. The difference, that black people has too many preachers that has the minds of 70% of our women and 70% of our single households. There's too much preaching going on in the black community. No more preaching for the next 250 years. We have to reverse the process. We got to change these numbers and move the needle. Start moving the needle in the next direction. No more preaching. I'm going in on Eric Mason. I'm going in on what's his name? Not Valentine. I forgot his name. It's been a minute. But there's a whole bunch of them. Eric Gray or Pastor Gray, whatever these people call themselves. One thing about me is I'm petty. Anybody who ever said a damn thing about me, I got a whole dossier on you. And I'm going to address it one day on camera. And you are going to be on the screen. And I'm going to show people what you said. And then I'm going to show them the truth so they can see how low your IQ is. And I hope your children see it. Eric Mason. He claimed all of this stuff about what Kemet did and did not do. I ain't forgetting none of that. I just haven't had time. I'm busy. One thing I learned, you cannot save black people. You are not going to change minds. I've given up on that. But because of my ability to acquire knowledge growing up, there was always this thing in me. And if you couple that with what my mother put in me, which was this love for black people, which I really resent, I don't like having that love. I would rather be one of these dudes who don't give a damn about black people, just go live my life. Real talk. I would love to be one of those kind of guys. I don't give a damn about no black people. I would go my 2-car garage, my 3-car garage, my 9 figures or my 20 figures that I get every month. I would love to be one of those people. I would love to be one of those people. Unfortunately, I had a mother that instilled in me an undying love for black people above all else. And I despise it. I do. Because it doesn't make you rich. It doesn't make you wealthy. What is it like to love a people who are in love with the anchor around their neck? It's called the Jesus peace. What do you do with that? You're in love? That's like being in love with a failing project. At some point, you got to what? The most 3 important words you will ever learn in this life. Let it go. You have to let it go. And that is the point that I got to. I let it go. I probably despise racist white people more than I love just all black people. And that motivates me quite often because I see such an injurious process unfolding. But how angry can I remain at racist white people when they're not the number one enemy to the black community? The number one adversary to the black community This is what happens when you don't talk to people for months like I do. You vent when you finally come. The number one enemy to the black community, number one adversary, let's choose my words carefully. She's the problem, part 2. These poor souls are easily taken in whenever a clever charlatan who knows how to make use of circumstances come among them. He becomes rich in a short time, laughing up his sleeve at these simpletons. This is in the 2nd century CE. Just a few years after your Jesus was supposed to be killed. They're already documenting how unintelligent this community is and how easy it is to get rich off of them. Now, if you come across a community that is easy to get rich off of, common sense says you must make this a permanent part of the economy because it will always be a step up for anyone looking to get rich. You don't get rid of something like that. It is a cash cow. That's what Jesus is. He is a cash cow. Why do you think there's the story of Moses and the people worshiping the calf? Cash cow. Dumbasses. Summary. Lucian's portrayal. Lucian's portrayal. And there's the source. Section 3. Lucian's portrayal. 165 CE is the earliest non-Christian satire presenting Christians as naive, credulous, and intellectually inferior. Interesting. The same reputation black people have in America. Naive, credulous, and intellectually inferior. Is that because it's just a popular opinion among white people, or is it because that's what the data says? I'm going to go with the data. Always. And what he said was a parallel to Celsus' more formal philosophical attack a decade later. So everybody will talk about Celsus and what Celsus said, because we're going to look at that too. Everybody will talk about Celsus and about how Celsus went in on the whole Mary Jesus thing, right? Because Tertullian had to respond to it. But they never mentioned that a decade before Celsus, Lucian of Samosata wrote and documented that early Christians were looked upon as being the demographic that was the least intelligent, the lowest IQ, the most easily exploitable. And all of the traits that they are famous for, 70% or 75% of our community has inherited that legacy. This is called a correlation, stupid people. It is a correlation. You are not battling racist white people. They are too busy enjoying their spoils to give a damn about you. Do you honestly think that them changing the voting seats in Texas and Louisiana, you honestly think that can make or break you as a people because you think the solution is in voting, that alone tells you how stupid you are. Asian people ain't never gave a damn about voting, but they got a hell of a lot more than you. And wait until you see what I show you about them. You have no idea what's in this presentation. That's why I could not do it all in one day. If I did, we would be up here until tomorrow morning. And people know I give lectures like that. This is not for the weak of heart. If you don't have the kind of stamina that I have, and you saw in my last presentation, I was falling asleep. I was hurt. Normally, I don't give presentations when I'm in that state, but I had given my word that I would. I won't ever do that again because that really hurt me. I had to recover from that about 2 weeks to recover physically. If I had a good wife, if I had a wife, period, she'd have been like, baby, that's enough. Come over here and rest. Anyway, none of that. So, yeah, this is not for everybody. See, they'll quote Suetonius, right? They'll quote Tacitus when they talk about early Christian. Well, I didn't put that. Let me take that off. Hold on a second. Right? They'll quote all of these early. They'll quote all of these early non-Christian sources for proof of Christianity's existence, but they don't quote the early non-Christian documentation that talks about how the rest of the world perceived early Christians. What did the educated class of people think about them? Well, what does the educated class of today think about black people? Who's wrong, the educated class or the black people? I'm going to go with the black people. Why? Because I tend to side with the educated class. That's a bias of my own. I'm human. I'm not perfect. I have a bias. I'm going to side with the educated class. Doesn't mean that they know everything or that they're always right. My education is not formal. I'm self-taught. Autodidact. Proud of it. No apologies. Because I don't meet many people with degrees, PhD, or habilitations that know what I know. That's why I have students who have PhDs. Does that bother you? Does that offend you? That my 10th grade dropout self has students that are PhDs, at least 4 that I can count on one hand. Because the one thing they know, first of all, they're intelligent. So they know that their curriculum has restrictions and it's political. So there's certain things outside of their purview that they've never come across, can't see. So they come to me and I show them. Say, look, this is what you weren't shown. This is what you didn't see. This is what you were not aware of. Yeah. You'd be surprised how many people with the PhDs get it wrong too. But you got to know who's who. I know where to look, right? This is funny. Kudos for getting extraordinary proof for something already common sense. But here's the thing, right? Yeah, cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'm good. I'm in good standing today, right? I'm at 5. Hold on one second. And part of me has to do with, see, this matters to me. Thank you, Viking. I appreciate that. And yes, I appreciate you being here. If anybody has a problem with that, they can kiss my ass. Should I say that again? Yeah, because why the fuck would I care about the opinion? Why the fuck would I care about the opinion of a group of people who think it's wise to let their religious woman determine the trajectory of their community in a capitalist technocratic society? Really? You think I give a fuck about your opinion? Oh, Shaka, you're too arrogant. You're too aggressive. Well, I've been watching you talk trash for years, but you're still watching. It's deep, people. It's very deep. It's very, very deep. All of this shit is very deep. It is. No, it's no fucking way. There's no way I would care about your opinion. You don't support me, don't support me. You know what? I don't give a shit. Okay? Here we go. Let me get back in. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to break up the monotony with giving you this. I wasn't going to do this, but just to bring you back in. Okay? Let me see. I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway just because.
Cause there been times that I wanna lay down and die. What do you do when your loved one is holding you back? Do you flip it up and switch? How do you react? I let the strong lead the weak and quickly choose my side. And don't get mad at the fact only the strong survive. I've been lifted up the heights, I can talk for all the angels. I got a whole different angle. Now I done crossed so many thresholds, I'ma cross some more. And if the time is on my side, I'ma cross them all. Those who know me know I'm coming, and I'm coming correct. If I fail with my friends, I get my best with my next. I got a program in the blueprints in the back of my mind. It's not a problem when I'm ready, I just ride and shine. Come on. When you feeling weak, feeling weak. The first words that my mama got was ride and shine. And that's just what I'ma do. I'ma ride and shine. I'ma shine so bright that I blind the blind. That's my words before I die. I'ma ride and shine. Don't let your problems overcome you.
I just wanted to say that. I'm going to watch the rest of my YouTube channel. I was just feeling that. That was personal. that was personal. I had to do that. Right. Shout out to my inspiration. You know who he is. Living for life. You heard? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Okay. You heard? I take that as I'm muted. I don't think I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. If I was muted, it would say that might be your audio. It's not me though. It's not me. My mic is good. Yeah, my mic is good. It's not me. Okay. Everybody, let me know your audio is good, still bad. Is my audio still bad? Let me know, people. Is my audio still bad? Here we go. All right, tell me now, people. Somebody tell me now. Tell me now. Okay, that's all right. Give it a second. It should be back now. I'm still waiting. No, the audio's not dead. The audio should be on now. Okay, I'm good. Cool. All right. Thank you. There you go. Yes, you're good. All right. I got it back. Thank you. Wonderful. Let's get back. I just wanted to take that break. Let's go. Wonderful. Okay, let's do this. All right. Yeah, when you go as long as I have, snafus are going to come. And that's just how it is. I don't care. Ka, bet I love you. Bro, you make life between you, Jeffrey Harris, Jeffrey Rogers, and thank you for that. what you said to me. That last one you sent to me, Cobb, I needed that. Because it's like, when you in that, sometimes it's just a flow thing. And I'm not always in flow, but when I do get in flow, I just let it go. And that's what people call my arrogance or whatever. That at that point, it's not really me. It's the data. It's the truth. That's what it really is. It's not me. It's me reacting to the data. How would you feel? Think about it. How would you feel if you came home and you found out that your child or somebody you love, a community that you love, was up to some serious fuckery that was fucking heavy? You would flip out. You over here working hard, busting your ass, doing this, that, and the third, and you come home and find out your child's been cutting school since first grade, and you wondered why they were getting left back every year up until they 17. And you come to find out they was going to hang out at some club and party and smoke with you would lose it. You would freak out because their future's done. How you think I feel seeing what I'm seeing? And like I said, I'm just getting started. This is everything I'm showing you now so that you understand what you're going to see later. That's the stuff you're not going to be ready for. And if you don't come back when I come up again tomorrow, well, you're lost. You'll have to watch it, I guess, when it's done. So let's go. So everybody talks about Celsius, but they don't tell you that 𝓈ᓔ𝔁 was talking about it earlier, about how stupid these people were. Now this is against Celsius. Okay? It was Origen who wrote a refutation, not Tertullian. It was Origen who wrote his refutation. Really, it was more of a rebuttal to Celsius. They want to describe it as a refutation. It was a rebuttal, right? Earliest complete preserved segment of Celsius' charge of Christian ignorance via Origen Contra de Celsa 1:9, citing verbatim from Contra de Celsius. Now, this is what he says about early Christians. You got to know, look at this black woman down here, got her son here. Look at the look on the boy's face. That should tell you everything. A child knows something ain't right. And look at her. Therapy. All that pain and suffering that she was subjected to for 230 years is all coming out right there. Because she got to live with it daily because of all of the dysfunction in her community. It's coming out right there. And all them other hands you see are female hands. What does he say? Their injunctions are like these. Listen to this. I appreciate that, Cobb. I love you, brother. Bro, you don't understand how important you are in my life, bro. You really don't know. Like, everybody needs somebody to make them feel like they can do it, right? Y'all got Cobb to thank for that. Y'all got Jeffrey Harris to thank for that. Y'all got Hillary to thank for that. And Leah. Y'all got Jeffrey Rogers. Y'all got Joe Islar. Y'all got 𝓈𝔔𓄿𝅅, Jed Ank. Y'all got these people to thank for that. Without them, I could not do this. There is no one in my corner that checks on me every day to make sure that I'm okay and that something is happening. And when that Cash App get hit, that's how I know when I've been going too long. I'm like, oops. It's like, okay, stop what you're doing, Shakka. That you gotta go deliver. Okay, right? It's certainly a pleasant distraction. It lets me know I've been going too long. So here we go. Listen to what he said. Their injunctions are like these. This is documentation. Why? And you wonder why your children don't read? Because they're not reading to your children history and what was written. Their injunctions are like these. In other words, he was saying, this is what the Christians say. Let no one educated, no one wise, no one sensible draw near. This is what the Christians were saying. Let no one educated, no one wise, no one sensible draw near. You talk all of this Bible shit. Why don't you tell your children what is documented that the early Christians were saying? For these abilities are thought by us to be evils. In other words, intelligence was evil to them. Wisdom was evil to them. Why? Because intelligence and wisdom had to be colonized by the person of Jesus, as told to you by the pseudepigrapha Gospels, the pseudepigraphic Gospels, the pseudepigraphic anonymous Gospels, because nobody knows who wrote them. So you put all your faith in anonymous Gospels that are written by people who you don't know, because nobody named Mark wrote Mark, nobody named John wrote John, nobody, Luke, Matthew, nobody know who wrote these. They might have been named that, but we don't know that because we don't know who wrote it. Those names were added, well, centuries later. Yes. Literally centuries later, those names were added to give credibility to the narrative. So basically, you took some spurious, what's called pseudepigrapha, a spurious superscription. Somebody at one period claiming somebody at another period wrote some shit that the person never even existed wrote. This is how you incarnate people. And you have the nerve to have 70%, 75% of our community bases their concept of reality on pseudepigrapha. They don't even know what the fuck pseudepigrapha is, but they worship it. Why? Because they're bibliators. And as a bibliator, you worship a book. They tell you the word of God. They literally worship the Bible. They don't realize that they do, but they do. You're a book worshiper. You're a pagan because you worship a book. Because the Jesus that you worship exists only in the pages of that book. That's it. So you literally worship a book. You think I'm lying to you? Here you go. I know what's needed. Hold on 1 second. Because you think I'm lying to you. Here we go. Let's just do this. Right? Here you go. You think that 70%, 75% of the black community in America worships a book that they know nothing about. Watch. You think that this is a joke? Watch this. You think that this is not serious? What do you call someone? Hold on. What do you call someone who worships a book? What is this? Someone who worships a book is called a bibliolator. Like, what they call them? Idolatry, an idolater. They are a bibliolator, a term derived from Greek for book worship. 80%, damn, or 70% of the black community. Hold on. So when you walk into a council meeting, when you walk into a congressional meeting, when you walk into a scientific body or the UN, you're talking about a community. When you talk about us, African Americans, I ain't talking about you indigenous people. I don't fuck with y'all, right? I'm talking about African Americans. 80% of us, or 75% of us, worship a book. I don't have the problem with the fact that you worship a book. I have a problem with the fact that you don't know anything about the book. You don't know anything about that book. The mere fact that you think that the narrative inside the book can teach you about the book tells me your IQ is less than that of the anus of a cat. You have no brain. Let alone a bad brain. You have no brain. I had this Sudanese model talking about, oh, you got to read the word. If you're going to have a Bible, the whole point is to read the word and da-da-da-da-da-da. Some Sudanese model. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous, but she's stupid as the day is long. And then when I went in her comment section and I told people, I said, well, rather than tell people they need to read the word, you first need to make sure, you need to find out where this word came from. because you don't know what you could be subjecting people to. Why? Because it helped you? I know people who are helped by drugs, but I don't want them recommending drugs. That's how many people discover drugs, because it helped this person. Oh yeah, I smoked this weed, so it helped me. So why don't you try this weed? Because it helped me. It'll help you. That's what Professor Walter Williams used to always say, that you're introduced to religion the same when you're introduced to drugs. So a book worshiper who goes to this particular book because it helps them through things, they tell you, read that. It's good. It's good. It's good. The Bible does have good things in it. It's got great things in it. But let me ask you a question. If you went to if your neighbor invited you for Thanksgiving and you had dinner, and then later on you were home, say that the next week you're home watching the news, and all of a sudden your neighbor is on the news because they just got busted for stealing $700,000 worth of food from a high-end store. And you realize that the food that you ate on Thanksgiving was all stolen. Even worse, better yet, not even stolen from okay, let's say stolen from a high-end store. I was going to say stolen from a pantry. Either one, high-end store or pantry. But that's the food that you just ate. How do you feel about your neighbor now? That they served you stolen food, that you prayed over. You prayed over stolen food. Does the prayer make the food any less stolen? Thou shalt not. Don't talk to me about no, what do you call? Don't talk to me about any 10 Commandments, right? Don't talk to me about that. Okay? You praying over stolen food doesn't make the food any less stolen. You just got fed by a thief. I don't think that you, even though the food was good, the next time they invite you for dinner, you might think twice about going. Because what's the saying? If a person lies, they'll cheat. If they cheat, they'll steal. If they steal, they'll kill. What did a black woman say? I don't like a liar. Yet, you seek after men who most likely lie for a living on some level. Okay? Here we go. All right. But I want you to think about that. For 1 second, you're eating stolen food. That's what the Bible is, stolen food. It don't matter as long as I eat. Well, they never told you. If they never told you where it was stolen from, you might not discover until later that some of the stuff you might not have wanted to eat. They didn't tell you where they stole it from. Some of that stuff, you might find out where they stole it from later and be like, I ate what? Yeah, that's what you ate. Bibliolators, that's what they are. They worship a book. They tell you it's the word of God. And they tell you that God and the word are one and the same. In the beginning was the word, and the word was God. And what do they call the Bible? The word of God. So the Bible and the God are one and the same. They are bibliolators. And we're supposed to take them seriously and not put it in their face. 75% of the people that basically run the black community are bibliolators. They worship a book that they don't. I don't have a problem with the fact that you worship a book. My problem is that you don't know anything about the book. How do I know that you don't know anything about the book? You don't think I watch your podcasts? You don't think I watch you give commentary on the Bible? You don't think I'm constantly pursuing all these female scholars who supposedly have a degree in divinity, or they have I did this research and study, and they're as stupid as the day is long. I know you ain't messing with me. You're nowhere near my level. And it has a lot to do with me. I don't know. I don't want to give credit to my masculinity or to my manhood that is not necessarily derived from that. Because there are too many women that played a seminal role in my education. I'm talking about in the schools that were created for me to go to. They were created by women, mothers, and certain mothers that all share the same values. They were like, our children are not going to these crazy ass schools in the Bronx, New York, in the 70s when it was insane, in the 80s when it was absolutely insane. They were like, no, we are creating a private school, and they had teachers of all races, white, black, mostly black, but we had some whites and Hispanics. But these were serious teachers. These were graduate students coming out of major universities who wanted to teach in a private setting. Those are the kind of schools that I was raised in. Trust me, you did not receive the kind of education I received. Don't even think about it for one moment. Okay? But I didn't realize this until I got older. When you're a kid, you don't realize what you're being subjected to. It wasn't until I looked back on my educational history and I was like, I did attend Core. I did attend Yelverton. I did attend Harrisman. Damn. Yeah, I'm different. That's going to make me very different. But I've always wanted Black people to take advantage of my difference. I wanted them to benefit from my difference. That's the difference. Are you Clinton High School? Are you kidding me? Clinton was known for football. My cousin played for Clinton. No. Right? I went to private schools. Okay? We had to wear uniforms, and uniforms are not cool. Even Rice. I had to go to Rice. I hated Rice. All boy Catholic school. Right? Right here in Harlem. So women, I have a lot of gratitude towards certain types of women, but they're rare and few and far between. They don't make those kind of women too much anymore. They exist, I'm sure, but the kind of women that put together these school curricula and schools, period. I mean, you don't understand what they went through when they had no building and said, we are not sending our 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds to these insane schools. They had us in abandoned schools where the whole floor was abandoned and we had no heat, but we had to study in those classrooms. They had us in the YMCA until our building was ready, where there was no heat. And it was one of the coldest winters in the 70s and 80s. And they had us in churches but the student body always stayed together. In Poland, they had a similar school that gave you Madame Curie, who discovered uranium isotopes and all this other shit, new metals. They went to a school called the Flying Circus. I think it was called the Underground Circus or the Flying Circus. And it was an underground school because the Germans would not allow the Poles to learn. And so they did to them what they did to us. That's why you had Polish jokes in the 70s. How many Polish people does it take to change a light bulb? That was a commentary on how stupid Polish people were. But you have to remember, Polish people had a history of incredible intelligence. How did they become stupid? Because the Germans did to them what white people did to us. It's an artificially contrived low IQ. That's what plagues the Black community. But the problem is that the greatest agent to maintain that low IQ and reinforce it is the Black female through Christianity, of which she makes up the largest percentage within the Black community. It's numbers. It's just a numbers game. It's not a character thing like she's a bad person. No. If you give her a chance and you point it out to her, she might be like, oh shit, well, Shakka, let me see more. Like, where is this conversation really going? Because I like data. One thing about Black women, as long as the data isn't undermining, I don't know, as long as they can respect the data, I think that they will self-correct. I don't know. They will auto-correct. I don't know. Maybe that's another lesson I have to learn. Perhaps not, because one of the other things I've had to learn is that her greatest addiction is her own interest. It's just the truth. It's her greatest addiction. It's her own interest. Remember I said earlier, her satisfaction, what makes her happy. Her happiness comes before everything. See, that's the difference between a man and a woman, a Black man and a Black woman. When a Black man gets married, his happiness does not come before everything. His family has to come before everything because he has to provide and protect. A Black woman, her primary is her happiness. Now, when a Black man, most times when he leaves the family, he didn't leave because of his happiness. He left because there was a question of peace of mind. And peace of mind must be present in order for him to provide. If he does not have peace of mind, if his mind is split, he's going to perform poorly at what he does to protect and provide. So the greatest thing that a black woman can furnish a black man with is protect his peace of mind. If you can protect his peace of mind, you are almost virtually guaranteed happiness because he can perform in the capacity required for him to present you with that. These are not things that I knew when I was younger. I had to learn these things, right? I wish there was a book that, so let's get back to it, people. Before you know who comes knocking on the door. All right. I'm in the correct window. Yes. But yeah, this is what these Christians were saying. And this is the part of Christianity that you have to look at. You have to, we have to talk about this in the black community because it's hurting us. No, it's killing us. Literally. Listen, their injunctions are like these. This is the 2nd century CE. Let no one educated, no one wise, no one sensible draw near. For these abilities are thought by us to be evils. But if there be any ignorant, any unintelligent, any uneducated, or any simple person, let him come boldly. This is what the Christian ethos was putting out in the world. By the fact that they themselves admit that these persons are worthy of their God, the least of us. Are you people paying attention? They show that they desire and are able to convince only the foolish, dishonorable, and stupid. Somebody was saying that they were stupid in the 2nd century CE. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen in the chat? Give me an amen in the chat. In the 2nd century, they were describing what kind of people were being drawn to Christianity. And only slaves, women, and little children. Origin, Contra Celsum, 1.9. I'm going to tell y'all something. Context. This ChatGPT. Celsus, 2nd century CE, is preserved entirely through Origen's refutation. This passage is the earliest extant polemical formulation equating Christianity with what? A cult of ignorance directed at unlearned masses. And you wonder why your children are the dumbest motherfuckers in the school. You know what the Christian community said about me when they used to watch me on Sunday TV? They used to talk about me like I was a threat and why I have no respect for them. I don't have respect because they spoke about me like I was a threat. That was smart. I am a threat. A very serious threat when it comes to that. I can show you the fan mail that I get. How many people have left their pews because of that. I don't respect them because, and this is where I call it out, Chris, what's that guy's name from CNN? The light-skinned black commentator. What's his name? Somebody give me his name in the chat. The light-skinned brother from ESPN. He's not there anymore, I don't think. Nah, see what somebody said? And this is where you correct them. Right? Broussard. Thank you. Chris Broussard. And I put him at the heart of it. Because, yes, I was told that he called the platform and brought my name up. Because he had this thing called King something. It's a Christian organization. And he runs with those Christian apologists like Eric Mason and Damon Richardson and all these other people. Right? I wish I could remember the light-skinned fat guy who does UFC fighting. He loves preaching all this Ethiopian. Oh, Bantu, Vince Bantu. Oh, I got something for his ass too. I got something for all of them. I'm not forgetting one thing any of them did. But They waited. They were calling and sniffing around because the Christian community wanted to have a say on the House of Consciousness. And so they waited until I left the House of Consciousness to start engaging and start asking for debates. Why did you wait until I left, you cowards? Why didn't you come straight up when I was there? I was there for years. Why didn't you come straight up? And the one thing I won't ever forget, because one of the Christian apologists in their community told me. No, in fact, I watched one of their presentations on YouTube, and they were describing everyone in the so-called conscious community, and they were talking about how most of them are stupid and they don't really know Christianity from a theological perspective. But then when my name came up, they said, okay, well, Shakka is different because he actually reads. I won't ever forget that. The same way I will not forget that, what's this dude, Muhammad's name in the Nation of Islam? I forgot it. Wesley Muhammad. The same way I won't ever forget that somebody sent me the citation where he mentions my name in the notes of, well, you're a PhD. Why are you mentioning my name in the notes of one of your books? He went on a whole tour talking about what Shakka said, because I did a whole expose on Islam. If Shakka doesn't know what he's talking about, why are you people mentioning my name at the highest levels of your... Wesley Muhammad is damn near second to Farrakhan. Farrakhan ain't got a PhD. Wesley Muhammad does. Major scholar up at Michigan State University. Why are you putting my name in your literature? I took it as an honor and a privilege. I really did. But if I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm stupid, why do all of you cats wait until I leave? I don't shy away from a debate. I prefer to take 3 or 4 pastors at the same time, personally. I don't want to do just one pastor. Give me Damon Richardson, Eric Mason, Jerome Gay Jr., and a few others all at the same, and their apologists like Valentine and all the rest of them. Give them to all at the same time. Let's just do a panel. I'll be the only one on my side, and the rest of you could be on the other side. I don't have any problem with that. I just hope you have a strong background in epigraphy and papyrology, because the evidence doesn't lie. And I don't think most of you really have that kind of reading capacity. I really don't think so. I highly doubt it. Because you have to have a strong back to sit up that many hours and be willing to have swollen feet like I do every week to read at that level. I have to have medical attention or therapy, if you will, because of what reading does to me physically, because of the level that I read at. The body is not designed to sit in one position that long. I've been speaking already since what? For what? 6 hours. 6 hours I've been speaking. Because I've been holding this stuff in for so long. I'm getting ready to finish. I'm getting ready to finish, so don't worry, Ka'abet. Don't forget, the Cash App is at the top of the Cash App is at the top of the chat in the YouTube. I absolutely expect and appreciate. No, I shouldn't expect, but it's welcome. It's highly welcome when you support my efforts. Because at the end of the day, I have to move the needle. So if I'm moving the needle for you, you got to move the needle for me. And that is the frequency that I'm listening to. That tells me whether or not if I did my job. And while I appreciate the super chats, it's the Cash App that matters, because we don't see super chats. Okay? There you go. It's in there. All right, let's get back to business. Okay, somebody just reminded me, put the Cash App up, put the Cash App up. So I did that. Okay, here we go. Correct window, get your window in. Here we go, share screen. Let's get back. So yeah, and you people don't confront your pastors with this. You let them infect. It's like invasion of the body snatchers. A cult of ignorance directed at the unlearned masses. That's what this is. And look where it started, with them. These were the unlearned masses. This is where you inherited your Jesus disease from. Look at it. Don't shy away from it, black women. You notice there's only one man on this bench. You see what the rest are, right? Although they're not in church at that time. Do you get the point? Look at this, is documented. And you wonder why they don't teach. Why would they teach your children history? So that they could all walk out of the churches once they see this? Why would they teach your children history? They would not. And any person walking around who's historically illiterate is very easily exploitable because you're historically illiterate. This is Google. Now I'm quoting. I'm quoting someone here. See this? Slaves and women. You notice men are not mentioned by gender or sex in this passage. They desire and are able to convince only the foolish, dishonorable, and stupid, and only slaves, women, and little children. And I can guarantee you that the foolish, dishonorable, and stupid came out of single women households, because there was no man to teach them these are the laws of life and this is what you do not do. And so they became easily exploitable for those in power. Slaves, women. Here's the thing, you got to understand, women are qualified for all three of these: slaves, children, okay, foolish, dishonorable, stupid, and slaves. Oh, yeah, you qualify for, you want to always be equal. Well, guess what? You can qualify for all of these. None of these imply male or man, but they specifically highlight women in that passage. That is telling you something, that there's a sexual component to this. Since you can't read and understand, and what reading comprehension is, there is a sexual component to your vulnerability to this thing. Okay, so this is written, Origen wrote this in the 3rd century CE. Okay, we're talking about Origen now. Samosata, right? Hold on one second. Right, Samosata. Samosata is in the 2nd century CE. 3rd century CE is Origen, when he's writing and responding to Celsus. But Celsus wrote also in the 2nd century CE. So even though we didn't get it until the 3rd century CE, Celsus is actually writing at the very same time Lucian is writing. Now, how deep is that? Both of them, Lucian and Celsus, are both writing at the same time. Since you want to talk about non-Christian origins and non-Christian documentation about early Christianity, here you have two major writers and thinkers telling you what this cult is. It is a cult of ignorance directed at unlearned masses. This is what you are passing on to your children. And you have the nerve to point your finger at white men and women. You should be ashamed of yourself when you are the author of the destruction of your own community. It was, I'm quoting now, this is from George Orwell, 1984. If you study political science fiction, you have to read this at the university level, or even at the high school level, actually, but also at the university level. This is a classic. George Orwell's dystopian novel, 1984. What did he say? It was always the women, and above all, the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy. It was the female that would highlight those who were not loyal to the party. It was the females who would seek them out because their intelligence was able to perceive things about those who did not truly believe. That quote is from George Orwell's dystopian novel 1984, highlighting, this is not Shakka-Ahmose, this is the Google AI, OpenAI, highlighting how younger women fiercely loyal to the party Big Brother eagerly embraced its ideology slogans and acted as zealous enforcers of conformity, a key aspect of totalitarian control in Oceania. That is the same thing in Christianity, people. Conformity. The passage points to women, particularly young ones, as being the most fervent believers and enforcers of party doctrine, contrasting with older generations or men, showing how indoctrination works across demographics. See, this is the political takeaway. It is the exact same in religion, meaning they are swallowers of slogans. Jesus is my Lord and Savior. Lean not on thy own understanding. All of these things that cause intellectual abandonment, right? Accepting propaganda without question, and amateur spies, reporting on neighbors and family, embodying the party's control over thought and action. Significance. This illustrates the party's success in creating a society where even supposed victims. What are the victims? Women in a patriarchal construct. How deep is that? This is why they become agents of their own oppression, a chilling aspect of totalitarianism. What did I tell you? The white man is not your biggest problem. It's this variable. This one, Stockholm Syndrome. You want to become like those who abuse you, the power. You want to be like those in control. And even though you are victimized by it, you become the greatest agents of its oppression. You keep it alive and going, female. When I told you that black women are the biggest problem in the society for black people, this is what I was talking about. This is political science fiction. I don't think you understand yet what you're looking at. This is the blueprint of what is going on in your community. Between the sexes, which sex is more susceptible to psychological persuasion? It's just a question. As I teach my students, if you don't ask the right questions, you will not get the right answers. I asked an innocent question. Between the sexes, which sex is more susceptible to psychological persuasion? Research indicates women are generally more susceptible to persuasion overall. I don't need to read the rest after that. All I need to know is that if you're at war, you don't need a whole lot of information. You just need the important shit. This is all you need. Research indicates, this is not Shakka-Ahmose. Don't say Shakka-Ahmose, you're bad, or you're this, or you're arrogant, or no, or you're sexist. This is the data. Research indicates, or you hate being a woman, go change your sex. That's what you're trying to do anyway, right? Research indicates women are generally more susceptible to persuasion overall. Do you really need any more data after that? I'm going to read the rest. But if we're having an argument, you know how men and women like to have these drives in the car and get into these debates? The debate is over. I don't debate what's not debatable. I'll teach you, but I'm not going to debate you about what the data says. The data says that the research shows that women overall are more susceptible to persuasion than men. What does that mean? What are the implications of that? What are the implications of that? Nobody put anything intelligent in the chat when I said that. What that means is if we as a race are in competition with other races, if your sex is more susceptible to persuasion, that means ultimately you're not going to like this black woman. But I told you we have an audit and somebody has to talk to you. What that means is you are the weakest link. Let me say it again. See this chain? You are the weakest link in the chain. For that very reason, you are more susceptible to persuasion. We are not. And we are persuaded by different things, as you're going to see. This matters. I told you before, it doesn't matter if you are not at war, if they are at war with you. They are at war with you. When people are at war with you, you have to audit yourself. Okay? You have to audit yourself. Shout out to a Viking, right? You have to audit yourself. Women, by the research, that's not Shakka-Ahmose. I asked a question. What sex is more easily persuadable? If you're going to war, you have to know that before you go out into the field. So now we know women are more susceptible to persuasion. Now you want to go get online to go change your sex because you feel bad about that. Don't. If you know it, it becomes a weapon. You can't defend against what you deny and what you don't know. So if you deny it, that means you're more easily susceptible to it, which makes you a liability and a deficit to me. I don't need you next to me. I could get hurt having you in my sphere of influence because you are in denial about something that is just factual about the way your mind processes. Why? Because you decide your what's called your decisive external fact, or your decision. It's called your decisive decision-making factor. Okay, your DDF, right? Your decisive decision-making factor is not internal. The decisive decision-making factor for the female is external. If you don't know that, then you could pick the wrong person to help you fight a war, because they're basing their do's and don'ts on what is different from what you're basing your do's and don'ts on. So if your do's and don'ts as a man are based on something internal, and her do's and don'ts are based on something external, if y'all don't know this, you're both driving in the same car trying to get to two different directions. Nobody ever bothers to explain you to yourself. Nobody. I live among stupid people, and I have to live with this every fucking day. This is why I spend all of my time alone. I live among stupid people. Andrew Tate didn't tell you this. Do I got to get in a boxing ring with somebody for you to listen to me? Mike Tyson didn't tell you this. He has his platform. He's not going to invite me to speak. Sometimes I think the reason nobody invites me to speak is that they don't want to be made to appear as if, they don't want to be, I guess, in some kind of intellectual shade or something. Whatever. You should want your people on your platform to be able to get access to the best possible information they can get access to. That's why you invite me. But until you do, I'm always invited to my platform. So that's where I come, right? That doesn't mean I don't turn certain people down, because I certainly do. I don't like to be used, right? Here we go. Yeah, welcome to planet Earth. Male enemy would never. Of course not. No, but hold on. You said a male enemy would never take the leadership of a female seriously. That could also be his undoing. The mere fact that, and it's true though, for the most part, that's a rule. A male enemy is never going to take female leadership seriously. Why? Because he knows he's willing to do things that would never occur to her. You've had all kind of bad female rulers, but you ain't ever heard of a female Hitler or a female Genghis Khan. No. They have women who have tried, but no. Not going to happen. Okay. Yeah, I had to get to the root of this because the fact that we have in our midst somebody who is susceptible to persuasion and we're not talking about this, that's a problem. Okay? Research indicates that women are generally more susceptible to persuasion overall, especially with trustworthiness appeals. So all somebody has to do is win her trust, it's a wrap. She's easily persuadable. While men, are you listening, are more swayed by independent or competitiveness and authority. So these are two decisive decision-making factors that instruct us on how we come to our conclusions or make our decisions differently. These are not the same thing. Okay? Women tend to be more, key findings. I'm only reading the underlined part. Read the underline only. Why? Because it's the disparity between the sexes acts as opportunity for all exploitations. That's why. The disparity between us is what allows people to divide and conquer us. Once we get rid of that, we can move these numbers in the right direction. Once you move these numbers in the right direction, your family situation and your lineage will begin to look different. You should love your children enough to want to solve this problem. Divide and conquer. How have we been divided as men and women? Well, if there is that much of a disparity in the churches, which 70% of our women occupy, and they said in the beginning of this study that there is a disparity between the men and the women who are in the church, the numbers far out are very imbalanced. There's all these women on this side and very few men on this side. 5% of the men are there while 70% are the females. Hello, 5% versus 70%? Duh. You wonder why you're losing? Because nobody's showing you your numbers? Get the fuck out of here. Men respond to different cues. Men are more receptive to messages emphasizing achievement, independence, and authority. This is the research. This is the data. Women are more persuadable, slightly more persuadable, particularly when persuasion relies on trust, empathy, and social cues. Did you hear that? Trust, empathy, and social cues. That's what a woman bases her decisions on. That's what persuades her. Men are persuaded by emphasizing achievement, independence, and authority. These are two very different decision-making processes. Trustworthiness. Women often show higher trust and are more influenced by trustworthy rather than purely logical persuasive strategies. You need to listen to that.
If you didn't know before, now you know. And if you didn't know before, now you know. And if you didn't know before, now you know.
That's deep. That's deep. Look at what determines how. See, I'm always examining. What's the word? Well, first of all, doing an audit, but I'm always scrutinizing. I'm a scrutinizing kind of person. I'm always scrutinizing things because when you look at, that's where you see the patterns. If you scrutinize something, you will see the patterns, and the patterns will instruct you what the problem is. All I care about is fixing the problem. I don't give a damn about anything else. That's what makes me different. I think at a young age, I became obsessed with fixing black people's problems, which is stupid because black people are in love. They love their problems. Black people don't want to get rid of their problems. Are you stupid? Shit. Black people do not want to get, look, I tell white people all the time, ignore black people. Ignore them. I tell a white person in a minute, you stupid if you listen to black people. They're going to have you thinking they really care about solving their problems. They don't. How do you know? All you have to do is confront them with the truth, facts, and data. Watch their reaction. Will they stick around and say, okay, give us more? What can we do to solve this? Or do they go, who does he think he is? He ain't cute. I don't like him. He looks funny. He's a hotep. All this other dumb shit. I'm sorry, but now you're naked in front of all of us because now we know how you make your decisions. That's what the research says. We're going with the research, not you. I'm not going with you because you haven't bothered to research yourself. I'm going with people who put you under the microscope. They put you under the microscope and they said, this is what you need to know. Now, how are you going to be a father and not give game to your son? What I just showed you. Okay, when you get married or when you date her, this is what she bases. This is her determining decisive decision-making factor. It's going to come from what's outside of her. Yours is going to come from what's inside of you. These are two different things. You need to, this is game. This is a game. When you determine that you want a woman, what determines the kind of woman you get? That's coming from inside. When she's looking for a man, what determines what kind of man she gets? It's coming from the outside, externally. Oh, Kevin, I want a high-value man. You want a high-value man? Really? You want a high-value man. Can't make this kind of shit up. You want a high-value man making up the largest percentage of the largest demographic in the black community that is a bibliolator, worships a book, that is an indoctrination into a cult of ignorance. Because I can guarantee you, all the women that want a high-value man, they got a Bible in their house, and they probably a picture of Jesus somewhere in there, and they go to church, and they think the pastor is a person of stature. All of them. And if you ever really want to see the chip, I didn't tell you about the chip. I'll tell you about the chip later. The white man put a chip in the black woman. You think he was going to let her just walk out of slavery? You know how you put a chip or a tracker on your car? Right? Y'all didn't know. I never mentioned this to y'all. I told you I was going to talk to you about it some other time. But the same way they put a tracker on the cars and all this other stuff, they left the chip in the black woman when they set the slaves free. Do you think you're going to have that kind of control over someone and just let them walk scot-free without coming up with a way to put something in her that reacts to you, responds to you always and forever? I don't think you understand what kind of control they had over our women. You also underestimate the level of social engineering that went into what they did. You can't do something like that for almost 300 years and be a fool. You got to be a fool to think that. You got to be a fool to think that. You think they was going, because a piece of paper said you free, you think they were just going to let you walk off the plantation and not put a chip in you? That chip will always determine what kind of men you raise as far as limitations in their thinking go. It only took 70 slaves to do it. The ones that converted to Christianity. And they produced, through religious contamination, they reproduced it. And it, what's the word I'm looking for? I forgot the term. But it escapes me at the moment. Proliferated, if you will, but there's another term. Yeah. I know they don't know. I know that they don't know. I know they don't know. That's all I say over and over again. I know they don't know. Don't ever forget what I show you here. So when you're thinking about your girl or your woman or your wife or your mother or your sister, understand what it is that is prompting her decision-making process. It is coming from that which she sees, what is outside of her, external. All right? Trust, influenced by trustworthy rather than purely logical persuasion. Think about that. She's less influenced by pure logic and persuasive strategies. That is not the partner you want in war. Among the male and female slave population, this is not Shakka-Ahmose. Do not put it on me. I will not accept that. Among the male and female slave population in the U.S., the conversions to Christianity, what? Were led largely by the what? Put that in the chat. Because we're going to get to the bottom of this. Among the male and female, since you want reparations, that means you should want to reverse the effects of slavery as well. Well, this is the effect of slavery. The conversions to Christianity were led largely by who? Read that out loud. Everybody say it out loud, wherever you are. Look at the person next to you and say these two words. Put it in the chat. Show me I'm not wasting my time. Prove to me. I'm going to read that one more time. Among the male and female, see, y'all have not been asking the right questions. And I told you the black woman is the #1 problem in the black community. You can't talk about reparations because reparations mean you want to restore, means to be made whole again. You can't be made whole again if you are going to persist in the same behavior as you were in your injured state. In your injured state, the conversions to Christianity were led largely by the what? Everybody say it out loud and put it in the chat. Do not play with me today. It is dangerous to play with me today. Oh, nobody put it in the chat? Oh, I'm going to wait. I'm not moving forward until I see it in the chat. Okay, when I see it in the chat, I need to know people are paying attention. Let's go, people. Viking is staying with me. He's here. They here for it. That's what's up. Okay, who? I'll wait. I'll show it on the screen again. Who led the conversion to Christianity among the slaves? Was it the males or the females? Was it the men or the women? In other words, who was more easily persuaded that Jesus was God and that the Bible was the word of God and that the Bible was true? Was it the male slaves or was it the female slaves? This matters. You're raising children. You want to know why your children cannot read? It's because teachers do not teach them history. History requires you to read. They don't teach you history because you might be able to solve your problems. But if you don't want to solve your problems, then ignore what I'm saying to you. Take it personal. I don't care. I did my job. I told you I'm not here to change minds, and I'm not here to none of that. My job is to show you the facts. Do the research, deliver the facts in an effective way, go on about your business. I'm no longer give a damn about solving people's problems. I just give a damn about doing my job. I'm keeping my word. I made a promise to the people who raised me. I'm keeping my word. And that's why outside of that, I don't care about anything else or what y'all do or don't do. Y'all can all jump off a fucking cliff tomorrow. I wouldn't care. I would be like, I anticipated it anyway. Because when I came to show you what the problem is and how to fix it, you thought something else was important. You went to go do whatever it is that you had to do. You went to go listen to some motivation thing or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck y'all do, to be honest with you. Who led the conversion to Christianity? Exactly. 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 I hate to say it. I didn't, you did. But it's by choice. Not because of their physiology, but because when you are too smart to listen, there's an old saying that the old folks used to say. I grew up around old black people. They used to say, you're so slick, one day you're going to find yourself sliding right by yourself. That's black women. Because she's super smart. Remember, her brain is superior to yours. Her hemispheres are integrated. Yours are not. But that lack of integration gives you an advantage, a decided advantage. That advantage is you're not easily persuadable, which means as a man, you could only bullshit yourself but so much because you're not easily persuadable, which means it's going to be, it's hard. It's easier for women to seduce themselves into believing some bullshit than it is for a man. In other words, women are generally just far more delusional than men. Why? Because of the female's higher intelligence. Yes, it's a weird thing. It's counterintuitive, but this is the truth. Because the woman has a higher intelligence, it's far easier for her to be persuaded by her own thinking. You can't do anything. That's like having you're trying to develop a statue out of clay, but the clay has its own mind. What kind of statue do you think you're going to end up with? You think you're going to end up with something beautiful? Well, now you know why your community looks the way it looks. She's the problem. Nobody is willing to love her enough and respect her enough to explain herself to her so that she can at least develop guidelines and advantageous behavior that counteracts those things in her that would cause her to be a hindrance to the very community she claims to love. I don't think black women love the black community. I don't. I just think they just want power. That's it. They just want power. Power, freedom, this, that, third, all of the bullshit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing with having healthy households. So the big thing today, they chase after white men. That's the big, got to get me a white husband. Yeah, you got to get you a white husband because you're too incompetent to produce a viable black society. With all your millionaires, Oprah, the billionaire. Who else? I'm sure there are other ones. We always say Oprah. She's not the only one. Right? I'm sure Gail probably got to be close to $1 billion. Right? Why not? Billionaires only hang with billionaires. You see how close Gail and Oprah are. So, but shout out to them. Look, don't let me start me the line. People gonna get mad. I love me some Oprah. I'm sorry. One of the things I love about Oprah that she doesn't get enough credit. People forget when her show first came out, she was high. I mean, she was highly motivated to solve black people's problems. Look at all of the episodes that she had on race, trying to air black people's grievances. You think she ever got any recognition of that from the black community? Ever celebrated her as somebody who used her platform to solve black people's problems when she first came out? She did that for a long time. And once she saw that there was no gratitude, she had to take feedback for the lashback that she was getting. So people learned early on there is no reward in serving black people. There is none. You have to do it because you love it. Because if you're looking for a reward, forget it. They will let you starve. They will let your family be homeless. People say, oh, protect this person by all means. Black people don't protect anything of value because value is not at the center of their culture. It's not. Value is not at the center of our culture. We do not have an actuarial culture, the study of value. We don't. Why? Because we inherited other people's values. What do you mean we inherited other people's values? Well, if the largest percentage of your community are Black women, and they are, by the way, and 75% of your community is Christian, and only 5% of that are men, and the other 70% of that are women, that number is insane. 70% of that is women. I showed the data, right? And the numbers get too staggering after a while. I can't. The numbers are just too staggering. Let me just move forward. The numbers are staggering. Yeah, you got to do your numbers. You have to audit. You're not going to fix anything till you audit. And the Black church is at the center of your problems. And I'm going to prove it to you. Not today, because this is the last section. Once we get through this intelligence part of the section, that's it. We'll come back tomorrow. Here we go. I had to show you how she thinks. Among the female slave population, oops, did I put myself in the correct window? Nope. See, got to remember that. Here we go. Yeah, where you think you got all this Jesus love from? From your grandmother, your great-grandmother, your great-great-grandmother. Where you think it all came from, people? Motherfuckers, man. These motherfuckers make you work overtime. That's why I got the boom here. Oh, okay. I made a statement. This is my statement. This is not OI. This is my statement. Among the male and female slave population in the U.S., the conversions to Christianity were led largely by the female slaves. Because as I'm reading and collecting data, I'm coming to my own conclusion. Then I put my conclusion into the AI and I get the feedback, just a confirmation. Either I'm wrong or I'm right. Either the data supports this conclusion or it does not. That's all I want to know. This is not rocket science. I don't need to know anything else. It says that statement is largely accurate. The higher proportion of enslaved women converted to Christianity and became church members than enslaved men, especially during the mass conversions of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Stop. That means the majority of conversions to Christianity amongst the Black community during slavery and after slavery was by Black women, the easily persuadable, the ones who made external decisions. Why? Because they realized that there was an economic component to being integrated into the larger society. It's just that what a decision that is made on an economic premise over time becomes your actual premise. That's why you have to be careful about your motivations. You'll let one thing motivate you to do something else, and before you know it, you've now taken on the whole thing as if it's who you are. That's what happened to us. I know you don't care. My job is not to make you care. My job is to tell you. I've already been given my marching orders. That's what I'm doing. Okay? There you go. That's it. That's it. Easier to brainwash. The only problem is that the first brainwashing, because of their intelligence, they brainwash themselves. And then that brainwashing aligns with the external influence, which exacerbates the brainwashing. These are females. I love them. I wouldn't want to be in this universe. You put me on a planet with men only, I don't want to be there long. I'm probably look for the biggest dude around just to do him something bad, just so they could get together. And I don't want to be around. No Black woman? People say no woman. No. You think I want to be on a planet where there's no black woman, look, like I said, the majority of the women who have always been attracted to me in my life, even as of recently, are mixed women. And I accept that. And I'm like, you got to have at least one black parent to rock with me. I'm sorry. You got to have at least one black parent. Got to be in the mix. So, easier to brainwash. I was saying that to say that as much as mixed women that are attracted to me, I love mixed women. I think they're absolutely beautiful. Biracial women, multiracial women. It's just that I have a special place reserved for black women. I can't change that. I came out of one. And I cannot place anything higher than that which created me. That's where self-devaluement comes in. That's how when I look at black women that marry white men, that tells me everything I didn't know about you. That tells me everything. That's not a slight against white men. You have white men right now on TikTok and Facebook and YouTube making videos telling black women on everything. In fact, Umar Johnson was talking. I saw the original video where the guy is saying, black woman, please stay out of my DM. White men are not better than black men. They literally said, we are the same. In fact, many of us are worse. And you are deluding. There's a whole video. I'm going to get it and show it so you can see it. Now, that's bad. When the white men have to go live to tell you that they are not better than the men that you create. That's deep. That is a psychosis. That's deep. My friend's daughter was over here the other day and she was playing with her little anime thing or whatever. And I looked over because I was helping out with the food. And I looked at her anime images and I was like, why does every little black girl have a little white boyfriend? I said, what's that about? So there's this culture of delusional black women who live in a media-generated fantasy world who somehow feel that white men are their Prince Charmings because they were incapable of creating their own, and that black men are just out in the cold and resentful of the. You have to understand, we don't suffer from the same psychological debilitation that you do, which means we can see things as they actually are. That is the reason why we are supposed to be the protector. And what do you want? A delusional protector? A delusional provider? No, you want someone who sees things as they actually are. So since we have that component and that factor, what do you think happens when we turn it on you and we can see you for what you actually are? Your hypergamy, all of it. I'll never forget, it was a woman that taught me the term Captain Save-A-Hoe. I never knew anything about that term until a woman was like, oh, you Captain Save-A-Hoe. And I was like, what's that? And when she explained it to me, I was like, oh, no. Now, when you got a woman that is talking to you about Captain Save-A-Hoe, in other words, in fact, some of the best advice you can get on social media these days is coming from women. And I'm so proud of these black women who are being honest. I'm very proud of you because it can't be easy for people to call you a pick-me and all these other things. But you have to understand, when you're in a minority, you always have to expect them. The one thing I had to learn, and this is what really made me decide, okay, I honestly feel like I don't want to teach black people anymore. I really just want to go back to singing and recording songs because I've come to the conclusion, number one, you can't save black people. Number two, black people don't want to be saved. Number three, they might be incapable of being saved. And then number four, you're just wasting your time because they really don't care. And so if they don't care, why are you doing this? Why are you studying so hard to get all of these answers? And I was like, so I'm like, fuck it. You know? The things that you think is deep is worrying you. Hold on, watch this. So I'm gonna help you. Hold on, I'm gonna help you out. The things that I think are deep are worrying you. They shouldn't worry you. I'm not going to ban you. They shouldn't worry you. I was this close to it. I'm not going to worry you. They shouldn't worry you. I don't expect people to see what I see. I don't expect you to see the implications that I see. You're not me. That's why you're watching me and I'm not watching you. You don't have anything to teach me. You don't have anything that's going to refine my, not in this field, not in this context. I'm surprised you think it's deep. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe you do have something to teach me. Because somebody taught me something the other day about a female. I'll tell you about that some other time. But I had to realize, wow, this woman's just here to make money on Facebook. I thought she was meaning what she was saying. I'm like, nah, she just. Here we go. Oh, okay. Done. You only got to request that from me once. Okay, next. Cool. What the hell just happened? Okay. Well, I don't know what happened, folks. Sorry. This is not good. I may have banned the wrong person, or maybe I pressed the wrong button. Okay, well, that's there. Banners, comments. Here we go. All right, cool. All right. All my comments disappeared for a second. All right. So I got rid of someone who requested me to ban them. That's good. They're no longer a distraction. Yeah. Yeah, I don't expect people to look. I don't expect people to find something deep because I think it's deep. But then again, I don't follow people. I think people are stupid. So I don't expect you to see what I see or understand the implications of it. I just don't expect that. So I'm good. All right. That does not invalidate the deepness of what it is that I observed. Okay. Here we go. But the fact that you feel necessary to make it a point. I mean, there's really nothing wrong with that. I was trying to be cool, but when you said ban me, it was like, I was trying to be cool about it because I said, Dr. Clark used to always say, I'm surprised, you surprised. And that's the way I decided to take it. But then when you tell me ban me, that tells me you have no respect for the platform or the space or for myself. Bye. Here we go. Because then I question your reason for being here. Okay. So here we have. The statement is largely accurate. A higher proportion. Oh, let me make sure my window is where it belongs. That's the hard part. I always forget. Yeah, okay, my window is where it belongs. All right. The statement is largely accurate. A higher proportion of enslaved women converted to Christianity and became church members than enslaved men, especially during the mass conversion of the late 18th and 19th century. That means after slavery in the 19th century, or 18th and 19th centuries, higher female membership. Scholars such as Frey and Wood have found that women consistently comprise more than half and often between 60 and 65%. Rounded off to 70 people of African-American congregational membership during the late 18th and 19th centuries. What does that mean? That means that this female 70% factor has been consistent in the Black community since the 18th century. Hold on, because I can't do both at the same time, but we all know what that deserves, right? And you wonder why we can't get ahead. That one factor. If you're trying to change a problem and your car is not working and you decide to look at every other factor except for the one that is consistent and persistent, you are a low IQ moron. You have to look at what has been persistent. What has been persistent since the 18th century is a 70% factor of Black female Christians in our community. Bibiolators, You got bibullators giving birth to bibullators giving birth to bibullators. While you got another group that are like, fuck a book. We make books. See, you have one culture that is more interested in their thinkers. You have another culture that is more interested in worshiping one particular book. Are you serious? You talking about elections? You think Stacey Abrams can save you when she's a part of this? You think Kimberly Crenshaw can save you when she's a part of this, or Michelle Alexander, or all of these black female intelligentsia? You can find them in the church somewhere. You can find them with a Bible worshiping of Jesus, and they're going to try to validate it by some Ethiopian bullshit because they're fucking ignorant when it comes to history, which I'm going to show you and prove to you. The oldest church is not in Ethiopia. The oldest book is not the Ethiopian Bible. Stop saying stupid shit because I'm going to show you the actual documentation. I just can't believe how since the 18th century, what? The white folks don't even have consistent numbers like that. Spanish people don't have consistent numbers like that. Asian people, since the 18th century, who you know got a statistical factor that has stayed consistent since the 18th century? Maybe white people being in power. That's about it. But that's a statistic that you want. I'm talking about for your own group. But do you see this? No one has shown you this. These are the numbers. Since the 18th century, black women have kept a 70% Christianity conversion rate in a cult of ignorance. A book worshiping cult of ignorance. It was called that from the 2nd century CE, just decades after the supposed death of your Christ. You think that this is acceptable, that this is a non-subject matter. This is what you think. You see, all these other people do these anti-Christian. There's a reason why certain platforms begged me to give this kind of conversation on their channel, and I didn't. I said I would do it after I give it on my channel. After I give it on my platform, I don't mind going to anybody's platform and talking to their audience. But you need to have a place where I know it's going to be so you can see it. We're coming to a close. Y'all got to be insane. Yeah, look, the Viking has hung in there. The Viking has hung in there. That is deep. Look at this fool. Man, me. Bye. What a pleasure. 200 years of consistency. And you wonder, do we have 200 years of faithful marriages? No. Do we have 200 years of economic success? No. Do we have 200 years of, what do we have? The only thing we have 200 years of straight and consistent. Black woman converting at a 70%, maintaining a 70% conversion rate to the cult of ignorance in the black community. You are the principal agent of our subpar everything. When I said black women are the number one problem in the black community, I knew what the fuck I was talking about. This was not a personal attack. This was me saying, baby, I love you and we have a problem, because it's different if it's just affecting you, right? It's different if it's just affecting you. But baby, I love you. And it's not just affecting you.
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read. They cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking. They cannot do anything on their own. They expect everything to be given to them. So in my class, we did this thing where I made them write once a week. They would have some type of assignment where they would have to write at least a paragraph, meaning 5 sentences. 5 sentences. The amount of assignments that I got in with 1 sentence, 2 sentences, the amount of complaints.
200 years of ignorance. And remember, somebody said a little while ago, oh, it's the AI. You should have been here at the top of the show when I proved it was not the AI. We were already in that condition before the internet, and the internet just made it worse. You're proud of this? You wonder why people look at you as a lag on society? You want a high value man? For what? You're not high value. You're not. You're a deficit and you're a liability. Love you. I think you're the most beautiful thing in the universe. There is nothing in existence that compares to your appearance. Nothing. I always said since I was a kid, the ugliest black woman is finer than the finest woman of every other race. Sorry, that's how I feel. I will say it again. The most unattractive, ugliest, she could be fat, she could be 800 pounds. I don't know what she is. The ugliest black woman is more beautiful than any woman of any other race, no matter how fine she is. That is my perspective, and that's how I feel about it. Sorry, you don't have to like me. And she is dumb as fuck. Black woman. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you what she is more than anything else. And this is the problem. The real heart of the problem. She's an opportunist. Extraordinaire. This is where her and the white man have a lot in common. She's an opportunist. And as an opportunist, you don't have a loyal companion. You don't. She's an opportunist. She's loyal to her hypergamy and to her status, to her level of need. That's what she's loyal to. So when you have somebody who's highly intelligent, who can persuade themselves and then align with external persuasion, or they can out-persuade themselves and then, or they can persuade themselves right out of pocket and then align that malignant persuasion with external persuasion, you have a serious problem on your hand, black man. I don't think marrying a white woman is the solution. That's not going to happen with me. There is no solution for me because I don't date outside my race. I don't. Okay, how fine she is. And I seen some, I didn't even find that white woman. And my residents, there's some, woo, but I just don't do that. I had one of them sizing me up big time over a holiday dinner we had here. And this woman was sizing me up like I was the last thing to eat. And beautiful. But in my mind, I'm like, sorry, lady, maybe next lifetime. Not in this lifetime. What did Francis Cress Welsing teach us? As long as we are at odds, she said at war. As long as we are at war, no. We don't do that. We don't make neutral soldiers to then be used against us. That is not a strategy. You know, Carl Jung cared more about social status. Right? Yeah, so I don't do that. When I see brothers who do, I get it and I understand it. I just don't do that. That's it. I'll rent to them. Whatever. They're people. I don't, look, there's a white woman on Facebook who I love. I'm actually going to get one of her videos. I think I did actually download one of her videos. But her main message, and I had been waiting for years to hear somebody say it, her main message is that the number one problem in society is white women. She said the number one problem in society, in the globe, on the planet, is white women. That's what she said. And she's a white woman. She's brilliant. Not Dr. Jane Elliott. This is a different one. Jane Elliott's not a doctor, but not Jane Elliott. I don't think she is. This other woman, I forget her name. But her whole thing, she's got video after video saying that white woman, and she's a rough woman too. She's like, look, white women are the problem. And then she goes into why and everything else. And I'm like, it's about time that they're starting to talk about it. And they're admitting it. And there's a few white women but there's one main one, but there's about 2 or 3 other ones that are like, white women are the problem. And so I respect that. I respect anybody who can look at what they've been made to be or what they have allowed themselves to become, and they're willing to address it rather than keep benefiting from it at everybody else's expense. But at the end of the day, it bites all of us in the ass. I respect that. I do. Facts. That's me. That doesn't mean I have something against white women. I don't. I have anything against them. Right? Until they come at me wrong, and then they get checked like anybody else. That's why intellectually, because there are some white women who, for whatever reason, think they can cross swords at me when it comes to history and things of that nature. And I'm like, sweetie, you're way out of your league messing with me. I'm different. Right? Here we go. I'm very different. Oh, come on, we're almost there. I promised I would get through this section. Because I gotta, this section is going to prepare you for what comes after tomorrow. Here we go. Higher female membership. Scholars such as Frey and Wood have found that, we said since the 18th century, right? Right here. Greater vulnerability and appeal. It is theorized that evangelical Christianity, with its message of spiritual equality and hope for transcendence, was particularly attractive to what? The most vulnerable enslaved adults, which were often women facing the dual oppression of race and gender. So now we're at intersectionality, including sexual abuse from the master. The church community offered a rare potential source for support and protection. Stop. Full stop. You don't get to gloss over this. You need to understand the motivating factor behind our women converting to Christianity. Trauma. I'm sorry. Where's that at? Hold on. Yeah. Trauma.
And if you didn't know before, now you know.
Trauma. Trauma. That conversion, the motor behind that conversion of that 70% that has remained consistent up till now, which our children is destroying the lives of our children. Wait until you see how all of this leads to prison. Black woman, dear black woman, all of those black men you see in the prison are there because of you. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, you don't want to take accountability. I'm not talking about any of that. Accountability, responsibility. I'm not even talking about blame. I'm just talking about statistical facts, data. The data says that all of our black men who are in prison, you say, oh, all the good ones are in prison. They're there because of you. They're in prison because of you. Black woman. I know you don't care. I'm going to prove it to you. Beyond any shadow of any doubt. It's not easy for me to give this. Like, I want to be Mr. Unpopular. As much as I love black women, are you crazy? But I got to do what I got to do. Right? I can't pretend that this shit is not going on. Because ain't nobody white going to tell you. And ain't nobody with a black podcast qualified to tell you. They want to talk about your favorite rapper or some dumb shit. Here we go. Is my window correct? Let me make sure my window is correct. I always have to go back and check that. Yes, my window is correct. Okay. Okay, good. I'm still sharing. Here we go. It is there. Okay, so right here, right? Leadership in the community. While men often gained prominence as formal pastors. Now here, why do we have pastors? Why it's so prominent? Because it was the only public or semi-public leadership positions available to black men. That's why it persists in your community the way it does, in our community. It was the first place the black man had any authority conferred upon him by who? The white man and his partner, the black woman. Yeah, the white man and the black woman both been in cahoots to keep the black man in place. They don't want to have that conversation. They always want to give you the sob story about patriarchy and blah, 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 when it's a matriarchy behind all of this shit. 70% of the females dominate this ecosystem, and you think it's a patriarchy? Are you stupid? I don't even have to ask the question. While men often gained prominence as formal pastors, sometimes the only public or semi-public leadership positions available to black men, women took crucial roles in the religious upbringing of the children. The men had very little to do with the religious upbringing of the children. It is this 70% that has kept it alive for this. And look what is sacrificed on it. You and me, bruh. We are the ones, that's the whole symbol right there. We are the ones sacrificed to make all of this shit work. That's what that symbol represents. It's you and me, bruh. There needs to be a sacrifice. The white man and the black woman said, okay, well, who we going to sacrifice? That nigga right there. You and me. That's why I use the black Jesus. You love saying Jesus was black. Yeah. Let's talk about the story. Bruh, it's you and me. That's who's up on that cross. Yep. White man, black woman, in cahoots to keep it going. Ooh, some scary shit. The white woman got to be down with it to keep her creature comforts in place in a racial society. If you understand intersectionality the way it works. Woo! This is some wicked shit. Okay. Now, if you got to tell them not to take offense, and they're too stupid for me to even care. I don't even care. Facts. Oh, Kevin couldn't see me on his best on my worst day. No, but I appreciate that. Kevin ain't had nothing on this hotel. No. It does, but I don't have the temperament to write it. Absolutely. 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 To me, it doesn't really matter if they listen, because when I think about black men with daughters, or black men who have the ear of other black women, there's an opportunity for you to be able to share with them. Hey, babe, and even if she does, even if you don't, as long as you know what's going on, you can understand. One of us in this relationship has to be armed. She's not armed. She thinks about creature comforts. Okay? Her emotions, her satisfaction, and those things. We don't have those luxuries as men. One of us have to be armed. I'm arming you, so that when you make decisions, you can make informed decisions and know who you're making them about. You have to scrutinize her. The same way she scrutinizes you and puts you under the microscope financially, you have to scrutinize her and put her under the microscope in terms of the cultural ethos, her cultural imperative. Because anybody who studies business will tell you, culture trumps policy. That's a law. That's a law in the corporate world. Culture trumps policy. Well, if culture trumps policy, you have to factor that over into the relationship world because it's finance based. Culture trumps policy. So now that I know her cultural imperative, right? Easily persuaded, external decision-making factor, and trauma-based. This is what is holding the Black community captive. It's not bad, mean white people who won't put the truth in schools. What is the point of putting the truth in schools if your children can't read anyway? I hear the leaves talking. They said, good point, Shaka. What is the point of putting the truth in the schools if your children can't read anyway? That's why I don't have a problem. I'll come to school. I just tell them the truth and show it to them. I'll draw it out on a board, let them see how everything is connected. I'll show it to them. You think any Black person would invite me to come talk to the people that... Black people are the biggest impediment to Black people learning are other Black people because they're all gatekeepers. I don't want my audience to be exposed to you. I don't want my truth. You dress funny. You look... Whatever it is. I don't want you stealing the limelight or whatever the fuck it is. Black people are the underwriters of their own demise and destruction. And I would warn white people, do not have any sympathy for Black people. None. Zero. Zilch. I'll tell you a white person in a minute. What am I lying for? Why am I going to lie? No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the Black woman the truth, and we need to find those Black women who are willing to look at things as they actually are so they can begin to work on that trauma. Because that trauma is imprisoning all of us and it's destroying our futures. No Black generation lives forever, though this generation has to honor the one that came before it, which is why you even have any semblance of freedom. And then you have to honor the one that comes after it. And you don't honor it by not breaking generational curses. This is a 200 years of consistent cult of ignorance, trauma-based worldviews, literally holding the thinking of their own issue hostage. White culture subscribes to their thinkers. Black culture has no thinkers to subscribe to other than the ones white people validate for them. White people will tell you that Ta-Nehisi Coates is safe. So you look at Ta-Nehisi Coates as your Black intellectual. Tell me I'm lying. In fact, white people have told you that Umar Johnson is safe. That's how he got on the Breakfast Club. That is a white-owned establishment. That's the first thing you should look at. Who are they allowing in? That is who not to fuck with. Umar, that's not a shot at you. It's a kind of a side shot, but we got to keep it 100. These are white-owned platforms. They don't let just anybody up in there. They don't let just anybody up in there. I'm not planning on getting an invitation from any of them. So the day you see me walk up in there, like Dave Chappelle said, when you see me say I stand with Israel, that man is something else. He said, because he's anticipating he's going to have to say it. So he's already put a disclaimer out there. The day you see me saying I stand with Israel, they got me. I thought that was just, it was profoundly, you know what it is. Okay? So the day you see me up at the Breakfast Club, the day you see me on The View, the day you see me on any major commercial podcast, even though I was mentioned on the Joe Rogan show, shout out to Hotep Jesus. And but by the way, Hotep Jesus has a film out. You all got to check it out. I'll look at it before I leave here so you can know what it is. I also want to say thank you, people, for allowing me to come to you today. I really appreciate this. Let me see. Absolutely. Right? Here we go. Of course, that's why yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Is marrying children evil? I would say yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's either yes or no, and it's yes, right? Here we go. Now, some people might say that's cultural dependent. It depends on the person's argument. I can't find a good argument for condoning that. Period. All of my decision making factors are based on good arguments, and I don't anticipate any good argument that could justify that or premise that. No, now from culture to culture, the concept of a child is going to change from culture to culture. What's a child in one culture is not a child in another culture. Perfect example in the Jewish community, and this is why another reason why Black people lose. You have the infantile mind of children. White people tell you what is right and wrong based on their cultural ethos. Perfect example. Or they just define everything for you. You can't be the stepchildren of a culture that defines everything for you and then think that you're making decisions based on these things, based on your own natural God-given intelligence. No, because you're too lazy to do that. You're too lazy to say, well, what are our values? What does our history say? And so forth and so on. Right? I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway, when do Jewish males become men? When do Jewish males become men? Let's look at it. Put it in the chat. When do Jewish males become men? When do Jewish males become men? All right, since somebody wants to put it in the chat, I'll put it in the chat. Let's see. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. When do Jewish males become men? Let's see. When do Jewish males become men? Look at this. For those of you idiots, Jewish males become men at age 13, marked by the bar mitzvah. I don't need to read nothing else. Jewish males become men at age 13. Now, you wonder why they own everything, and all Black people do is complain. They don't want to make any changes to their culture because they don't understand the importance of culture. No changes to the culture. Jewish males become men at 13. When do Black men become men in the Black community? I'll wait. I'll sit over here and wait. At what age do we become men? So let me get this straight. You have a young white male who calls himself Jewish who becomes a man at 13. You got a damn near full-grown Black male at 16 and 17 who is still considered legally a child. I'm just doing the brain computer math. So one is a child at 17. The only one is a man at 13. Which society is going to win? Which society is going to dominate the other? Let me see. Is it the child where the men remain children until they're 17, or the males remain children until they're 17? Or is it the society where males become men at 13? Black people are not qualified to even engage in these discussions. That's the truth. But they don't want to hear me. They think I'm being mean. They think I'm picking on them, or no. Then you have some YouTubers out there. One just came to mind. In my eyes, I think he likes to pretend he's me. But I do watch him and enjoy him. I'm not going to say who he is. But my thing is, you're not me. I like what you do. But I've seen a lot of dudes who thought I was gone and they were just going to come in and just pick up. And I am that guy. And no, you're not. And money doesn't make you that guy. Okay? I'm pushing 60 years old. I've seen seasons you don't know exist. And within those seasons were measures of research you couldn't begin to fathom. So keep doing what you're doing. I mean, I know a lot of this stuff is marketing. If I see one more black marketer come out of the woodworks, I am the beginning and the end. I am the prince and the king of this. And then where's your audit? Where is the presentation that you've given that can literally move the needle for black people? I want to see it. Because you can't fix a problem that nobody's illustrating for you. When you go to a lawyer, it's so they can fix the problem, but first they got to illustrate it for you. You go to a doctor, you're going to have it illustrated for you. Nobody's illustrating shit for you. People are just going from podcast to podcast, getting paid, getting in there. They're marketing. Everybody's marketing. Marketing and auditing are not the same thing. It's not. What it's doing is developing your brand as a reliable brand. Either your brand's reliable or it's not. Mercedes-Benz and Rolls-Royce, well, Rolls-Royce does not advertise. Rolls-Royce does not engage in marketing. They don't have to. The biggest brands in the world don't market. That's why most of the things that the 1% have, you've never heard of. You've never heard of. I know. I've lived with wealthy white people. I have lived in their homes where the guest room became my permanent room. People don't understand. I grew up. My world was inhabited by white people as much as anyone else's, probably in a much more intimate way, because I had very close white people who are dear to me, who will always be dear to me, always, because they treated me like family. I was always extended 1,000% their trust. This is a very well-to-do family. And it was living with them that showed me white people are human beings. That's all. They're just human beings. They're not perfect. Even they have the family, they got their share of racism. I see it, I peep it, I got a whiff of it. I don't care. I don't judge people because they're racist. I tell these people all the time, I don't care if you're racist. I could be a racist on Monday and an egalitarian person on Tuesday. What I care about is, do you let your racism get the best of you? That's a different conversation. If you let your racism get the best of you, you're an asshole, period, right? I don't want my racism to get the best of me. So I just wanted you to see that. Oh, so hold on one second. Let's ask the next question. Hold on. Let me see. Right. So the next one is, I like to learn. I don't just sit there and run my fucking mouth because my emotions and my feelings and the popular opinion says I should talk this way. That's how you end up being a fool. Because you followed behind fools who can't even solve their own problems, but they want to sit and judge you. Right? Here we go. Don't worry about you being judged by fools. When does a Jewish woman, when does a Jewish female become a woman? Oh, no, I asked that question the wrong way. At what age does a Jewish female become a woman? Oh! A Jewish female becomes a woman at age 12, marked by the bar mitzvah. Am I basing my standards on what Jewish people do? Not at all. Do most black people envy Jewish society? They won't tell you that they do, but they do. Why would you not envy the group that literally has the most billionaires? Well, let's look at something. Hold on one second. Because you like to talk shit, but I know how you people respect money. So let's look at this. Right? This is why I don't really fuck with, I'll be honest with you, I don't fuck with black people. I just don't. I learned early on. I'm sorry. I just don't respect stupidity. Okay? Hide behind your self-righteous moral indignation. I don't give a fuck about that. Here we go. right? Oh, I didn't realize I had a misspelling there. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. At what age does a Jewish female become a woman? In Judaism, a female becomes a religious adult responsible for Jewish law at age 12. Okay? Right. Signifying she's the daughter of the commandment. A boy reaches this age by 13. Okay? The age difference reflects a traditional belief that girls mature earlier. Okay? So, let's stop that. No, matter of fact, let's go back now. I have another question. What ethnic group? Because you want to talk. So if these people are horrible people, because their boys become men at 13 and their females become women at 12, what ethnic group has the largest, here we go, let me see, amount of billionaires? I just want to see. I like to know who's doing what. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look. It says white. No. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, here's another one. Is it true? I got to ask the question the right way. That per their, come on. Now, I could be wrong, but I was told this by a Jewish person. He might have been bragging about something that they didn't earn. Is it true that per their percentage, Jewish people have, oh gosh, I'm getting tired. My typing is never this bad. I'm getting tired. Have the largest. Okay. Is it true that per their percentage, Jewish people have the largest amount of billionaires? Okay, I'm going to have this right here. Watch this. And then I'm going to re-ask the question. I just want to see what they say. Okay. Okay, studies show that Christians hold the most total wealth globally, but data points to a big wealth concentration in Jewish communities, especially in the U.S., suggesting a significant overlap between Jewish identity and extreme wealth accumulation. The precise definitive per capita ranking varies by study and time. So basically, why they see it's a little trick game that they play, right? This is what I was saying. Key points. Jewish people, making up a tiny fraction of the world's population, are significantly overrepresented on billionaire lists, particularly in the U.S. This was my whole point. Jewish people. In other words, the same way black people are overrepresented in the prison system by virtue of our numbers and percentages compared to other people, the same thing is true of Jewish people in the opposite direction in terms of finance and billionaireship. They are significantly overrepresented on billionaire lists, particularly in the U.S. Now, don't tell me that you don't, because I know that you worship money. Stop. Don't say shit to me. I've been alive almost 60 years. I see how people react to money. You worship money. That's why you worship celebrities. I've seen how you act when the celebrities come to your neighborhood. You drop dead in the street. You cannot believe you just saw Busta Rhymes or Mariah. You come running down the streets. Chris Brown, whoever it is. Don't tell me you don't worship money. Because if they were broken doing what they were doing, you wouldn't give a damn about who they are. Sorry. You worship money. In a capitalist society, you are all bred to worship money. So the ones that you envy the most are the ones with the money. Jewish people whose children become adults at age 13 and 12 are significantly overrepresented in the billionaire list. So let me get this straight. You, as a class of people whose males and females become men and women, when the white man told you that is when it is permissible for them to become men and women, let me just try to understand this. You want to compete with a group of people who have determined by their own tradition, methods, and practices of when adulthood is conferred upon their children. And that's why I said it's a cultural question. Somebody had asked the question. I wasn't even talking about that. I'm just into thinking and data. I like to understand how people think because I want to know. Anybody can say shit. Now people are, oh, Shakka supports this. Shakka. I don't. Look, one thing I have learned, stupid people say stupid shit. Stupid people can only hear stupid. That's the language they speak. So I could say the most intelligent thing in the world. That don't mean you're going to hear it intelligently. If you're a stupid person, you're going to hear stupid. And I don't expect anything more from you. I just illustrated something for you. Everything is connected. Everything's connected. You cannot, you're a race, black people, they're black people. You are a race full of late bloomers, and you are proud of it. These people have been men and women for 3 to 4 years, but you just decided maybe you're about to be an adult because mommy and daddy learned everything that they learned from the slave master. Mommy and daddy can't think outside of the box the slave master gave to them. Do you think they can? You think, as a black American, as an African American, you honestly think your parents can think outside of the box that the slave master gave them? Then you're a fool, and you get what you deserve. And I'm not here to talk to you. So let me go. Okay? Absolutely. Okay. All right. All right. Hold on. And you think that see, this is my point. Disgusting sick people. Okay, well, those disgusting sick people don't have the financial issues and problems that your community has. Okay? Your parents go clean their toilets in their hotels. Your parents beg them for jobs. In fact, your parents beg them for contracts. They make and break your biggest celebrities. They determine who gets a career and who doesn't. In other words, they have the power. These people who use sick and disgusting people, they're about to turn Palestine into a resort that's going to be like Dubai that you are going to pay money to go to because as black women, you like to be next to the money. So you'll sit in my comment section and call them disgusting, but then you'll bend over backwards to sit inside that Maserati or that Porsche or whatever the fuck it is, these flying cars that they're coming out with next because you got to run to Dubai where they're going to put your black ass in jail because you don't know how to act like a woman. You're a mess. So anyway, I don't listen to stupid people. I'm at the age of my life where off my back. Whatever you got to say that's stupid, off my back. Because you just didn't get the point. I can tell you right now, look, let's go. Here we go. And you wonder why they call you boy. What is the other insult? I said the only other insult that white people like more than the N-word, when they insult my black men, right? What they call us boy. They don't even have anything for black women. That should tell you something. There's no particular insult that is specifically white people have for black women. But for black men, they got boy. Well, yeah. You got a 13-year-old man who can tell a 18-year-old boy, right? Or a 21-year-old man who's only been a man for 3 years. He's 13. He's been a man for, by the time he's your age, he's been a man for how many years? Damn near a decade. He could call you boy. The fuck? Yes, by all rights, he could call you boy. Out of here. Because you following behind a dumbass black woman that don't know her ass from her elbow, who takes all her cues from white society, including her values and her morals. You don't really want, I mean, fuck her. She is the reason you're in the situation you're in. Okay? The woman took crucial control of the religious upbringing of the children. Let me see how much further I got to go. Here we go. Almost there. While there is no universally agreed upon, let's just come here. Here we go. Okay, no, right here. Let's go to the underlying parts. Fountain, talking about the Daniel L. Fountain in the book Slavery, Civil War, and Salvation, where he talked about the numbers who converted to Christianity. It says here, Fountain concedes that a Christian core within the slave community, which gave Christianity a noticeable presence, was comprised primarily of women, youth, and urban dwellers. Guess what, people? That is pretty much the same demographic that Celsus gave when he talked about who was taken in by Christianity. The same exact demographic in the slave context that has remained consistent for 200 years. And you want to solve I don't care about solving your problems. Gender roles influence the type of stories men and women told their narratives. Men often focused on literacy and freedom, while women tended to center their narratives around relationships and family. So you had different concerns. Converts during the broader religious revival known as the Second Great Awakening, which greatly impacted the South, which you call the Bible Belt, and led to widespread conversion among enslaved people, were predominantly female in the general population, with some estimates suggesting at least three female converts to every 2 male converts. That is going to exacerbate over time, people. Therefore, while a specific source percentage is unavailable, your guess of 70% for females among converted slaves might be an overestimation. But the finding, so it might be 65%, which we round, or that's why we round to 70, right? But the finding that women made up a larger portion of converts than men is supported by historical scholarship. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. So what does this mean ultimately? 70% of the black community is held captive in what's called BFST, BFST, Black Female Slavery Trauma. Trauma was her impetus to mass conversion to Christianity. Remember, safety because of mass sexual abuse unabated for 300 years on a level we can't comprehend. What she failed to realize was what protected her was not going to protect him. Hold on, I got to say that again. What she failed to realize in her trauma bond to Christianity, what she failed to realize that what protected her, which was the mass conversion to Christianity, was not going to protect him. I know. Shakka, you overreacting. After I have lived it, Shakka, you overreacting. Okay.
Booyah.
What protected her was not going to protect him. And this is what she failed to realize. You rushing us into church, rushing us into Sunday school, trying to shove Jesus down our throat, not realizing how it becomes the norm for the rest of the community, even for those who don't believe. Even those who don't believe still have a Christian worldview without realizing it, because it undergirds the entire culture. The entire culture. So your children grow up, particularly your male children grow up unusually vulnerable. I've seen the devastation behind this. You can't tell me to look at a nuclear bomb in a community, because that's what it is. That black female trauma is a nuclear bomb that has blown the black community out of sizable proportion in terms of lack of success, everything you could think of. Trauma was right. It doesn't protect him. She failed to realize that what protected her was not going to protect him, rendering the male protector of her society, which is supposed to be the male, unprotected, leaving herself essentially unprotected. These are the ones you are supposed to raise to protect you. Y'all need to spend more time with white women. Those white women in the Appalachian Mountains and redneck countries, how they raise their sons to protect them. To be assholes, to make sure that they put them first. Are you kidding me? You know what white people as a society will do to protect their children from you? You're just an imaginary threat, and they'll all go to the gun range. It's about a race war, and you will not be playing all this stuff. That Elon Musk just released a post talking about how black people are the greatest threat to white people. He reposts somebody else's post. Elon's mother raised him to protect them. She raised him to submit to Jesus. She only knows how to look. Every time you get a black man who becomes a miracle, he is a miracle because she raised them to become losers. Yes. Look at them. Look at them. I want you to look in their faces because I lose words because I know what's coming up in this presentation. I'm going to end it here. Yeah, I know. I went 10 hours. Oh, okay. Oh, good. 8 hours. Oh, God, thank you. I thought I saw 10. Y'all don't even understand how serious this is. Yeah, y'all don't know what's coming up in this presentation. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. A cult of ignorance. A documented cult of ignorance is determining the culture for all the rest of us, whether we know it or not. That part. Oh, that acronym? Yeah. Black female slavery trauma. Everybody talks about, remember Joyce DeGruy, Dr. Joyce DeGruy, she talks about post-traumatic slave syndrome. This is what I'm talking about. Dr. Joyce DeGruy talks about post-traumatic slave syndrome. Why doesn't she ever mention the significant role of the female in this? and how she transfers that trauma to her whole community. We all walking around traumatized because of her trauma. I'm not blaming her because she did not initiate the trauma. She was a victim of it. But until we get out from under that victimhood of her trauma, we stuck and fucked. I think one of the ways to get out of it is to literally seek compensation for her. Because we don't talk enough about what white men did to black women during slavery in terms of indiscriminate. This woman had no choice of whole communities of men who had sex with her on a whim. I'm talking about the broke help who couldn't afford nothing, could sex any man's wife. And they joke about bringing it back or pushing it back by a reversal of laws today. They want to reverse the Civil Rights Act, which puts you back in Jim Crow. And in some respects, they have already. Roland Martin was screaming about it the other day. They want to push you back to slavery and push you back to Jim Crow, which is 1 foot out of slavery. What do you do with that? I'm just curious. What do you do with that? Because you know what the next stop is. After Jim Crow, they're going to run out of Jim Crow space. So there's only one on top of that. And you don't think that Elon Musk and Peter Thiel talking about creating these techno spaces, these countries, you don't think that those are not going to be the new plantation homes? And where do you think, or you think because you pretty and cute, you're going to get an invitation to the plantation and you think it's not a reality coming? Okay. Okay. All right. Now here, look, I'm 6 foot, 267 pounds, pure muscle. If a cracker called me boy, that would be the last thing he remembers. But here's the problem. Even if you killed that cracker for calling you a boy, the truth remains that in juxtaposition to him, if he's a 13-year-old boy and you're a 17-year-old young man, he can rightfully call you boy. He can call you boy because in his culture, he's a man. In your culture, you're still a boy because you don't have a culture. You only have the hand-me-downs from white people. And your mothers and your mother's mothers, they swear by that hand-me-down culture. It's the chip that he left in them. Facts. It's about in the Midwest, they bully white boys. Who cares if they own all the ranches and all of the farms? Who cares if they have the material resources that you don't? If they make up the majority of the government there, or they control the economy there, who cares? See, this is what I mean. You got little stupid shit. We bully white boys. So fucking what? Who owns the apartment building you live in? What color are the people who you pay your mortgage to in the house that you live in? You sound stupid to me. One of the reasons that I don't really interact with people is because I will tell you the truth as your brother. Dr. Joyce is dope, but she don't say nothing about the role that the black woman plays in continuing to traumatize the black community by virtue of her own trauma. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's real. Persistent slave traumatic syndrome. Absolutely. That is really what it is. Female premised persistent slave traumatic syndrome. You got to put that female premise part in because she's the engine behind it. How you talking reparations and you don't want to give him back everything he imposed upon you? You want reparations, but you want to hold on to the Christianity he gave you? You want reparations, but you want to hold on to that Bible and to Jesus? But you want reparations. Don't come in my chat talking about Ethiopia because that tells me you're historically illiterate. The Ethiopian Bible was translated from a European Bible, a Eurasian Bible, an Indo-European Eurasian Bible. Why? Because that's what Greek is. And that's the kind of Bible it was translated from. The Ethiopian Bible, the Ge'ez Bible, was translated from the Septuagint. Ain't nothing black or African about that Bible. And just because you couldn't study your way out of a fucking paper bag doesn't make it any less true. The oldest Christian church, Armenia. Not Ethiopia. Who brings Christianity to Ethiopia? Because I got a whole presentation coming up on that. Who brings Christianity to Ethiopia? A Greco-Lebanese from the Levant. Basically a Roman. He came from the Roman Levant. Frumentius. They call him Abba in Ethiopia. He's the one who influenced and converted Ezana, their king, the king of Aksum. He's a presbyter from, he was a Coptic presbyter or bishop, one or the other. Him and his brother. All of this is called chain of transmission. Black women can't tell you shit about chain of transmission, not when it comes to biblical literature and not when it comes to the historical actors who played a role in it. And black people, please do me a favor. Please. I'm begging you, please. Oh, what was that? forevershakka@gmail.com. It's in the description. My contacts are always in the description. That's how people tell me they've been trying to contact me. I'm like, I don't think so. Here we go. I'm not going to tell you by name who asked me to give this presentation on their channel. They begged me for years. And I wouldn't do it. I said, when it came to this subject matter, all of my best stuff I'm saving for my platform. So now you guys are all going to get it. Okay. Yes, the Oxumite, all people in coastal areas of Africa will always at some point admixed with the people who were on the other side of the coast. It's natural. It makes sense. It just makes sense. In many respects, the person on the other side of the coast is far closer to you than somebody who lives on the same continent. So yeah, they're going to be mixed. But you would be surprised how many people in Ethiopia who you think are mixed are not mixed. People have this imaginary illusion in their head of what indigenous Africans look like. Indigenous Africans don't all look alike. That's all I can tell you. Many of them look very different. Many people who you think look more Spanish, no, that's what they look like before they mixed with anybody. What you're looking at is other people who have gotten our phenotype, who you come to officiate and associate with the other people, because you were told that there was a specific Bantu African type that is the true Negro. Oh, stupid colonial shit white people made up. You got to remember, their whole narrative is always to restrict you and diminish you and make you smaller. That's everything about them. It's what they do. Okay, I appreciate you back. Very much so. Me too. And so we're going to end it here. Is this live? Yes, it's live. Shit, for 8 hours and 15 minutes it's been live. And I'm getting ready to finally go eat. I've eaten nothing at all for today. Oh shit. It's midnight? No, it can't be that late. Is it? Wow. Holy crap. I think I'm going to go. The flow was, I think I'm going to, I didn't realize it was that late. Damn. Okay. Oops. One more hour. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to go long again, like this. Did matriarchy cause the division or the demise of the Nile Valley civilization as well? No. To answer that question, no. Hypergamy, yes. Matriarchy, no. Hypergamy and the same, it's always wealth. My mother taught me one thing about money. She said, always follow the money. That is what will tell you the story. Always follow the money. That is what will tell you the story. I just wanted to show you that when I said that she's the problem, I wasn't being mean-spirited or vindictive or trying to belittle her. I want to rescue her. I feel like it's like Lord of the Rings, where the princess or somebody is being held by the dragon and we got to go rescue her. That's how I see it. But for me to rescue you, I got to wake you up. I got to say, baby girl, I don't want to smack you, but it's like, snap out of it. I have to show you what is going on in the community. Because if I don't show you what's going on, if I don't make it plain to you through documentation, through data, if I don't show you 200 years, a consistent factor of you personifying slavery-based trauma and making it a norm intergenerationally in our family structure, if I can't show you how you have intellectually hindered the protectors of your race so that they have to truly fend for themselves, because something inside of Black men is going to make them fight anyway, because they know that, wait a minute, they're just not given the boost that young white men get, because young white men, what did Elon Musk said? He read Nietzsche when he was 12. How many Black 12-year-olds you know reading philosophy? He's not even Jewish. We talked about their males becoming men at 13. You got Elon Musk reading Nietzsche at 12. And what did he say? No 12-year-old should read Nietzsche. Of course not. Why? Because it's going to open your eyes to a lot of stuff. And you want your childhood to last as long as it can. Right? Some people do. Okay? Look, I would tell you, go to church and you got to infiltrate that mother. Not really, because they're going to come looking. When they hear about all of this, trust me, they're going to come. They always do. Okay? They always do. The Cash App is, you got to inspire me to come back, people. Let's go. All right? The Cash App is at the top of the chat. I have to get a new computer so I can really excel and exceed at the AI, so I can really bring you guys the content that you deserve. So let's go. Stop messing around and make sure you hit that Cash App. Okay. All right. Yeah. So no, it wasn't matriarchy that destroyed the Nile Valley. It was, if you really want to know the truth, it was lack of foresight. Lack of foresight. And in fact, this is why when people don't understand, when people don't understand history, what they don't understand is, if you look at what's the biggest thing in America right now, the biggest thing in America is ICE, immigration, right? Don't be mad because white people are not stupid. I'm going to say it again. Don't be mad because white people are not going to be stupid in service of your emotions. What do you think caused black people to lose Kemet, what you call ancient Egypt? What do you think? People ask me, Shaka, what happened if they were so great? They didn't control their immigration. Most of the most famous stories about Egypt are always about other people immigrating there from other places. Abraham, Moses, Joseph, Herodotus, the Greeks, the Hyksos, the Persians during the satrap period, the Assyrians during the late kingdom, right? The most important ones which should not be left out, the Libyans. I don't count Nubians as interlopers or immigrants. I see them as the foundational part of the Confederacy. But all the rest were outsiders. And the Libyans had already capitulated to the Indo-Europeans years before they gained a foothold in Kemet, in society. You guys understand? They had the Libyans, the Meshwesh, the Ma, they had communities in Kemet because they were part of the military and the police force, but they had never really been a part of society. When they overtook the Marsh and the Delta region during the Ramesside period, that changed. How did it change? How do most foreigners come to status in their new country? Most foreigners come to status in their new country through the military service. So if you come here from another country and you become a captain or a lieutenant, a sergeant or whatever in the military, you got status now. You can marry. Look at Arnold Schwarzenegger. Well, he didn't do it through the military, but you can do it through the military. How many black men have made their bones in their status through the military? In fact, most people who couldn't cut it any other way did it through the military. Bar was very low. Money was there. Food and board paid for, and you traveled. GI Bill, all this other stuff. So I just said all of that to say that is how Kemet fell, because they allowed Libyan proliferation up into and through the military. And through that status, they intermarried with noble families, black families, who were the ruling class of Kemet. This is where you get Tekelat. This is where you get Tekelat 1, Tekelat 2, Shashank the first, Shashank the second, and a few other ones. Shashank the third, right? These are Libyan, these are mixed people now. They're Libyan and they are Rinmech Kemet. Okay? Nilotic people. You have Nilotic people mixing with the Libyans. But you have to understand that the Libyans, who later on are come to be called the Gadamantes, or what do they call them? In the Maghreb, I forget the term that's used. Not more. It's another term for them. And I just, all of a sudden, it just, what is it? I don't use the word too often. I don't know why, I just don't, but it'll come to me. So, Berbers had become mixed early on because they were always, you got to remember, they even mixed with the Sea People. When the Sea People invaded that region during Meneptah's reign, right, which is earlier in the New Kingdom, right, they acted as confederation with the enemies of Kemet. If you don't know the details of your history, you won't know who sided with who and how these things emerged, because you think Hotep is a funny word. Most people who use the word Hotep are historically illiterate. They can't tell you anything about history. They literally are. They have a low IQ. That includes those two black dudes. What do they call themselves? Damon and two very smart brothers. Fucking idiots. Idiots. That's what they call themselves. Damon, two very smart brothers. They used to be, I think, in the Griot or some newspaper, probably the Griot. They call themselves two very smart brothers, but they gave commentary on black. And they were going, oh, the truth about Hotep. No, historically illiterate. Stupid as the day is long. Dumb. So I don't have respect for dumb black people. You want to talk, you want to pontificate on subject matters you don't know anything about because you don't have the academic acumen or any substantive erudition to really speak about historical things in a verified. You have no veracity to anything you say. You're just a hot air talker. You can't you can't sit in the same room with someone like me, to be quite honest, to someone like myself. I mean, you can, but we don't occupy the same world. You're historically illiterate. I'm looking through a very different set of definitive lenses. I understand that when I hear the word Hotep, it is a noble word. It is a word that denotes generosity, power, control, achievement, heritage. Hotep also literally means heritage, right? So there's so many respectful concepts attached to the word Hotep that when you hear somebody say, oh, he's a Hotep or she's a Hotep, you know that person doesn't know what they're talking about. It's about Hotepistan or Hotep. You never hear a Muslim making fun of the word Assalamu alaikum. You don't. Only black people do stuff. Only black Americans learn to clown their own history. Yes. They are niggas. That's what niggas do. They all Uncle Ruckus to me. I see them all. Once I hear you say Hotep, or you use that word disrespectfully, all I see is Uncle Ruckus standing in front of me. Nothing else. Because you've been taught to belittle your own. Well, I told you where that came from. That came from the black homosexual community deriding Kemet because they realized that in ancient Egypt, homosexuality was derided and it was frowned upon, was looked at as deviant, unsacrilegious behavior practiced by the Greeks and the Romans as a cultural imperative. Not that it didn't occur in Kemet, but it didn't occur as a cultural imperative. There's a difference. And so because of that, because you have many black homosexuals in the media and in certain pressure points of power, they were able to generate a narrative that belittled ancient Egypt entirely. That's why they would never ever stand up for it. They want to talk about the pyramids and we built the pyramids. Why are you bragging about a culture you're ashamed of? Because that culture was ashamed of your life choices. Don't blame ancient Kemet because they frowned upon homosexuality. And they were very, very definite about that. You have to find a way to resolve that in yourself. And don't run around on some LGBTQ shit, sporting an ankh or this and that, when the very culture that you're trying to express yourself through was very anti your worldview. Leave it alone. They did not embrace that. Now, I would also, who am I to tell a person of African descent, oh, because ancient Kemet was anti-homosexual and you happen to be LGBTQ, you therefore cannot. In other words, it's not my job to police it. It's just my job to speak to ma'at, speak ma'at and do ma'at. Tell the truth about it. That's it. Okay, you're LGBTQ, you love Kemet, understand this. Kemet was very anti-LGBTQ. Why? Because it was a conservative culture. So yes, that's the black homosexual community did not like the Kemetic movement because it's conservative in nature. I'm a conservative. I'm conservative in nature, right? I understand conservative black Americans, but because most of them are historically illiterate, the only conservatism that they know is white conservatism, republicanism. That's all they know because they have no conservatism of their own. How can you have a historical conservatism of your own if your highest ideal and your summum bonum is the religious expression of black female slave traumatic syndrome? You can't. You're fucked up. You're foobarred. You're fucked up beyond recognition. You're fucked up beyond words that I have to articulate your fucked upness. You can't. And it's very hard once you begin to really understand things and see them as they actually are. It's hard because you don't want people to think you're being mean-spirited. You don't. I don't want anybody to think I'm mean or that I don't like I love my people. You know? Let me see. Hold on. I'm just gonna pull this up on the screen. I don't know if I'll be able to show it, but I will try. I don't ever shy away. I'm looking for, oh, I know where it is. I don't know if I did that whole thing on how the homosexual community tried to co-opt Kemet for themselves. I'll probably end up doing that one again at some point in time. Okay, right? So let me see. Right? I don't know if this is going to fit in the comment section. I can always try, right? Let's see. Okay. Oh, no, it didn't go all the way through. Damn. It chopped it up. Oh, here you go. All right. Right. The Declaration of Innocence before the gods of the tribunal, number 19. O empty snake who came forth from the place of execution, I have not committed homosexuality. That's documented. That's in the glyphs. Which means you have to know your cultural imperative. You have to know what your cultural pedigree is, your historical. That's not a slight against homosexual. You're going to make documentation a slight or an insult? No, a mature person would be like, okay, I hear you. I understand it. It doesn't mean that they should hate the culture because the culture derides a certain, and the only reason you should hurt your culture is if your homosexuality is all of who you are. Right? If your homosexuality is all of who you are, then okay, yeah, I understand why you would hate Kemet. But if that's just a part of who you are, maybe there are other aspects of yourself that resonates with Kemet. So in that context, who am I to tell you that you don't care for the Sebayettes or you can't benefit from the Sebayettes? Who am I to tell you that you can't benefit from? It's not my place to say that. It is my place to say, don't misrepresent Kemet like Lil Nas did when he dressed up all Kemetic to flaunt homosexuality behavior, which really wasn't even homosexuality behavior. I'm sorry, I'm going to quote Louis C.K. While I did grow up with the F word faggot, right? Well, I grew up with that as a euphemism for homosexuality. I don't really equate the two because I know too many heterosexuals who are faggots. And right, what the pejorative came to mean in general, it just meant that you were limp in your character, or that you were not heterogeneous. You were not heterogeneous enough in your character. There was no diversity to your thinking. So intellectual stunted growth, and it showed in your character. Right? And that's what it came to mean. So that's just what it is. But that's the way I see it. I've never articulated that before. I think once I did, and I was really like, wow, like I'm always impressed by ideas that make sense to me. So there's always a constant menagerie of ideas that confront me on the horizon. When I'm looking at it, I grade it or I judge it. And I was like, that makes sense, it doesn't make sense. That's plausible, that's not. That's exemplary, that should be held up, that should be thrown in the garbage. And that's how I look at it, right? If your homosexuality is all you are, then yes, I would understand why you would hate Kemet, because Kemet was against it. Okay? There was another one that I had put on there. Oh, that was this one. That was broken up into two. I can put it here, right? So this was the second version of it, or better yet, here we go. This is this documentation, right? Here we go. I let the documents and the data instruct me. Everybody doesn't do that because most people have no respect for document representation or data. They just care about their feelings. That's it. Right? This is how I feel. This is how this makes me feel. Right? That's not Shakka-Ahmose. That's the text. That's the text. Page 71, first paragraph, Black Athena. Egyptian society appears to have been rather intolerant of homosexuality. And it is rather hard to find any direct parallel to this aspect of Orpheus' character. Black Athena, the Afro-Asiatic roots. Martin Bernal was a Cambridge-trained professor who taught at Cornell. He's also the grandson of this book right in front of me, Egyptian Grammar by Sir Alan Gardner, who was knighted by the Queen. He literally wrote the book on Egyptian grammar. His grandfather, so he was intellectual pedigree. He was intellectual royalty, Martin Bernal. A lot of people don't like to admit it, but it's true. Most intellectuals don't have that kind of intellectual pedigree. They can't make those. And even his father was also a known intellectual in Europe. Most white folks don't have that kind of intellectual pedigree. So that the fact that he wrote this in Black Athena, he was looking at the original text. He was looking at the original text with interpreters for him, right? I went into the original text and actually did the translation, and it's true. They were very intolerant of, unfortunately, a lot of college professors can't tell the truth about that because they'll lose their jobs. That's politics. I don't care about politics. Politics will make you a slave faster than anything else, right? Nobody asked me. You said I never said what Kemet meant. I don't remember anyone asking me. Oh. I'll show you what Kemet means here, and then I'm gone. I know one thing, my Cash App better be off the chain. Sitting up here this much time with y'all. For real. Y'all don't know how much I sacrifice to do this. I don't be out there chasing money, and that's why I never got no money, because I'm always studying. It's always best to tell people you don't have money. Okay? Whether it's true or not, just tell them you ain't got no money. Okay. Let me see. Especially if it's a woman. Absolutely if it's a woman. I ain't got no money. I'm a broke Dusty. That's all you need to know. You ain't got to give me nothing. Right? I'm old school. When you find a female, make sure she likes you for you. That's it. Make sure she likes you for you. I'm not going to be disappointed if this thing ain't looking right. Okay, that's cool. So, I think I could have did better for this amount of time, but that's cool. The amount of time that I spent up here. That's all right. As this thing goes on, you guys are going to be like, holy shit. Like, he really, really did some research. Yeah, I did some... I did the kind of stuff only I do. But so yeah, so when you see this is what caused the homosexual backlash in the early 2000s when they started talking about Hotep. He's a Hotep or she's a Hotep. Because you had a lot of black people in the LGBTQ plus or whatever community, a lot of them are in show business and they're in the production field, casting agents or assistant producers and all this other stuff. And so screenwriters, that whole world is very, very occupied by the LGBTQ community. And so they decided early on that they were going to go on a campaign smear against the Kemetic community. And that's how the term Hotep became a pejorative. Right? And then those progressive black brothers who wanted to be seen as progressive by the LGBTQ plus community, they jumped on the bandwagon, and that's where you get the so-called two very smart brothers, Damon, whatever his name. I call him Damon, bitch ass. Yeah, or even a Kevin Samuels, who called somebody a Hotep one day, and I was just like, oh, bro, you disappointed me because I really like your work, but nobody's perfect, right? So, I appreciate that. That's a very thoughtful thing to say. I appreciate you. That's a very thoughtful thing. Absolutely, ladies. Oh, somebody got all 3 Black Athenas? Oof. Okay, so somebody said, hold on one sec. Right. You never said what Kemet meant if you don't mean black. If it don't mean black. I'm going to do a whole presentation on this, but I'm going to show you this just because I love you all so much and I miss you when y'all don't know how much I miss you when I'm gone. Like, y'all don't realize I don't have family. Okay. The only family that I have are the pillars of the 𝓈𝔵Ahmose. Those people that you're going to see in the credit. That's my family. You know how it is in Christian families. They gravitate toward, and I'm part of a Black American, African American family. I come same family you come from. They gravitate towards the norm, the normies. I'm not a normie. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't hold any grudge against anybody. People just don't fuck with me. Period. You know, and I'm cool with that. It used to bother me, and sometimes it still does bother me, but it's like damn, really? Like, we was all super close and tight coming up, but you know, I've had to learn a lot of hard lessons about success. A lot of hard lessons about success. I love success as much as anyone else does, or the idea of it, the pursuit of it. I think that what created us people was sex. Okay? That's what created you. Spare me all of the other stuff that you don't know anything about because you can't prove. Sex is what created us. Start there before you start going off into God. Start with sex. Okay? Sex is what created us. That divine action. That is what we should hold up and hold sacred and pay divine honors to, because that is what created us. But this immature culture that we come from doesn't teach you that. It doesn't highlight that. It gives you an imaginary God, a cult God. You were created by a phallus and her womb, a phallus entering a womb. That's what created you. Okay? That is what you should pay divine honor to. That is your creator. That act. An act is what created you. Ooh. Oh, the act was the means by which they create. That's what I just said. The act itself is what created you. I am the product of an act. You are the product of an act. Hence, life is a series of actions. There is no more profound truth than that. And if that is not romantic or profound sounding or philosophical sounding, because it's the truth. Truth can be pretty boring. I like that. I like the fact that truth can be boring. That's what Kemet means. Okay? You're looking at it. That is the most succinct definition for Kemet that you will ever see. I had to pay dues to get that term correct. I had to really go into the semantics and linguistics and everything else. I have presentations that would probably freak you guys out. It would really freak you guys out. What dynasty did the Greeks come and invade? Well, that all depends. Did you go to my Cash App? I don't answer this question. Look, for those of you who want to take classes, look in the description. You can book a class. I don't answer questions for free. I've already given up enough information here. And when you have other people who are contributing to my Cash App and you're just soaking in information to go, gimme, 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 I think that's unfair to the people who are trying to make sure that I'm here for you, right? You should contribute to that process. I think so. What about Bobby Hemmett? Is he still alive? I hope so. I mean, I was always more of a fan of Bobby Hemmett as a person than I was of his scholarship. I thought his scholarship was very interesting. He had his own unique thing. He was good at what he does. I was more of a fan of as a person. I'm a fan of anybody who goes hard. Yeah. Yeah. I believe I love anybody who goes hard in their learning. That is something that I love. Right? Oh no, that $5 is worth $1 million to me. Are you kidding me? Please. Like that Bible story that talks about, I love, don't get me wrong, I love the Bible. That Bible story that talks about how the woman who only had, I think, 3 talents, and she gave 2 of them, was worth more than a man who had 1,000,000 talents but only gave 100. Yeah, because it's the nature of the sacrifice. When did the Greeks come? That was a better question than someone asked it incorrectly. Somebody asked, when did they first invade? Because the Greeks never really invaded Kemet. But when they first came was the 26th dynasty, the late kingdom. That's when the Greeks first came there. And they did not invade. They were invited in because they came as mercenaries. They came as mercenaries first with the Assyrians, and then they aligned themselves with the what would you call somebody who is running the country underneath the power of a greater power? There's a term for it. I can't think of what it is, but Semitic, who was a of Libyan Afro-Libyan descent, he was the one who, because he was the one that the Assyrians put on the throne after they got rid of Taharka and Taharka's son. They put him on the throne. They put Semitic on the throne, and Semitic being on the throne, he needed to have that military leftover stay in Kemet. And so that's how the Greeks got to stay there. He rewarded them by allowing them to stay, and he awarded them by, he just awarded the hell out of them. He gave them, like, oh my God. He gave the Icarians and the place where Herodotus is specifically from. I'll tell you right now. It's a particular Halicarnassus. So he gave the people from Icaria and Halicarnassus and other places who served the Assyrians. They aligned themselves with the Assyrians' boy on the throne, which was Semitic, who did later shake off the Assyrians. He shook the Assyrians off, but the Greeks became loyal to him. And because the Greeks became loyal to him, he allowed them to not only stay in Kemet and learn as a reward, but he gave them territory and status that was the first time you ever really saw multiracial supremacy in Kemet. Because people fail to remember, because they're historically illiterate and they don't know. The white supremacy was the last of the supremacies. The first supremacy was black supremacy. The second supremacy was multiracial supremacy. The third supremacy was biracial supremacy. And then the fourth and last one was white supremacy. Nobody wants to talk about that. The Greeks were not white. They weren't. They were multiracial. They were miscegenated. This is why they talk shit about white people in their writings. The Greeks, Aristotle said white people were stupid. He said those who live in the cold regions, talking about Nordic white people, Germanics, he was saying that they lack skill and they lack brain power. Brain power is a polite way of saying they're stupid. He documented that. I can show you the writing right now. Right? You don't call your own people stupid in documentation. No. And they in ancient times, they spoke about race in coded language. Not all the time, but in most time. It depends on what period of Greeks you're talking about. The later Greeks used coded language. The earlier Greeks used very matter-of-fact language. If they said you were black or they were black skin with woolly hair, like Herodotus talks about the Egyptians, right? Later on, you get the code, you get the phenotypical coded language. So they would say, so-and-so conquered Egypt, the country of the black-footed ones. So they're talking about the black people with black feet. It's a code language. Or the black-headed ones, where they talk about Sumer, right? Or they talk about, in Aeschylus, talks about, you could see the black limbs of the Egyptians, right? So it was always coded, phenotypical coded language so that you know they were black. So when Aristotle makes the statement that true cowardiceness is amongst black skin, as witnessed the Egyptians and the Ethiopians, and cowardiceness is also in the color of white skin, as witnessed to females, then he said the true color of courage is in between black and white. That's a coded language for biracial or multiracial. That's how the Greeks saw themselves. They were multiracial or biracial supremacists. Chancellor Williams writes about this when he talks about mulattoism and how it was a cornerstone of white power and how white people used mulatto children or biracial multi-children in order to gain footholds in black civilizations. Yeah, he talks about it. It's documented. So I just wanted to share that. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I love you all. It's I've been on here for over 8 hours. I always earn my shit, right? Almost 9 hours. And I hope I'm able to download this stuff so I can chop it up for And for those of you who never watched me before and you're not used to seeing broadcasts this long, if you don't like it, go someplace else. These are my people. This is what I'm here for. They love me. I love them. If you don't love me, go someplace else. You don't like me, go someplace else. I won't miss you. Not at all. Okay? Didn't even know you were here. Okay. All right. Okay. Great. I'm done. I want to go eat. Yes. That's not true. Racism was created in the 15th century. That's not true at all. That means you know nothing about the ancient world. Racism is not new. It's been around since man recognized the difference in himself and other people. Would I consider myself a pharaoh? No. I have respect for the office. Client kingdom. That's what I was looking for before. Thank you so much. Yes, client kingdom. That's the term I was trying to think of earlier. At least the one that I felt best fit. Exactly. When you talk about kandakas and female leaders who prove that sometimes you better take a woman serious when it comes to as being a threat, because them kandakas didn't play. Right? They did not play. They put it on you, Jack. In fact, they would use your head. That's what they did to the Romans. They cut off them heads. And they used the head as a footstool for you to step on the porch. The black woman wasn't playing. But this was not the kind of black woman that would bow down to a Hellenistic god. How can I respect a community where 70% of the females worship a Hellenistic god? How you got to be mentally ill with you. Man, you have to be mentally ill. You come from a black community that is ran by a matriarch of women who worship a Hellenistic god, where 90% of them don't know what Hellenism is. All of the scholarship says if Jesus had lived, he would have been greatly influenced by Hellenism. No doubt. In other words, no doubt about it. Come on. You have no education. You don't have the right to tell somebody who God is and who God isn't because you have an emotional attachment to it because your slave trauma bond. You have no right to do that. And then the worst part is you don't know what kind of damage that's doing to your children intellectually. You have no, but I'm going to show you the documentation. That's the beauty of this presentation. I didn't come here to share my opinion. I rarely share my opinion. I share data and facts. I got to go. Somebody's at my door. Love you all. Peace. See you tomorrow. Make sure you show up. Okay. Here we go.